synergies, you know, shifting Forsaken on over to that.
I hope I'm not late. Hello guys.
Has really worked a treat, and now with GENG, we're seeing them in that style that we saw at kickoff in Madrid, where they're a little bit more spreading the map. They're willing to take some of these individual duels, and they still have great execution and things like that. So this should be an excellent day today.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Wow.
One thing we know about both
PRX and GENG's play.
How good both of them are, and they're definitely both in top form today. Now, map pools also have changed a bit. PRX has expanded their map pool, most notably.
Yeah, they're trying out some new maps now. You know, maybe focusing on some like weaknesses in the past, trying to improve on it. As we can see, like across the board, PRX maybe coming in from last year and this year, Lotus is now one of the highest picked maps, not just for PRX, but for every team almost. I think T1 has picked it quite a bit, but Icebox is the one that's banned quite a bit as well.
It is interesting that, you know, even though Icebox was gone for so long, teams are still a little bit hesitant here in Pacific to kind of wade into it. It has been, when it's played, generally pretty close. Like, it's like so many, you know, 13-11s or overtimes and stuff like that on that map. So teams still clearly have a good idea of how to play. It's just everybody's really well balanced on that map. So I think teams are a little bit hesitant, where they would rather lean into maps where they feel a little bit, you know, more comfortable, a little bit more confident overall. But Breeze as well, you know, not too surprising that, you know, teams haven't been super keen on that. That's just, I think that's more of like
tricky. Yeah,
teams kind of don't like to play it sometimes, and I think everybody's just kind of like, well, if we're feeling good that day, then yeah, it's gonna go good. But
I'm a huge fan of the Euro pick on that Breeze. It's always fun to watch a little bit, especially if it's like T1 Izu, you know. But for me, I mean, just thinking about today, PRX hasn't had the best track record on Icebox. They did pick it a few times, but that loss to Team Secret's always staying in my head, so I'm a little bit nervous thinking about that one.
They had
hello, good morning.
Once, and that was against GENG the last time they faced off, when they did kind of crazy things with GENG on the stage, and they just pushed out super aggressively on that defense. I think because it's a best of 5 today, we're going to see most of these maps anyway.
True.
So, you know what, ban what you want. Now, we're looking at some of the data. PRX is pretty infamous, or famous, for their timeouts.
Hello, Nars. Welcome to the stream.
And what else stands out to you guys here?
Desks being smashed.
You was wondering why you were just all black. I apologize. I was
audience and production.
Looking at something else, and I tried to
actually PRX's defenders round win percentage.
It's
pretty surprising to see
my
them
things
that
out.
much ahead of everybody else. And I think obviously most people think of PRX, they think of WK Gaming, they think
because I was like, doing the nails will
kind
be
of things, but
quiet.
their defensive like posturing and things like that have been really,
Well,
really good.
no?
Their timings, like when to go
watching
for
the
when to
not
back
like
off,
watching is
really well thought out.
pretty.
They're winning a lot of duels,
Nah, I don't
just
know.
all over the board. They're able to contest space, especially
Granny
on maps like
is
Lotus on
an
Rubble,
East
so
Coast
that's a big part of
reporter
why they're
today.
so
I
far
will
ahead
try.
of defenders.
Hello, Dan. Welcome to the
Makes a lot of
stream.
sense to me. Yeah, I mean, they have that sensing to know exactly like when to push out on defense as well, and they're always proactive around the map, and teams always have to watch out for that. But GENG is capable of doing that as well. That's why they're up by 54%. Now DRX with the 60% win rate, you know, that makes sense because their executes are always so well coordinated, always
Dukung
so
siapa nih?
perfect.
Dukung PRX dong.
Yeah, today we're on to PRX GENG.
I am on to
Yes,
PRX.
that's right. And now GENG is definitely back. And it's not just, before it was just 2 of them, with just 2 of them. From GENG with over 1,000 kills. Now 3 of the GENG players have hit over 1,000 kills since last year. That's it, GENG was on a bit of a break, you know, 5-6 months.
Minimum mandi dulu Kak Kak. Bener sih. I haven't take a bath. But how come you know I haven't take a bath? Dukung PRX something teams for second. Let's go. Don't forget Mind Freak and Davai.
So good at shooting, and it's so fun to watch how they do it because it's so unconventional. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say it's just gonna be high.
Don't
octane. It's
forget,
crazy today.
don't
There's gonna be
forget
insane
Davai
plays from both
and
teams. There's gonna be just
Yankee.
these multi-kills that just have your jaw on the ground. So I'm really, really excited about today's matchup.
You make bet? Sure. How do you make bet again?
Hello, Forsaken. mistaken. Big day today. Now, kickoff grand finals did not go Paper X's way, but this time, both teams in their best forms and predictions are actually leaning more towards Paper X. So, is there anything you want to say to Gen G, or what are the talks or thoughts around today's grand finals?
Well, I think we're pretty confident for this grand finals, especially now we have GENG. I think for this time we try to like revenge Genji, hopefully. And for Genji, Macang to, wanna fight? Come.
Genji Macang to. Okay, let's fight. All right, thank you for taking.
He's about to throw hands.
Yeah, or clicking. I don't know. I don't know how good they are in physical fist fights, but in game it'll be really good. And I think we're gonna see this on both sides, how comfortable they are. I know you guys saw them backstage as well.
I think it's not like they don't wear glasses.
Facing off against each other again.
Mereka pakai glasses kayak contoh Jinx pakai, Mindfreak pakai. Rafa kayaknya nggak tahu, kayaknya nggak pakai. Tapi most of the people wear the glasses. Tapi sebenarnya emang sih main deket itu lebih enak soalnya kurus horror kita kecil kan. Kalau misalnya kita nggak bikin dia stretch, like we didn't stretch the entire scenes, kita nggak bisa ngeliat musuh. Jadi harus deket dulu gitu. Halo mama, bukan for the stream. Wait, the name of the dude is something? Yeah, the name of the dude is something. He's a Russian guy.
Everyone has a voice. Everyone's always proactive, and they're encouraged to be creative and to make their own calls that way. And
We gonna do
I remember like team handling for them like a couple of years ago, and we would have these stories of how maybe it's like they're a little shy with some of these media shoots, but then Forsaken just comes in like, guys, I kind of want to do something, and everyone encourages him to do it, and he suddenly break dances on the floor.
No, but you're absolutely right. We were actually just remarking about this in the talent room just now. In interviews, they're very respectful and calm, but in game, they're calling, they're going crazy, they're having a lot of fun. But you know who else is like that? Gen G. Gen G is now like this as well, and you don't really see this happening from the Korean or Japanese teams. I think that's changing, and this is what we want to see across the board. This is part of the evolution of how each of these teams are getting better. It's really about their comms and how
we're gonna start the predictions when we already see the map selections. Okay.
Yeah.
He's always got good stuff to say.
Didn't see Forsaken use glasses? Me go green, me cola bear. No! Don't copy Joel's TV please. Kita main deket Grand aja. Boleh sih, mama boleh. That's new species. Yeah right, new species, bro.
So is there anything you want to say back to them?
Let's take it outside. 옥상으로 따라와.
Let's
take it outside.
Okay.
Me go Reina, me swing. Yeah right.
Aaron's like really tall.
There's a weight class difference there.
What? Yeah, Karen's he's a tall guy, so I don't know who I'd favor in that. I know who I'd favor in that.
Guys bilang antara beruang atau pelangi orang adalah gue beruang coy, gue beruang. Tolong approve kepala bayar mama. No!
But when you talk to Gen G before these matches, like they're just like, yeah, we're 100% winning everything. Like they're just totally dialed in. Everything seems to be going their way now.
No, mama, no.
The jitters or sort of exhaustion they had after Madrid is gone. They look like they're completely revitalized. So this is a scary, scary team again.
I mean, I think that's why today's gonna be that exciting.
Why my mama like help the viewers, bro? Mama should help me, bro.
It was a 3-0, and not only that, there's a very interesting statistic on the screen right there. 66% or something in best of 5 wins. I mean, granted, Gen G hasn't played that many best of 5s, but PRX has played quite a bit, and they've only won
nice.
one best of 5 at Pacific.
Kalau
season,
beruang, do me a favor, growling.
It's a little bit of an ouch moment, especially for us. Here, best of 5 and getting second, runner-up again. But you're right, Gen G is sort of in a bloodlust mode right now, and that might be part of it. Just need a little taste of that blood and hide away from the sun a bit.
That's totally true, Twitter. Me go green without crouch.
Those are amazing.
I don't know how to crouch, to be honest.
I'm not normally a candle guy, but
I help you, but Clara is a different thing. Mama!
The thing that impresses impresses me is that they've been
So Mama, when
grinding so
draw
much
me,
this
your
year,
impression
so
is
many
like,
matches,
okay, this is my
across
koala
the
daughter.
different levels of Valorant, you know, so many different, you know, 2-1s and
Most
you know,
fully used
2-3s
crouch.
and
I
things
know
like that, and
most
yet
fully
they're
used
still
crouch,
here.
but
Looks
I
like, you know,
haven't
they've
learned
got
how
this
to
new breath of
crouch
fresh air.
yet.
I know that
I
they've
still
talked
need
about,
time
that they're starting
because
to
you know I'm a
develop
variety
with their players.
streamer.
That seems to
Not
be
not
paying
every
off,
time.
that they've got this energy, this revitalization with
Not
them.
every
Also winning
time
too, of course, but,
play
it just seems
Valorant.
more powerful
Like
the more
if
maps they
I
play.
everyday
It's
play
like
Valorant, I don't
something
use
that they
crouch, you
need
can
to
hit
kinda
me. But
get their
if
feet under
I
the table. They
rarely
start a little rocky
play
in these tournaments,
Valorant,
and then they
like
just kinda turn
you
it on
ask me
towards
to
the end.
like force
Really
me
like
crouch.
release that serotonin, get the blood pumping, and then yeah, it's just
Gren,
Genji
if
actually
you
look
don't
really,
crouch,
really revitalized.
hello
Yeah, we were
Juno.
joking about this during kickoff. It was like they were collecting all the side quests to become super OP to face against PRX one more time, and then they won. But it seems like they're repeating it. So I don't know if that's so much of a joke anymore. They just seem to do better when they collect more games under their belt. Now we're looking at Jing and Texture
You
here.
don't
What's
crouch
really interesting
anymore, you
is that
just
at
one
the
tap
start
from
of the
now on,
stage
but
one,
you
even,
die
like
very
maybe
quick
halfway through, we
because
didn't
of
see a lot of
micro
PRX
time.
topping all those stats boards. But that's
Sure,
changing.
sure.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
can
you
see
are
the
better
comfort,
than me.
And Jing opens up a lot of possibilities for you because of how good he is at the Rays in particular. His stage is quite good too, actually. But the Rays, he's so. I feel like a broken record because I talk about this so much. He's so good with the blast packs. Obviously, everybody knows that. But it's the way that he finds a landing spot and then instantly recovers. Like his aim.
Gren far
is
better?
So good, it's so
Nah,
on point,
I'm
that's
not
really
that
tough to do.
better.
Anybody who's played Rays knows that when you land on that blast pack, there's a moment there where your aim's going to be a little bit shaky and you're trying to recover from that.
But you
He's the
need
best
to
in the
see
business,
the
best
one
in the
that I
world
play right
at
now.
those moments, and that's what makes him so
Far,
scary.
far
is 'cause
much
you can know
more
it's
worse.
coming,
You
and
see,
he's still good
yesterday,
at it.
He
you
really
didn't
has
see
that,
my stream
ability
yesterday
to
because
kind
I
of
was streaming at
visualize
the
what
that,
he's about
that
to do,
platform.
I think.
And
actually reminds me of
I
what
was
from
having
yesterday. I think
zero
we tried to do
kill
something
or
similar
one
on
kill
Vines
most of the
with the Saya player doing that
and I
little
die
side
like
to back
instantly.
A. He was able to get a kill, but you
Oh.
know, Jing. It's a
I
strat
wonder
that
why
Pepper does
PRX
as well.
always
Jing
ban
would've done it a little
Breeze.
bit
Is it
differently, I
because
think.
you
Jing, you know,
they
he's
don't
able to get the
they,
kill
like,
and then kind
they
of
are
hang
not
back a little bit as well as
confident
he
in this?
kind of reads what
Yeah, I
his
have
opponents
you.
are about to
I have
do.
the red
But
one,
we
yeah,
did
I
see
have.
that Texture actually gets more first kills than Jing.
Yes, that's right. Texture is definitely no joke. I mean, we have someone like Jing, but Genji has definitely proven their worth too. Now we're looking at the map ban picks here, and I think a lot of us say that, you know, with Shanghai, with the new patch coming in for Masters, you don't need to hide your strats anymore. It doesn't matter. But I think that might not really apply to PRX because they didn't really, you know, use Viper in that way anyway. So maybe they continue to ban Breeze. How do you guys feel?
Yeah, I think Breeze is just kind of the map that they're least interested in playing. It actually surprises me a bit because, you know, with something on there with how good he is at hopping, how good he is on jet, I think they could do just fine on this map. It could just be something where they want to focus on these other 6 maps first. Then maybe in Shanghai, if it has to come out, you know, nobody's going to quite know what to expect on it. Again, you have no idea what they're going to be doing any given map, so that makes it even harder for teams to prep against them. But look, their other 6 maps are really good right now. Even their icebox looks strong. So this is a team that has a tremendous map pool. Both teams do, to be honest. But PRX in particular, something that maybe you could have criticized them for in the past was they'd always have a couple maps that they didn't look the best on. That seems to be a thing of the past.
Oh yeah, 100%. And they even changed their comps, adjusted like here and there.
Go
a
Gren
little
me
bit,
watch
and
party.
they have improved them
Peter
immensely.
Wong, so you can
Forsaken,
also do the
for
watch
example,
party,
being
no?
on the breach for the first
Doing
time.
the watch
Yeah,
party.
I wouldn't be surprised if they actually pull out something a little bit different today as well. Maybe a little bit of spice being thrown into the matchups today. But, you know, apart from that, maybe Icebox they fixed on it. Their head-to-head stats is the thing that we want to look at. And
Then watch
their
me.
head-to-head on Ascent against Genji looks a little bit
I
shaky.
think
so I would
PRX
not be
gonna
surprised
ban
if they ban
Breeze
that today.
again.
Yeah, if it's me, I'm banning Ascent. It's the map you lost to DRX as well, even though it's very close.
Wait,
and
what?
Breeze is probably the 2 maps that I'm looking here for PRX. But then you can pick. There's a lot of maps I can see both these teams wanting to go for. They have a very overlapping map pool. Sunset, Lotus,
Hey.
like all.
first pick?
Yeah. Lotus
We're
is
gonna
gonna be the first
pick
pick, though.
Lotus?
PRX's Lotus looks unbeatable right now.
Shit.
Yes.
So,
the last time these two, teams
so it's
faced off,
like
even though
grand
PRX won
final.
that
So
match,
the
Genji
upper higher
actually
one
turned that
gonna
around.
have
That Lotus,
2
it looked
map
like it was in
ban,
PRX's
and
favor.
then
They turned it
everything
around
is selected.
and ended up winning that. But this was
Yay.
pre-changes.
Right. And pre-changes now, you've got Jing back in, and you know, PaperX are trying new
How's the
agents.
weather there?
Breach from
Rainy.
Forsaken is
Rainy
really, really
season's
strong.
invincible and
GenG's gonna want to pick a map
better
where they can
watching
turn the tides
you.
if PaperX are to win on
They
World
have
Cup.
to
Yeah,
really
I'm
go
watching
for this
party
point.
with you
How long
guys,
these
right?
map drafts
But why
take?
they
Every
ban
time.
assassins
Every
though?
time.
Seriously,
It's
is this Alex
in
in
his
his
mind.
watch?
Just make a flowchart. Microsoft has
laughing
free
about it.
programs you can use to make
Wait.
flowcharts.
I want Alex to just like look at his wrist, like, dude, what time is it?
Look at them, they're probably playing
I
another
swear
game.
this
What
is
was
on
the first
purpose
map
at this point. I swear.
They're playing TFT
What's
right
this?
now. while
Watch
they're waiting.
party of
Yeah,
Valorant Champion Tour
Playing mobile game.
series? I don't know the. I only know the V like
This is a strong map for both teams.
Valorant
GenG looks pretty confident.
Championship. I think
Slow
tournament.
starts,
Yeah,
so turns
tournament
I
VCT.
don't think you can afford to have those 07, 08 starts on this map against PaperX.
Quite.
But it seems like they make really good adjustments. They figure things out, you know, identifying
Oh,
where
Icebox.
the teams are trying to put pressure on them.
Oh,
I think
Lotus,
something
Sunset, Icebox.
could work out well for GenG, potentially.
What's your
They
favorite
definitely
map?
did, make a bit of a comeback against T1 in that match last week.
I can't say like I hate
Thinking
any
about
map.
Icebox now,
No, I
PaperX
mean
thinking
I
that
can't say
they
like
are
what's my
showing
favorite
more
map, but
improvements
I'm
for
comfortable
sure,
with
but I'm also
everything
a little bit
aside
nervous
from
because
Lewis.
GenG did say, you know, Coach Solo was mentioning that they did a lot of focus, a
Oh,
lot of prep
it's
work for
like
Icebox specifically
Lotus,
for this weekend. So it's going to be interesting.
Sunset.
Did they pick Bind over Split?
That surprises me. I thought
It's
PaperX,
Icebox.
yeah, especially, I mean, maybe they feel confident that they've addressed some of the issues because last time they played on Bind, PaperX beat them 13-6. It was not close, so there must have been some adjustments. I mean, they looked like they played well, even though they lost the map as well to DRX. DRX said that they
Okay,
shredded them really well.
you got it?
So
Then we're gonna start the
for
predictions.
GenG, so maybe they just feel confident that that was a fluke against DRX and they've, you know, addressed whatever.
Come on, guys. We do
I
a
would not be
predictions.
surprised
What
if
do you?
GenG
What do you
and
guys?
Solo HSK there have cooked something up for Bind. And now we're looking at Lotus.
Oh shit!
So,
no.
Suicide Gen G game again. They lost on Lotus, not by a lot, but then they've adjusted a lot of things. They put their very best players, their players on their very best agents, and saw their first 13-0, and the next two games.
All in
on Lotus
Gen
after
G?
that have been really dominant for PaperX. That's
Come on,
it.
guys. Come on, guys.
GenG's
If
great
you
at
know
Lotus
how
too.
to win
That's the
this,
thing. I
you
mean,
guys
GenG
might be
comes into
able
Lotus
to
and they're
get
not
the
afraid to
personal
make
mascot
contact
much more
plays. They're not
faster.
afraid to go in
Come
for
on,
these
come
trades where they
on.
just really clash into their opponents head on. So PaperX coming in with this slightly new composition. Right? Forsaken on that
What do you
breach
guys
matters
think?
a lot.
Like,
They need
which
to be able
one?
to kind of work around that and
one?
kind of anticipate how GenG wants to, you know, go in for these counter picks against them.
And to build on what you're talking about, I think one of the things that concerned me yesterday with T1, whereas it really impressed me with GenG, was the way that they dodged that breach utility. Like, especially Meteor on that C site, he just didn't, and Munchkin as well, just didn't seem to get hit at all by any of that breach util. That's something that's going to be key, I think, here for GenG today if they're going to beat PaperX on
Because
Lotus.
that's actually a really big point. A lot of the compositions that T1 actually played yesterday are somewhat similar to what PaperX might play. So it feels almost as if like it's a little bit of a warm-up for GenG, and they might be quite prepared for a lot of the utility or the plans that PaperX might throw at them today.
Test.
Question is, was
Test,
T1
test,
trying
test.
to help GenG or trying to help PaperX? I don't know.
Gambar
PaperX,
PRX, yeah,
Gambar
gambar
These are the two
PRX.
top teams here in Pacific right now. Now let's talk about our predictions, and it's not a clean sweep PaperX pick as some of you might have thought. Reasonable reason, like, you know, it makes
That's
sense.
Why William and Asrar always
But
each
also,
other?
surprisingly, it's William and Asarai who've gone the other way.
That duo tends to lean a little bit different than the rest of us sometimes.
Yes.
But it is a tough pick. With how good GenG looked yesterday, I mean, absolutely, my prediction was like really starting to sway. I mean, I was thinking PaperX like no matter what the whole way. I'm like, this team's taking it all too good. But then yesterday, I was like, oh, maybe not.
You were an early GenG believer, too.
I was from the
So-
very beginning of this year. Yeah. I knew that this team would be good in my mind because of the fraggers they had. It was just a matter of, is the chemistry going to be there? It is. So this is a scary, scary GenG team. I would not be surprised at all if they won today.
Well, I have to say, I feel most comfortable when Paper Thin and has the same predictions as me. How do you feel, Quack, about this? I know, yes, we like PaperX since like the beginning of time, but like today, what is your case for PaperX?
I mean, it's just that they're, you know, they had a little bit more time, I think, and getting to kind of maybe study a little bit from what GenG did yesterday. They might be able to get a good read or a good mindset coming in today, but I have to agree with a lot of what everyone is saying. GENG does look very, very scary. Whatever the result, you know, I'm always definitely going to be supporting PRX, but I'm expecting like a full 5-mapper. This is going to be one heck of an exciting match today.
I agree
Yeah,
with you.
also
I think
we
right
scored
now,
5.
overall, PRX over the last few weeks have proven to be in one of their
Like,
top
if it's
forms right
5
now.
matches,
A lot of people are expecting them, to, you know, to take the trophy in Shanghai. That's how they look right now. But GENG, you know, when you get that bloodlust, they're a really scary team. So yes, if it goes one way or the other, it won't be surprising. But one thing's for sure, both these teams look really happy and comfortable right now. I expect some funny things to happen during this match. So like today is gonna be really good. With that, the first map is gonna be Lotus. We have our guess and gain game. So yes, I'm not really a bronze, and these guys aren't actually whatever rank was showing earlier. This is our guessing game. So viewers vote 91% for PRX. How are you? Do you guys agree with
Oh
this?
wait, I have to hold up my paddle.
Yep.
Where's your paddle?
I think this is what I picked. Yep.
Okay.
This is when you beat a bad caster.
Oh,
You got
boy.
the battles. When you're wrong. All right, shall we show who you think is gonna win Lotus?
There
Are
we
we
go.
all the
Hui.
same? Yeah, we're all the same. I kind of figured it might.
Yes.
Everyone says PRX,
The
bro.
analysts and casters here in Pacific
I'm
have
also saying
picked
it's
PRX
PRX.
over Lotus, though. Do you want to break down a little bit
I mean,
why
for
that might be
me,
the
I
case?
think it's because the way that PRX uses their util is like much more refined than what we saw from T1 yesterday. There are going to be similar ideas at times. I don't think they're going to be quite as aggressive as T1, surprisingly, to say that, as we saw yesterday because of the neon. But I think the way that Forsaken sets it up with his flashes and his fault lines, and the fact that they have a sky with Divide usually, assuming that's still there, that you can really set up something in Jing much more effectively
Let's
than we
go!
saw yesterday with the neon.
Okay,
we
fair
can.
enough.
Looking at
I
them,
think we're all
I
sort of on the
think
same
we can
page
think
here on
about
this.
how it's
Let's
gonna
talk
happen.
to Coach Alex and see what he has to say. So let's
How-
welcome PRX Coach Alex.
Hey.
Once again, you should just be an analyst. Just stay here permanently with us.
Hang out with us.
Coach.
Yeah, he's just you're just here with us. I like hanging out with you anyway. So yesterday, I asked Solo, Coach Solo from GENG, how he feels about the rematch curse, and he was like, his whole team is actually saying, we're gonna get a revenge on T1. We're gonna get a revenge on PRX. How do you feel about that rematch curse?
Rematch
I think it's more
first.
applicable if you lose in upper bracket and then you
Thank you
play
for
them
the
in grand
hydrate
finals,
chat.
you know. This one we played them like 1 month ago, so I think totally different teams right now. I think we're more used to what's going on. I think GENG have recovered from Madrid hangover, so it'll be a very different game, I think.
And Solo, you and Solo did a little thing with Zowie, a little coach thingy hangout, and he said,
Yeah.
I think Alex
They
is more
actually
strict
do
than
a
I am. And he
coach
has, like, a
hangout.
really
Did you guys watch
militaristic,
the
like,
coach hangout?
reputation. What do you agree with
They're
that?
actually
Are you
talking to
stricter
each
than him?
other, and actually,
I mean, I'm not strict at all. I just look
Alex is
strict.
very.
But apparently, I think according to him, he said that when
Hello.
we were talking about it,
Hello,
that
hello,
his
guys.
reputation as a player is the thing that
Ramai
people
yang.
think is strict. You know, and then,
I'm trying to
you know,
get
when he was playing with Newton,
like
you know,
away
like 3
from
years ago or
the
something. They got all the way to there.
the
and
info-
his teams
all
were,
the- of
like,
the
incredibly well
information.
drilled, you know, so that's why people think he's like super strict. Even in another game, you know, in CS:GO in the past, he was very same thing, you know, like super structured and everything. So I mean, for him to say that he's not as strict as me, I don't think so.
I had my doubts as well.
Yeah.
So one thing I want to talk about is a player on your team who has recently kind of gotten a lot more attention globally. We've tried to hype him up here in Pacific as best as we can, but he's been getting keyed in on is Divide. So Divide has been playing great the last couple of years. This year in particular, he looks amazing. From your eyes as a coach, what makes Divide so good?
I think he's
Saya
his
mendukung
flexibility is
PRX.
underrated, you know.
Mana ada
He's
ya?
already- he's
Aku
got
lihat
duelist
kamu
center, he's played everything as well. So
Oh,
as much
like
as
dari
as much as
Pak
I sub Jason
Francis
for
kah?
being
I
most flexible,
think
yes,
he was
Jason's the
mixed,
first person
right?
we go
If
to
I'm
and say,
not
"Plug
wrong,
this hole."
because
There's always another hole,
his
you know, and the second
Twitter
person
say
is
like
Davai. So I think that's a big reason why, and also like, he's a confident guy, you know, like nothing
Bergs
phases him.
lah.
So when
You-
the going is tough, you know, that's what
I
you
don't
rely on, someone
know.
who's that, like,
We
out of
try, we
line,
try.
him and Mindfreak, you know,
Peter also want to be Ashura and Williams. He want to be the Jerome as well.
I got Jason, got JJ. How do you feel about the whole team coming into this like grand finals, best of 5, and looking back on the whole history of the team? Like, how do you feel? How proud of everyone are you?
How calm am I?
How proud?
How proud am I?
Are you a proud papa?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean, I was a bit worried, you know, at the start of the year. I always am worried, but I'm quite happy.
Gue mau
that,
jadi
like,
Jerome,
we reached here.
boleh.
We kind of want to win a BO5. It's been a while. And we've
What is
tried our best to
BO5?
try and
I
figure
don't
out
know
what went wrong in the
BO5.
last few BO5s. I think we
Kalau gue dukung PRX maka Genji
I
menang.
think we have a good chance. And yeah, we're
Pan
gonna
Grand
try our
masih
best.
di luar. Okay,
Now, Shanghai
Tafis,
is
go
actually
ahead
very
and
nostalgic city for you. You used to
have fun
compete there as a
too.
pro player yourself with Lish, with Divai actually. What does it mean for you to go back to Shanghai?
Yeah, I like the place. I mean, you know, in the lift, it was funny enough when we were going down the lift and Solo remarked to me, it's like, hey, you know, that hotel we're staying in Shanghai, we were there 6 years ago. Like
Oh,
Solo, HSK, me, Lish, we were all there.
Execute also.
And probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're all there, you know. So that's nice, you know. I didn't actually notice, but like, okay, it's nice to see the whole hotel. You know, when we used to go to Shanghai, like Lish and I, we had no money.
Yeah, like
We just enjoy the city. I mean, like, we were-
yeah, like siapa pemilik Twitch? I think they have the CEO of the Twitch. I don't know who, but I think is kind of like an old guy. I
Chinese
forgot.
org, you know, so the boss would bring us one dinner, and then we spend the rest of the dinners eating whatever the tournament organizers pay for us, you know, because if not, we just can't go out, can't afford anything. So I think we're gonna see a new part of Shanghai, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I think people need to buy the PaperX bundle so you can afford your dinners.
hopefully.
Lish too, man. Buy
Yeah.
the
Thanks for the
bundle.
advertisement.
Oh my goodness. I do have to. I know you're gonna hate this question. I'm gonna ask you anyway. Which team do you want to?
You guys
win
remember
today?
to buy
Which team do you
PRX
pick?
bundle, guys.
Shanghai.
We need to support PRX because we are like Southeast Asia now.
Who are you excited to play against?
Okay,
You know,
Norse.
honestly, I told the boys, so why don't we just flip a coin? But they're like, no, I'm trolling if I do that. I have to actually pick I mean, I want to play. I want to play Fnatic. I want to play. I don't know actually. Anyone, you know. Heretics would be a good game, I think. But I mean, I don't want to play them, but I want to play them. You know what I mean? So I won't pick them. I don't know.
Thinking about it. I have one quick last question.
Yes.
So your mom, who's definitely watching this, sent you to a
Kalau
tons of
pemilik
Chinese
kurang tahu,
tutoring
kalau
classes.
pembuat Twitch gue tahu.
Because she's always boasting about it. Can you show her your Chinese right now? Any message to your family or your fans before we go in?
Mama, Papa, 我爱你. And for the fans, I guess, 很感谢你们的支持，谢谢，谢谢大家。
Woi.
Mama, Alex, I hope you're proud of
Let's
that.
go.
Well, thank you so much. Best of luck in your best of 5.
Bye, guys. Good luck.
Bye.
Cheers, guys.
Bye bye. Cheers.
Bye.
Hey, yeah, they used to saying I love you and you know, message of support. Like thank you for the support to the fans. So yeah.
We got William flexing Korean yesterday. Now it's Alex flexing his Mandarin. Dude, that's awesome.
Ui.
Deeper than knows.
I know zero. I know some
You know
Korean.
what?
I know a decent amount of Korean, but my Chinese is non-existent. I know, but Pacific Jiao, there you go.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
it.
Pacific Jayo. Nice. Papa, mama, 我爱你. Yeah, no.
We're gonna welcome them down at
Alex
the
is so
stage. So
cute.
let's go the grand finals of stage 1.
Narasi. How is this? Hey, they have the trophy here for this one? Do they have a trophy? Oh, they do. Is it? Or is it not? The Madrid one have no, but I think like the one before didn't have.
It's the final day of Pacific.
They do for the grand
Stage 1.
finals.
all over the world want to come and see this team.
Who do you think is going to win today? What's your prediction?
Very
PRX.
confidence in both of these teams, so it is really hard to predict who's going to win.
Who knows? Anything can happen at this point.
T1과의 경기에서 패배를 했던 게 저희가 부족하다는 거를
NP 앙디,
찍은
NP.
판이었던 것 같습니다. 힘들긴 했어도 그래도 최대한 받아들이면서 했던 것 같아요. 결승을 가서 결승에서 이기고 우승까지 하면은 결국 우리가 승자다라는 얘기를 많이 했었어요. 2연속 우승 당연히
Why their skin is so good, ah?
I think the reason why we can get on the float because we trust each other and also because we're like family in this team.
Rah.
I can feel it that we're in form right now, especially with Jing coming to the team. I think we're like very confident. So yeah, let's see.
Let's see.
PRX는 항상 변칙적인 팀이라고 생각을 합니다. 공격적이죠.
Very aggressive in this.
근데
Yeah, like the
공격적인
spray on the
게
rubble
발전될
is so
수도
nice.
있는 것 같아요. 양날의 검인 느낌입니다. PRX전 당연히 자신 있고 당연히 이길 생각입니다.
Well, I think the strong point about Genji is texture and carrot. These players are really sharp with his aim and they're really smart. But if
Okay,
texture is
invincible and
not on fire,
overcome.
I think it's gonna be hard for them
Kayaknya
to play
satu Genji
against
bakal
us.
menang sih. Oh iya
힘겹게
kah?
올라온 만큼 마지막까지 힘을 쏟아내서
enggak
결승에
sih.
임해서
PRX nggak sih?
우승하고 트로피까지 탈환하겠습니다 이번에. 킥오프 때 결승전이랑 마드리드 때도 우리한테 졌던 기억들을 다시 되살려줄게요.
Pacific it's always been ours and
Always
now we
been
try to bring
ours.
it back. This time I will revenge you for the kickoff.
Jadi gue inget kemarin pakai Aztec Filler Smoke. Masalahnya gini ya guys. Masalahnya gini gitu. Masalahnya kamu nggak itu apa gimana ya? Kita punya stream itu nggak ditonton sama PRX gitu kan. Mana tahu kalau misalnya dia Caterpillar Smoke-nya lucu, dia bakal ngambil gitu skillnya. Soalnya kemarin pernah satu kali si 4 second entah ke siapa punya tempat kan, terus dia lihat waktu itu di Ascent, habis itu mereka plan yang ada di box punya yang apa tuh apa ya, yang bagian A ya, yang ada Heaven punya, bukan yang ada Market. Itu mereka itu loh, mereka lihat ada orang bikin kayak line up Brimstone kan, bilang, wah ini boleh dipakai, ini langsung dipelajari. Berkaca dari PCR Madrid kemarin Genji ngebantai PRX. Waktu itu jujur kata pas Madrid itu bukannya aku mau ngedis si monyet ya, cuman ada kapan PRX bikin si monyet itu berada di posisi dimana itu terlalu berat untuk si monyet untuk berperformance ya. Jadi karena itu pas itu dia jadi kayak nervous, ke pressure. Karena itu Genji berhasil ngebantai PRX. Tapi kalau misalnya ada Jing, kemungkinan kena bantainya itu lebih kecil. Bukan aku bilang monyet tak pandai main ya, cuman dia punya aimnya masih kurang. Kata temanku ya, aimnya masih kurang. Jadi oh, kalian lihat nggak sih? Tadi si Tekstur sama Davai ngelambai bersama, kayak lambai-lambai oh gitu, so cute. Mereka pakai apa itu guys? Kalau nggak salah ingat di kemarin Genji masih menang di knockout. Ya kah? Nggak ingat nih. Soalnya seingat aku PRX menang tuan, jadi agak kurang. Tapi enggak lah, waktu itu kan si Jing baru datang kan, terus katanya masih jet lag gitu kan. Si Jing masih coba untuk performance. Oh, dipeluk. si Alex minta tinju, terus dia nggak mau, dia minta peluk. So cute. Aduh, lampunya itu loh kayak kedip-kedip, mataku sakit.
I think it's going to be all about who's going to be able to maintain that top form for today, because like Forsaken said,
monyet banyaknya laki kata gue. Ya kan? Gue nggak tahu sih, cuman kayaknya dilihat-lihat si Monkey monyet nggak gitu kayak aimnya kurang, terus the pressure. Ada yang bagus timingnya dan kebanyakan unlucky.
So I was like, I looked at the weather today. I'm like,
Jadi?
oh, bro, like I don't know, but no. They're still very confident today.
It's gonna start raining soon.
Yeah. The storm clouds are rolling in. No. I think this is still an incredible Gen G team. No
Ini
matter
aku
what.
juga masih bingung kan, nggak tahu gimana sih menilai
How
yang
much are we going to be able
begini.
to see like the players
We
absorb
don't
the
understand.
pressure of PRX and then be successful on some of their lurks and some of their kind of individual play as well. That's like been something that a lot of teams have struggled with this new version of PRX.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1 starts now.
Dia punya trofi lucu
Thank you
banget.
very much, Jess, for getting everything prepped and ready. Hello, I'm Achilles, joined here by William Troba, and we will be your guides through this hopefully messy, hopefully very close grand final here at Stage 1. 3-2, the all-time scoreline between these two squads with PRX out in the lead. 3-2 is what we're hoping for. Winner be damned. Don't care who wins this one. Just give me 5 maps.
You know, I agree.
Just give me 5
Especially
maps.
because worldwide, so many people have eyes on both of these teams. PRX coming back in form. GENG continuing to have that endurance from the beginning of the year. Whoever wins, we want to see the best that both teams have to offer before they head off going into Masters Shanghai.
And of course, with Masters Shanghai there on the horizon, there is still plenty at stake in this matchup. Being able to get that bye, being able to select your opponent once you get over to that Masters stage in Shanghai,
Wait.
as well as those championship points.
Oh, I
are big process to have.
Aku kira. Thank you for the 100 tag, Latwig.
No changes to be seen here as we get ready to kick things off on Lotus. Both teams going to be running their standard compositions. PRX, of course, newly adjusted over to this breach comp.
Yeah, they've been really focusing on the breach, and I've loved what they've shown of it. Obviously, still sticking with that jet. Now, GENG, how much have they finally
I felt like
to the breach? 'Cause that's been a thorn for so
I
many
thought
months.
yeah.
At least
I
the
thought
version of PRX
wait, what?
breach
Oh,
allowing
I
PRX to
I
go in
thought
more aggressively,
Genji
have further
was
reach,
the comms that Genji
like the
picked was the
retake.
PRX
So I'm
one, and
curious,
the
GENG
PRX
saw
one
some
was
adjustments yesterday when T1
that was
tried
like
to
quite
pull us
confused.
opposition.
Huh?
GENG
Since when someone play
for
Fate?
this very first map, PRX's pick in this best of 5.
Seems like 4-second beef styles. Yeah, he actually
It was the first time that they had ever played breach generally on this.
after
this
the
series
team
ago. And it has looked
Cypher
absolutely
into
immaculate.
yeah.
13-0, just the utter dominance that they have put on display. GENG, they have had the time to sit back and really digest, or attempt to digest, as it's, I should say.
Do you believe
how
in
they
fantasy?
select
I
to
don't.
pilot this comp, but have they come up with the antidote? Can they counteract it? That is going to be the big question. We are about to find out the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and hop into game number 1. We are kicking things off on Lotus.
Let's go.
Versus GENG.
So with that breach, Forsaken, he's been taking a bit of a back seat with some of these compositional changes, but that doesn't mean he's not contributing. Of course, he's setting up a lot, but this has also allowed something in GENG to be a bit more confident, a bit more flexible. As we hear the cheers for both sides here today in Seoul. Full house, of course, for the grand finals.
Oh, full
I mean,
house.
sure, GENG is the hometown favorite here as being the Korean team, but PRX, they have garnered so many Korean fans in the past year and a half here in Pacific.
I think we could give them credit and go beyond that. You know,
Well,
even since
yes.
the original run for PRX all the way back
Ya
in
Kapol Viper gak
Masters
bisa
of
move.
2022.
Oh iya sih.
People
Viper
just
sudah gak bisa
loving that
move.
play style.
I want the
As
gun
for
buddy.
now, Haunt just quick clear, and it's going to be a very set.
Oh, this is so cute, like ramen.
Both of these teams,
Oh, I love
neither really looking to aggress too much.
Yeah, I love it from PRX. The patience just to say, we're not going to bite on your first piece of util. We're not going to waste that fault line just because you tried to get information. GENG's trying to bait that out. We're not quite seeing it just yet. Rubble already now in control. A lot of fake pressure coming in from PRX onto the A side. GENG just can't rotate off of this.
Tap on the door. Across Lockett, still holding.
Oh!
A little bit damage across. Two players
Get
going to
on!
be knocked down quite low. An orb going to be snatched up here by Forsaken. Give himself one step towards that rolling thunder. Looks like they're going to be satisfied with just the one pick. So Lockett dead. Dexter missing the timing to be able to spot Device. He gets himself a back Rubble.
Yeah.
Yeah, now GENG, they're just going to have to kind of stick around these crucial rotation points. They can't really stack one way or another. In this 4v5, oof. Lots of damage already taken on Texture as well.
Yep, some heals going across as well to put something in Jing back up towards 100.
Oh, let's go.
As there's the entry. Meteor here in the smoke, getting a timing. Doesn't manage to find Jing, but Mind Freak is right there to find the punish. Headshot from Texture. Comes up with one with that shot.
Oh.
He gets himself a second. Considering his HP, that is an immense amount of value. Brings it to a 2v2, but HP bar is very much not in the favor of GENG at the moment. Fault line also available here for Forsaken. he can suss out where the approach is going to be coming from, he can very easily shut this down.
GENG's got to stack up. One has to play bait for the other no matter what, just because of the HP.
Spotted there. There's a head.
Oh, nice something.
Final 2 kills, 3 in total there as PRX will take the opening pistol round.
Right off the bat, PRX really changing up the tempo, right? Not going full rush, not using Yuto early on, and just kind
Dang, right, it's so good.
attacking one side or the other, kind of forcing them to not be able to rotate, right? Which usually is GENG's big strength. So PRX identifying the tendencies right here on the pistol, and that's a good lead. So GENG, we'll see how long they can keep this in mind, because you don't have too many rounds here in Valorant, as we've been finding out the past couple months. You really got to catch on quick right off the bat.
Certainly do. Pin shells out, delays, does cut off something here for the time being. Haunt gets the reveal. Just take a couple pot shots here through that.
Jadi kangen something sama Forsaken. Oh, kenapa? Yeah, those professional players are very good. Easy? Yeah. Oh yeah, it is not easy. It is. I'm kind of like envy of their skills.
No opportunity. Try to come up with a pick. And again, just hitting this, keeping it revolving, keeping attention tied here as they spray through. Let's see if they come up with anything.
The smoke rotations are really good here from GENG. The toxic screen then into the one way as well. So PRX really have the information they want. The rotation is the smart way to go.
Yeah, we'll just come their way through. Meteor trying to hold the door there. Just come up with 1 kill, put something down, but that's just going to be one of the wielders there for the side of PRX. So overall, still not much damage dealt. One more Sheriff in the hands here of GENG as Texture has that. Saw what he was able to do in the previous round. Against this level of firepower, though, will struggle to do the same.
Oh, that's a well-timed guiding light. That's so much information that they want. So they're going to fill the site back. They don't want GENG to be stranded all alone.
Getting ready to come through. Device right here.
Oh, nice.
One more kill, but otherwise, all the big weapons going to be carried over into the bonus here for PRX as they kick things off with a 2-0.
Yeah, the Des talked about him, obviously alongside Coach Alex, but Devi just showing once again why he's such a crucial part of this team. Just the wits that he has about him, the timing that he reads, and then to fill the site to make sure that he's there for the trade so you're not dropping, maybe giving away weapons on this retake from GENG. Really counteract some of the weaknesses that B-site has in the post-mine. A lot of teams, a lot of players talk about how it's hard to hold on to, but this time, of course, with the weapon advantage as well, PRX plays it to perfection.
Swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Odin now in play here from Lakia. He's going to be set up over by A. Something. Bring that outlaw out.
Now all half armors.
Do plenty of damage here if anybody gives him the time of day. But I think he's been showing this quite a bit, so GENG should be fairly suspicious and expect that he is going to be bringing this weapon into the fold in the bonus round. Got plenty of cash, so find the outlaw even there. Not going to break the bank whatsoever. Jing now 1 away from that showstopper.
Yeah, but Jing, if he dives in and draws away the crosshairs, that's when this outlaw can do a lot of damage.
Over into Bend. Shots across, and yeah, wow, Munchkin taking quite a bit of damage, down to 40 HP now. Pulls back a bit. Follow-up smoke being sent over, trying to just cut things off here on C, try to dissuade this. It's going to be a forward position taken there by Texture, but now the pivot in towards B. Only counter on that upper at the moment as he's going to be taken down. That outlaw able to find the kill. The dink is there.
Nice.
Even with the low pen on that Spectre, comes in with 1 Meteor, pushing that timing out of the smoke. Does manage to find 2, interrupts the plan, but now 2v3 with Munchkin down to 40 HP. Texture needs to deliver. Showstopper also available for Jing should he feel the need to pull it out, and he will.
Spike planted.
Might as well.
Immediately sends it, and that's going to send Munchkin packing. He's got to pull back around the corner.
I mean, this might even force GENG to go for the save, right? This is their first buy round. Like you said, they're not healthy on the creds either. You already had to waste so much time. You only have 2 people, and you can't group up on this B site. You have to create crossfires.
For now, still situated forward. Waiting to see if they can spot out anything. If anything comes their way, if they can try
Train, good night.
Munchkin playing on the corner, starts inching his way in. Jing not seeing the gun barrel there. Might be able to get the catch here, but Jing now in position to maybe get caught, but no, they decide to back away. They don't see enough on that little creep forward. GENG make the call to rotate out. 3-0 now for PRX as they will convert this bonus.
Oh shit.
Oh, Texture at least defending that weapon. Obviously, Paper X, nothing to lose to go for the hunt, at least for 1 or 2 people. I love the showstopper there from Jing, right? Doesn't mean that you have to get the kills, but you know simply by wasting those extra 10 seconds or so, that GENG already down in numbers, they're just not going to want to go for a retake there on B site. And that gives you that extra bonus round. Still puts them on a weak bye here going into round 4. It's the perfect setup for Paper X as they, they've been here before, here in the playoffs, with a bit of a round win streak.
You mean not killing something with Showstopper? That doesn't mean that you're a bad raise?
Well, yeah.
Then why does the chat just always spams Rose? I assume that's a bad thing.
But it's a good thing, right? Rose is a good name that you want to follow, right? Surely.
It's out buying space, buying time. That's a W move. Paranoia out as they look to get a little bit aggressive over here at Rubble, though. Just shove Paper X back for the time being. Warp take there for Texture, who's now 1 away from his own Showstopper. But Paper X still very much just hovering around the spawn.
Oh, that's a good
I
one
think
way.
this tempo change from Paper X
This is the
really
one way
throwing
that I
GG
say.
off, right?
It's
Before
like
it was all just fault line, go,
the pro
go,
player
and
is
shock into
using
the
this,
site,
so I was
get
like,
those extra
thinking, yeah,
flashes, keep
this one
pushing
only
through.
Omen can.
But Paper X, they've realized somewhat of what GENG's done yesterday. Mind Freak.
Mind Freak, gotta be careful. Double TP, gets himself out to safety. Flash out as Devi, also actually looking to take some forward space. He moves up over towards Mounds, going to be sending that Trailblazer in the meantime. Texture getting in a lurk spot, gets the catch.
Achoo.
For a second, it looked like Mind Freak was going to be able to get away scot-free, but that headshot does come through.
Hello,
That Sky is still going to be on the C side of the map. Push up into the smoke. Heron going to be taken down. Not able to do too much there with the Sheriff. Blocking out, just spamming, backing off here at drop.
30 seconds
Trying to keep himself alive as the Haunt goes in towards Tree.
Yeah, that seize was big, so was the Haunt. You knew you had already set up a 3v3 over on A. You can still restack it. Munchkin taking a bit of a hero play. He's not going to be able to get that first kill.
He gets a headshot. Devi does have some healing, though. Something is down to 10 HP for now. Just holding over to Baby Door. He's got a very hard angle to work with. There's half armors on everyone as they get ready to take the corner.
Oh, good.
Somehow Meteor not able to come away with that kill. I guess granted the Marshal in hand, gonna make that difficult. Pops up into the corner. It's just over the shoulder for Forsaken, who will collect 3 in the round. Now 2 away from that rolling thunder as Paper X move up 4-0.
Man, GENG doesn't seem like they're quite getting the reads
Kemarin
that
main
things
di
actually
APK
want. I would say
merah ya.
round
Iya,
4 is
kemarin
when they
di
first
merah.
start to really adapt to the
Hari
new tempo that Paper X has
purple.
proposed. The way they reacted on C, on Mound, they didn't bite the util bait from the sky. Texture pushes out to make sure that he's pinching on the rotate because you know it's not the full force. So you're starting to get some better reads. But can they make better use of the first 20 or 30 seconds or so? That's where my eyes are at, because just trying to get the first read on the util and beat them up front, what you did against T1 yesterday, that's not working today against Paper X. They will wait for 30, 40 seconds even into the round.
Still no call out. Timeout called, rather, I should say. It's GENG just running him down. Meteor by the fault line ends up getting picked off first and foremost. GENG in deep. Texture aware of this. But I'm not sure if he's going to be fully prepared for the double duelist stack here. Needs some attention drawn over by the site. Swings out.
Ya keren bisa single shot.
Showstopper now. Drawn out.
Terus stopper lagi, oh.
Sends the Showstopper, not able to find anything over there at the entrance. It's a bit of damage on the Devi, but kill not found. Mind Freak still positioned up here on
Masa
the
stopper musuh.
in position for a monster's backstab as Mind Freak will get flushed out.
Timing Jing sama Meteor dengan bom. Ya pas banget anjir, aku kira apa.
Devi will get taken down. GENG able to course correct here in round number 5 off the back of Texture's monstrous re-entry. They will get themselves online.
Yeah, Texture pulling a bit of a Paper X himself, gets the kills early, then the Showstopper immediately into the site. Knows that he doesn't want to miss out on that tempo.
Timingnya pas banget anjir.
The paranoia is just perfect. Coming in from Charon as well. Leads to the double kill. No hesitation. That's usually the Paper X way, but Texture taking a page out of their book. I will say, Paper X turning up the tempo to 11 on this round was a crucial pivot.
Wow, dijerit. Nice.
Able to react with the retake. That should give them the confidence to adapt a little bit here in round 6.
Mereka gara-gara nggak ada smoker sih tadi. Main freaknya mati gara-gara pas rotate ke A itu mati dibunuh. Oh.
Seemingly unexpected by Paper X. Paul with pants down, 2 players gone, and that's all their entry power aside from a rolling thunder. The call for PRX in the rest of this round is going to be a difficult one to make.
You hear the orbs as well, so Forsaken trying to see if there's another peek, but that's good util from GENG just to check for that.
You heard it, heard it.
Going the head fade.
Damage though, and all the reswing, Karen will be able to take him down. Once again, dead, Devi, wise to it.
Now GENG, they can just hold on to the space that they've gained so far. Just rubble, B site, and then you leave C to that Killjoy util. I mean, this is a huge numbers advantage. This shouldn't ever go wrong, but we've seen it time and time again so far this stage.
Now, if Devi hit that shot.
Well, then we'd suddenly be saying very different things about the round prospects.
30 seconds left.
A very rough position to be in here, but still good amount of money. Devi lowest at the moment here on the team as the alarm bot will get cleared out. Lakia. Worse off the angle.
Wait.
Haunt will come through, avoids the paranoia as well. Haunt cleared out. Tap on the spike, Mind Freak wanting to play forward. They send in the pop flash, he's able to find one. Lakia dead, but Devi unable to find Meteor creeping in. It's going to be GENG now, closing the gap.
Sorry guys.
Halfway tying it up, 2-4.
Yeah, you've started to get some more ults online. You've gotten 2 rounds in a row. That's great, but it's still not ideal buys right now.
Nontonnya di YouTube, ya di YouTube.
But GENG now answering back.
Soalnya di YouTube aku nggak kena iklan ya. Kalau di itu aku kena iklan ya. Di Twitch aku kena iklan.
So we expect you to kind of hold on to your YouTube.
Aku nonton di YouTube.
And then you just push in.
Oh, half time guys, half time. Press timeout. Half time pula, press timeout.
Alex clearly not happy with something that's going on.
I think maybe just a little bit of disrespect to GENG, especially if you think back to that round 5, they took over C, and then you had 2 people just holding off angles off of each other, but in no way getting ready for a util retake there outside in the back of sight. So perhaps just a bit of adjustment on making sure that you're still aware that you're still playing against GENG. Yes, it was easy the first 4 rounds, but you know what they're good at. You know that if they're not using util early either, that they're going to have that for things like the retake. Curious to see also what the adjustment is here, because now both teams have taken a bit of a back and forth in terms of trying to take control of the tempo.
Biar nontonnya nggak kesendat-sendat.
Timeout can show us here as we go into round 7. Rolling Thunder available, Mind Freak as well does have that ult ready to go.
Okay, fault line at the ready for Rubble. So it looks like they want to, the adjustment is to take full Rubble control. But I wonder if GENG pushes fully out of C site as soon as they get that call. See if you can try to keep 50%.
Bakal bisa balikin poin nggak ya menurut gue? Harusnya bisa. Ini lebih ke gamble ya. Kalau misalnya PRX menang, berarti kalau misalnya kamu vote PRX.
But this is about a read from GENG, isn't it? Because they just answer util for util, and they say, okay, it's not a stack, so we have no reason to just change our default setup. They're still ready with the util on both B and C.
Purple wall raised up, but alarm bot cleared out. GENG just fishing for any kind of wall bank shot he can get. PRX just poking and prodding, moving back and forth here, like the tide on the map. Figure out where exactly they want to go, but GENG now, they do have this 3-man stack set up, clear out on that turret. PRX just trying to play with as much ambiguity as humanly possible, and now they start working their way forward over towards A once again. That is just Lakia on his lonesome kill list so far, 0 and 6 to try to hold the line.
Is he really going to just try to hold it with the Odin? Because he does have the Nightfall as well. That could be huge, but the door opens.
Onto the ready, but yeah, backs away. Only gets a smattering of damage there. On gets himself in the backside push up the top of the rope. But oh my god, he gets around the corner just fast enough. Something unable to collect that kill. Texture now arriving over at drop. There's the Nightfall coming through. Interrupt the plant. What a dodge on the flash.
Down A.
3K! And all this back and forth, this swaying across the map.
10 seconds left.
Just leads to the timer running dry here for PRX. Texture will fall. Mind Freak stopping him from finding even more value in this round. He's gonna have to just tuck back into A lobby as Texture put his foot down.
Holy, those were some snappy shots, and the ante on the flash as well. But overall, a really good read from GENG. They don't get baited by the early util, and then once you see the turret get broken, if you were watching the minimap, you saw Lakia actually back out into sight because he knew there was a possibility that it was still a fake. I mean, I'll still give credit to Lakia for trying to jump off of that Rolling Thunder as well. Gave him a bit of that edge to go onto the rope, but
They go like,
goodness.
pyong, pyong, done.
And one of the things that PaperX
No
was
need to
talking
touch.
about in that pre-tape that we had was we think we're fine unless Texture is really on it.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty on it.
Tremor.
The rest of the team's still looking to wake up. Locky finally got himself on the board as Karan now spotting the feet. He's able to take out one. Something dead. Tree's still there from Jing, waiting up on site, but now flushed out. Meteor able to spot him. Once again, the duelist duo taken down first and foremost. Forsaken just above the head here of Meteor. Finding that one stray kill, getting rid of that potential lockdown. Something like that might give them the feeling that they have a way back into this round, but can't find that. Karan noted will fall, but the rest of Gen G start flooding forward. Mind Freak now picked off. Just Divide 42 HP, Forsaken at 89. To try and figure out what the hell they can possibly do. 48 seconds. Still try to play around the map here, but
Gen G,
4 players to work through.
Yeah, they have a bit of a sense of this. That jump peak, Texture only spots Divide, so they think, okay, Forsaken's probably somewhere else trying to create some space. So Gen G, you see on the map, they're all playing pretty far back. If you give the plant, so be it.
They're
You want
picking
the
this
round.
position as well. They suspect that Forsaken could be here. Texture, though, not watching for this push. Oh, neither able to be snappy enough. Turn on the flash, but it's a 2v1.
Yeah.
Out. Forsaken does find the
Forsaken,
headshot.
let's go.
Now they're getting ready to move, work their way forward over towards the site. Munchkin just going to be steadily, silently dropping his way down the rope. Push coming through, catches one. That's the spike now on the floor. Dodge out on that fault line. Forsaken either has to kill all three or get this plant here in the next second. Tucks back around the corner. They know he's going to be holding for it. The push coming through. Will be able to take him down. Had Forsaken even been able to win that fight, Lakia could have simply pulled away in this round. Pretty much it was done and dusted regardless. That's now 4 rounds consecutively for Gen G to tie things up.
Man, and Texture so far, 12-6. You mentioned it after that previous round, but really putting in his weight to make sure that Gen G matches PaperX right off the rip. And I mean, this previous round too, just classic Gen G. Once you get the first number advantage, just trade for trade for trade. It's a war of attrition here for Gen G. It always has been in 2024. So you really want to watch out. Of course, PaperX, they've got their heroics, they've got their clutches, but you only get so many per map.
PRX kind of
That
like
should be
overhyped.
the ult coming up for Sky. A little bit extra that they can use.
Thank you
Or
for the
rifles
100.
still, so you don't have to go into the B site. It's not like you just have to go for the run-and guns.
A little bit slower here. Sure, moving his way forward, tucked in alongside the wall here is B, while Lakia going for a quick little jiggle. Sees enough, Pit now down over on B. Trying to sway the wrap around, granted. Could just do the cut in through Baby Door. Really just still avoid the pit. PaperX do 1.
Texture's here as well, so Gen G's looking to fill the site.
Seeker's gonna fly, Texture, Showstopper out, sends it, something gonna be taken down, but not before Lakia does fall. It's a little bit of damage, Splash Pack trying to slow up the approach, finds the kill, Jing now dead, Shows in hand, resets, tries to snap on a Forsaken's unable to find a Divide. Stinger in hand is able to take down Karan. Man advantage now here for the side of PaperX, the plant coming through. Lockdown sent, it's being watched from the opposite side by Munchkin, but now that smoke comes in, it cuts him off. He's spraying across, he wants to try to catch them. Lockdown is now destroyed, and they know his position. Tap on the spike, Meteor trying to draw some attention away from his comrade, trying to bring them back over into the site, and so far it's worked a treat. 2 of them swinging around the back, but now Munchkin spotted Meteor.
Nice.
To pull the trigger, Mind Freak will take him down. PaperX, they break the win streak here for Gen G, and they reestablish a lead.
Joget gue yang
2v3 in that post plant. Just so many individual mind games going on between these players. It really just goes to show why they are representing the 2 best teams of Pacific here in the mid-season grand finals. But of course, Texture once again trying to pull off whatever heroics it could. I thought the Paint Shells might give him that win against Forsaken. But it's Forsaken we're talking about. With the lockdown, and then you don't account for the smoke. Munchkin's trying to draw attention. Meteor goes for the fake. But back and forth, but the numbers advantage for PaperX comes true.
Now getting aggressive over here at C.
Oh, let's go.
Pack out around the corner, and something, shot out of the air. As that is just going to be a flawless crunch from Gen G. We'll have to play the replay because it happened so very quickly, but immediately drop one round, and they just say, screw it, we just full send.
And this is why Gen G's always been able to match or beat PRX, is that a lot of teams would fold after a round like the previous one. Oh, but the adjustments on the slight timing differences. It seems like PRX even almost suspected a bit of a crunch too, but the Yuto comes out on a slightly different beat, and Gen G is able to get the better of him.
Absolutely gorgeous from the side of Gen G. As once again kicked back, just not wanting for PRX to get any kind of momentum, any kind of bank built up. PRX now maybe looking to play a little bit more pacey themselves.
Whoa,
Snap.
nice.
December finds that first, cannot get the second, but lock you down to 87. So the rest of PRX start making their way through into the 8th site. Texture still here. Looking to hold the line for his squad, but Showstopper is available on the opposite side, and now it's going to be drawn out. Last pack, mobility. He's able to dodge it, but Jing lands in behind him, finds the headshot. Something at the same time going to be taken down, and Heron working up the top rope, finds that kill. Meteor swoops in, coming out of stairs. Cleans up Mind Freak. Munchkin Texture to the 2 casualties, but cash aplenty. As we go into the last round.
How come DC?
Potentially getting themselves 7-5.
Holy, I mean, Forsaken said as long as Texture's not online right from the get-go, we should be able to win, but boy, is he online. Sure, he's not the one who gets the kill, but he draws so much time to have that decision-making, to blast back forward, to dodge the Showstopper. Brilliant.
You can see just how many steps ahead it was, too. As soon as he heard it, he was like, all right, I'm going to set this up, and then I'm going to wait for his entry, then I pop myself up to try to dodge it. It's very smart.
And now the Killjoys switch up as well for Gen G here for the final round of the half, but PRX, they're not going to care. It's a death ball.
Shoulder spotted, Texture, flash back and forth. There's a reveal on the 2. Paint Shell's going to be sent in deep, cutting off the reinforcements as they go charging up. The spray, it's so damn wild. As Jing tries to make something happen with the shot, but he swaps to the classic. Catches Lucky, and suddenly, it's 3 members alive for PRX. They might just be able to make this a 6-6. Munchkin shoved back as the Rolling Thunder cuts across. But now they don't have that 4 post plant. Munchkin, Meteor, especially on this C site, has worked miracles in the past, but this time he will be denied. Jing finds himself a 3rd. Munchkin spotted, fault line coming through. As up over the top goes Jing.
Oh,
Collects a
nice.
4th kill
6-6.
in the round, and it is going to be tied up 6-6 as we get ready to swap sides.
Stress nontonnya stress guys.
And the weaknesses. Well, and the weaknesses as well, yes, agreed. But Gen G, some of the mid-rounding, some of the reads that Munchkin has had, some of the way that they're able to get 2 steps ahead of PRX in terms of the map played, sure, they seem to have the upper hand. But when it comes to the skirmishes, when it comes to just being in the zone until the battle fully ends, PRX is still able to just be barely 1 step ahead. I mean, that previous round, that was it.
The sticker is so cute.
I mean, these fans not quite crying like Texture is, because right now, so far, Gen G has shown.
Aww.
Oh my God.
We're too busy cheering for Jing, though.
Of course.
That's Alex, of course, in that little sticker.
Jing's mom, ever present to show her support. Well, now 6-6. I mean, overall, you'd say not bad at all for the side of Gen G.
No.
Getting 6 on the defensive side, but we'll take a look back at this round because it was just utter chaos.
I mean, Locky even tries to go for the knife, which is the best he could have done, but man, what a PRX way to end the half, honestly.
Yeah. Just everyone whiffing.
Everyone whiffing.
Classics and judges coming into play. Complete and utter chaos as they just go and brawl out on Mound. And that's what they were talking about when we had the walk-in interviews, and they said, let's take it outside. That we just witnessed.
Yeah, absolutely took it outside.
Yeah, absolutely.
All bets were off on that one. And now Gen G on the attack. You still have to respect the breach just the same here on either side of the map.
Looks like similar start, though. No one looking to get overly aggressive quite just yet. Jing going to be jiggle peeking. Something set up behind the box. Shot sent Jing's way, but gonna leave something to Sat in here, but they have read this beautifully. He's crept out now behind Mount. Spotted. He has 1 shot. He will be taken down. Texture. 2 through the box, 1 into the chest. Something is dead. First blood found. Meteor now starting to creep forward. Forsaken wanting to take the challenge. Texture finds himself a second kill. A headshot there on the Mind Freak. Hopes open up that C site. Now it's wide open as Meteor also is able to find Forsaken, get some damage on the Divide, which is then cleaned up by Munchkin. GENG will tie up the pistol round count and now take the lead.
It almost seems that GENG has gotten so accustomed to PRX now, right? You see someone like GENG jump peeking, and you're thinking, GENG never just jump peeks on his own. He's never just anchoring on his own looking for info. There's something going on, but there was no fault line. So what else could it be? You're not taking any chance. The fact that Texture spams that box 5 times with the Sheriff and still has his suspicions just goes to show that they're not counting anything out.
Wow. Fantastic read and start from GENG. As Divide just going to be backing away. Prowler sent through. Gets a spot on the one. Pop flash going to be sent though. Blast pack backward. And now fully blinded up. But Caron still able to come away with the kill. Divide going to be taken down. And not that much damage going to be found here by PRX either. Only Texture at 82. Swing onto the corner. Quite a bit of damage is found there actually. This Mind Freak playing close. Will be able to collect himself 2 more. Down the third. Has to go for the reload. Corner, and Meteor will bail them out of what is already
almost ace.
And he will get them the round win. 2 rounds up on Mind Freak.
Oh man,
I'm
doing
set.
what he does best.
Yeah, flashbacks to Madrid.
Player standing.
The only difference is he didn't have to pick up the GENG Classic this time to
Is it?
rub
No.
salt in the wound.
He almost
The
clutched
Classic
it.
here on A side doing so much work for Mind Freak. Like you said, catastrophic is the best way to put it as GENG. I mean, they'll still dump whatever econ they have to try to match because they want to keep the momentum, but this could get very, very costly.
Big investment here. Texture just gets a forward space. Drops back though. Getting stunned up there by that fault line. Wants to make his exit, so widely just avoiding the rest of the follow-up utility here from the side of PRX. But already quite a bit expended. Trailblazer, Paranoia, Aftershock, all gone.
Oh.
But so too is Meteor. As Forsaken this time around, will be able to hold down the B site. He's got some reinforcements. GENG hovering nearby. Lockheed trying to draw some attention.
I'm watching them and feeling very.
Pulled the lion's share of the players away. Forsaken swings, goes for the challenge, but Caron is able to win that out. Waits out the paint shells, looks for Caron, puts one into his shoulder, continues the challenge, and Caron is just up to it. Shuts it down, something dead over at C door. It's Mind Freak again, the one to deliver. Finally brings an end to the reign of terror here. The enemy Omen finds himself follow-up before getting picked off here by Texture, who will be able to collect the final 2. Similar scenes to PRX's start on the attack. GENG looking quite streaky thus far. 3 in a row in the second half.
I'm curious. I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout came here just because it started to look like PRX just getting a little bit overconfident in their own individual skill. I mean, I don't think you can ever fault these 5 players for getting confident, but the fact that you're playing against GENG and you're still going for these repeats after you lose 1, 2, 3 people might be cause for concern, but Alex says not yet. Only 1 timeout left, wants to use it wisely.
Oh, not gonna find anything there. Forward, judge in hand there from something. They keep that hidden. It's the Guardian for Forsaken that clears the Prowler, so he continues to hold that corner. We'll see if GENG really suspect if that's gonna be in play.
But now with the revolving door pressure as well, PRX can definitely over-rotate a bit more over to A, right? The Judge was still hidden. You made it sound like Mound was fully in your control as well. So GENG's gonna have to work a lot to regain control. And you see GENG even also coming over to that A side to provide backup. GENG's gonna have a little bit more faith in their own weaponry, but this could be a rude awakening.
Slow creeping forward. Bulldog in the hand here for GENG. Right side of stairs. Orb lobbed in. Tap on the door. Fault line at the ready. That gets sent, but it's going to be a wide approach here from GENG coming around that left-hand side. Not stunned up, not caught by any of the util. Mind Freak tries to find it, tries to clutch it out. 2 kills to try to keep things a little bit more even. Showstopper, ready, set. It's going to be Caron who claims the kill, and now it's all on something with a Judge. We have seen this man work miracles with shotties in the past, but this might just be a bridge too far. Texture the first on the challenge. He won't be able to win that one out. Texture will strike him down as GENG get themselves up to double digits, now 10-6.
Charon's paranoias today have been absolutely impactful. Always getting 2, if not 3 people. Always leading to more than 1 kill. I mean, even here, catches everybody. Even Texture able to get all the way back and catches Forsaken off guard. Then you still leave someone on the plant to make sure you're covering your back. And the death ball of GENG is something different.
Don't feel weird if I didn't talk, guys, because I don't know what to talk. I'm just gonna stay quiet.
Directed away from everybody as they go for that entry. Monstrous there from the side of GENG. PRX now using their second timeout. GENG, even with the early streak coming through, being down 0-4, have yet to use one of their own on this
We are
map.
cooking while hearing you making cheering
The coaching
noises.
staff just taking this time that Coach
Like,
Alex
I'm
provides
just
for
like,
both teams
woo,
and
let's go!
reassessing the situation,
Yeah!
looking fairly confident, it
Only
seems,
that.
in the preparation they have for this weekend. But meanwhile, Coach Alex, I mean, PRX we saw on the desk has some of the highest timeout win rates. But so far today,
Because I don't know
we'll see how this one
what to
goes.
do. So it's okay, great noise are more than enough. Okay then. Okay then. I don't know what to say because like it's VCT, you know? Like I don't really understand what to say in this kind of watch party. I just know like I'm gonna watch and you guys gonna see me doing my nails while cheering for them.
From GENG ready to clash on the opposite side of the barrier as they get ready to drop here in 5 seconds.
No fault line right in range though. So
I'm gonna
PRX
show you
might have to
guys
get
my
ready
nails
for an
after
exit.
I finish.
Coming through, Texture way out in front. He's gonna mow down too. Mind freaking GENG. Bolt is taken down and time again. GENG just have the answer off the back of these timeouts. Boombot gonna be sent. Device still tucked in behind the box. Paint Shell goes in deeper than that. By swinging out, tries to look for a little bit more, but so far it's only gonna be the kill under the race that he is able to find. A-Site now completely opened up something, working his way over towards Baby Door to try to challenge Forsaken here at stairs. Swings out, looks from Munchkin, but he's the one being found. Something now with everything to do, and only is able to find the one. The timeouts continue to work against PRX. GENG now move up to 11.
I don't know if I've really ever seen
Me
this
so
from
cute.
some of these
Why
players
I'm
on
cute?
PRX,
No,
but
I'm
you
not
saw in
cute.
that re-peek from Forsaken, you could tell that he was starting to get scared that he doesn't have much time to go for the correct shot. He was afraid of the double swing out because GENG always has extra members to trade, and that's the pressure. I mean, the fact that GENG can force PRX to feel a little out of comfort on some of these ego peaks on the re-peaks, that's impressive.
Damn impressive. And now the buy weakened. GENG does have that showstopper. Use that aggressively here. This is a 4-man stack set up. Blind out on the Texture though. He will get taken down. Showstopper now out.
Nice.
Sends it. Kill found. Karen going to be taken down, and that is as good of a start here for PRX as you could hope. 3 remaining players for GENG. See what the call ends up being. Do they suspect something up on top of the box? Probably not, but they're still able to collect the kill all the same. 20 HP now remaining here for Munchkin. It's PRX very well poised to collect their first round on this defending side.
Oh, they need it so much. If not, it's going to be map point. Obviously, the Creds not looking great. So PRX would love to stem the bleeding just a bit here in round 18. They've got him trapped. I mean, GENG, they're going as a death ball of 3, but absolutely trapped here.
Some amount of damage taken there by Forsaken. They do have Mind Freak nearby to go ahead and reinforce. Seekers now coming through. Those are going to be cleared out. Aftershock, the further delay, and shove them away from this B site. Triple push up now towards Baby Door. Makia trying to get the spray across, but it's going to be GENG winning out on that fight. Pain Shell's now sent in shallowly. The spike is on the ground. Meteor trying to lob in that Nano Swarm. Can't even get it popped in time. He and Munchkin verse the world. Winning from this position, nigh impossible here, even for GENG. Time working against them as well as Divine.
Nice!
One shot, Mind Freak will get the follow-up. PRX finally break the win streak, and they get themselves a round win here on this defensive path.
5 in a row for GENG, 1 more than PRX had at the very beginning of the map. But at the end of the day, PRX just gonna be happy that they stopped it. Unfortunately, they did have to invest the Seekers. I imagine they wanted to hold on to that for as long as possible. But they will have to invest that. They'll still be able to buy up just a bit, but it's gonna be messy until they can get a streak going themselves to try to catch up to 11 before they let this map point happen. And now look at this, a full stack over on C. PRX Just bouncing on one side of the map to the other.
Blades out for something.
No tags.
Looks to get this pretty pacey. Yeah, no tags, but that knife tags ahead. Looks for a little bit more. Unable to get that one, but it doesn't matter because Mind Freak collects Lakia, collects Texture, and Forsaken pushing out. Does find Meteor.
This round is become like Genji at like fighting PRX at time.
As everybody just sat in on top of this one.
Now we've seen some teams, you know, take a little bit more damage than they needed to by trying to guard the spike. PRX is in a better position, a little bit more spread out to try to get some early info. Don't think they should be caught off guard too much.
They actually guarding the
Of course, Munchkin is looking to do whatever damage he can.
Force some rebuys. Right now, Gen G's economy a little bit all over the place.
Careful.
As from here, it starts slowly creeping forward.
Forsaken just got the orb too, so Forsaken can be the one who gets killed, or even just die. He'll have the Rolling Thunder. And Munchkin, that might be something he has to start to consider. If you don't want to give that up too easily, you have your own pit. Maybe you're trying to make map point happen in the next round with a bit of a play.
30 seconds left.
Don't want to give up that point too easily over to that breach.
Yep. Looks like widely the call. Just to go ahead, sit back, try to hold on to the weapons. So unfortunate here for Gen G and for Munchkin, who's just had to run around the map for the last minute or so. But for PRX, it's flawless, which is exactly what they need to try to get themselves back into this game. Close out their map pick. They'll get themselves now up to 8. No one feeling confident enough to go for the hunt, even Forsaken knowing that he'd be able to get the ultimate online. Will just go ahead and allow for Munchkin to survive. A warning for the rest of the players.
It just goes to show how intense this game already has been. But I love the variations on the Seaside Crunch here from both teams. Obviously, for PRX, a very different composition than most. And finally, a timeout forced away from Gen G. So Gen G, they just had, what, like 40 seconds to talk as Munchkin was trying to survive. And then you have another minute here to reconvene, try to cool off PRX as well.
Yeah, maybe for those last 40 seconds, Solo was listening and it was just like, I don't like anything.
I could have been that,
they're cooking up right now. So let me pump the brakes and tell you why you guys are wrong. Either way, just not wanting to give PRX any kind of wins for their sales. We've seen both of these teams, how quickly the momentum can shift. I mean, the last time they played against each other, Gen G looking down and out on this very map of Lotus.
Yes.
Then suddenly Texture comes up with that incredible ace over on that C site, and they run away with the rest of the map. That's what Gen G is looking to avoid right now from PRX.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it from PRX, just like you said. You know, sometimes it's Forsaken, sometimes it's, you know, something. I mean, it's anybody over on the side of PRX, quite frankly. But you just want to make sure, okay, we gave away a couple rounds, but we don't want any one singular player to suddenly pop off, turn that switch on. Because on the side of Gen G, Texture has had that on for the entire map. 25 kills already. Absolutely carrying the entire team on his shoulders.
He's just been an absolute monster. I mean, he's got Jing and something's kills combined right now. Oh, it's not something that you really think you'd ever say, given the form that we've been seeing from them. Something in the meantime, crept forward, tap on the door. Texture still just saying, screw it, I'm going in. Goes diving forward, all on his lonesome now inside the site, but something unable to hold that door. Ends up falling, but Texture traded out at the same time. So both players, well, teams I should say, down a duelist.
Yeah, Gen G
over in towards C. Nightfall going to be sent, but Forsaken does manage to dodge this.
Smart from Forsaken. His position's going to be hard to read.
Jane spamming through.
Nice.
Going to be Divine.
Now he's
here.
here.
To come up with that one. Now the pit going to be dropped in. Locking, however, able to take down Forsaken. Dead. Munchkin spraying away. Comes up with another one as Mind Freak will fall. Munchkin dead means the pit gets dropped, but now Divine in a 1v2. A lockdown also available, but Spike not yet planted. He's trying to isolate, but they double face. They take him down, and Gen G get themselves up to map point.
Where are you?
Man, once again, PRX, you might be talented, you might be some of the best players in the world, but a lot of these rounds, it's one guy standing on his own without a backup plan.
They're like
if
too
you
fast.
cannot win every single duel that comes your way, that opens up the map. Forsaken even does his best. Wraps around far wide, avoids the Nightfall, tries to catch a timing, but doesn't lock onto Lakia fast enough. And Gen G, one round away from taking PRX's map pick.
They will have been watching the composition, studying how PRX were able to pull off, things like that 13-0. The dominance that they've been putting on display. Part of that dominance with something using an operator. Something that we haven't been seeing up until this point. Granted, the economy has been very rough for them on this defending side as well. It's Jing forward here at Mound. Prowler scouts him. Paranoia now sent, looks to just make his exit. Minor amounts of damage taken there by he and Mind Freak.
Giving up that space, but you're still holding on to rubble if you're Paper X, so you don't feel too bad about giving this up. You've had some util trades. You still have Rolling Thunder for the retake as well. Not all is lost.
See the call here. I mean, they're more than happy to basically just leave something on his lonesome with that operator.
I think they might push out if the lockdown gets used. It looks like he's Forsaken's just set up for this. Oh, not even gonna wait for it.
They're gonna go aggressive on this one, and Jing finds the kill there on immediate, but Texture answering back. Does take him down. Opposing Raze now dead. Showstopper online for Texture, but low on HP. The creep around the side. The aim. Karen comes into the rescue as well to find that kill. Forsaken now trying to find a little bit more, but Karen able to collect the second now. Down to a 2v2. Showstopper still in place. Something trying to flank around the backside here. Up B. The Showstopper comes in, but no one to be found. Drops the spike for Karen to plant.
Something
towards upper, drops down into the smoke. Something the dash had the ready to flash in. And Karen dead. Texture needed to try to clutch it out. Here's the jet landing right in front of him. Pushes out of the smoke.
Nice.
Find him eye. Headshot comes through. Paper X, they hold on for another round.
This is some of the most adrenaline pumping Valor we've seen this stage. You can just see all the cogs turning right now, and all of the players.
Higo. Jadi Davai nungguin si something buat ngambil off.
Is currently on
dial 11. Iya kah? Iya sih, soalnya udah 5 points lah.
Perhaps suspecting it a little bit, kept a distance away from Meteor. Looks like
udah merasa serem sih sebenarnya.
With the lockdown, things like that. Now lockdown, of course, eventually not used. So GENG a bit ahead, but you still have that operator to worry about, and you don't have buys across the board.
Heavy stacks here for both teams. Over towards A. Texture again, just jumping very far forward. Jing swung around the side. Texture gets him behind him. Jing's not aware of how deep Texture had gone. Swing forward. Texture instantly snaps on. Finds Devi's head. Doesn't. Ends up getting clipped. Mind Freak off the flank, but the TP forward. He's trying to take control of Rubble. But Karen has swung around the backhand side. Mind Freak dead.
Davai nggak tahu kalau
something all their lonesome.
Texture udah sampai
Up in play.
Ah.
On the hunt. Finds him. And now it is all down to the captain, the IGL Forsaken. To try to drag this one back to keep them in this map. But it seems like GENG may have just done it. TP across the map as they get situated there on C, and Forsaken has no idea where any of them are realistically.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you know the spike has to be going down over on the C side. But you saw that lurk coming in from Munchkin. The fact that the dash was heard from Munchkin gives him that free kill to something. And Forsaken spots the jump. The footsteps heard. Lakia gives the call.
No time to play with ambiguity realistically here, but Forsaken still tucking in, cutting across beach, just trying to clear out as many flank angles as he possibly can, trying to make sure that he's got all the players corralled down to the side.
Nice.
The first, Karan gonna be taking down the fault line. Sent. Not spotting much of anything, no, and as he tries across that fight, he will fall. Munchkin will take him down, and GENG will kick off this grand final with a map victory on Lotus. Paper X's map pick.
GENG just proving once again, if it's just firepower for firepower, it is not a free win for Paper X anymore here in Pacific. They're gonna have to bring
GG everyone, GG.
They absolutely are. 13-9, the scoreline is Texture. What a monstrous performance. Paper X self-stated that he was the concern, and he was on, and that's when they would be worried. And Texture, by God,
GG everyone, GG.
kills in that opening map, but that's enough for us. We'll go ahead and pass this back over to the analysts as to
Who
break down the
win?
action.
Paper X. GENG.
The grand finals of stage 1 starts off with an absolute banger. GENG
Go for the
snatches that Lotus picks away from Paper Rex. Honestly, in a way that was very similar to how they beat Paper Rex
Gonna
before.
go at
I'm not talking about
okay.
2-3 weeks ago. I'm talking
Any
about
toilet.
back at kickoff. They travel in packs, and that has worked so well for them. They're just constantly training. PaperX doesn't know what to do against it.
Yeah, PaperX is constantly going for these individual plays where they're wide peeking or peeking out on an angle where there's 2 or 3 Gen G players, and that's just not a recipe for success. I mean, yeah, you might get 1 of those or 2 of those a map where you win that fight, but it's very rare, very difficult to do, especially against a team of Gen G's caliber. So, yeah, absolutely. The teamwork here was probably the biggest thing I saw that went in Gen G's favor.
For sure. I mean, when the long winter comes, the pack survives, but the lone wolf kind of dies. Did any one of you watch that movie, Gran Turismo, with Jan Mardenborough? I know Victoria definitely did. Because while William said that this was kind of like a war of attrition, right? You're kind of fighting numbers with numbers. I feel like it's also a little bit of a race, and both teams are kind of racing to that 13 round win, you know? And PaperX is just so zoned in on like wanting to get that so much that they're kind of tunnel vision. And when you're so focused on getting that speed, sometimes that leads you to making some mistakes where you are putting yourself in that individual situation and you don't have your teammates there to bail you out. Meanwhile, Gen G is on top form. Not only are they on top form, Texture is a monster, and everyone's there to support him. Karen's coming in to like anchor down the sides. PaperX had like a 4-round win streak at first, but the adaptations came in so quick.
You know, PaperX is often described as a death ball. I think Gen G proved to be that death ball today. You know those fire ants or whatever those monstrous ants are? You can kill 1 or 2 of the ants, but they just keep rolling in and they keep going and causing devastation. And Forsaken said it too in his interview.
Dan apa nih, Gafes?
It's gonna be really hard, and Texture was so on.
Yeah, I mean, some absolutely ridiculously good paranoias as well. The Fade utility for Lockheed was on point, and the lurks are something that, you know, I talked about in the pre-show that need to be thought about for PaperX. A few of those came through and bit them in the butt, but it wasn't so much that. It was really just, you can see that somebody's always there to step in for Gen G. There's first contact, there's an immediate follow-up by at least 1 or 2 other
Hayo.
players.
Siapa menang?
Just insanely good. But that's a good anticipation. That's good reading of what PaperX likes to do. I mean, anytime PaperX tried to get deep into Gen G's like lines towards on their defender side, they just shut him down. I mean, yeah, he dodged that flash. I mean, that's unbelievable. Just the positioning here really good. Understanding the way the breach util works. Yeah, Gen G came in really well prepared for today.
I have to pick my jaw up off the ground. I really thought that he was kind of like even partially blinded from that flash, but the fact that a fraction of a second and he dodged it and got those 3 kills afterwards denied PaperX any trades. Like, this says a lot as to, you know, how Gen G's playing today, the mindset that they're coming in with today. PaperX, on the other hand, you know, not completely out of it. There were some of these moments where they were still able to perform together, but other times, you know, it's kind of just Mindfreak was able to come up with some crazy clutches. He had some round with a classic, getting like 3 kills, just shy of the last one. But the rest of the team, you know, feels a little bit off. Like, we're seeing a lot of these moments where sometimes something's like perched up, trying to watch an angle by himself, or multiple times he's trying to go through C door to wrap back up around against Gen G or to hold pillars against Gen G. But Gen G works as a squad, dude. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, PaperX needs to remember, this isn't your standard
team
in VCT. This is Gen G. And you need to play a little bit differently against Gen G than you do against other teams. This is the Gen G that we saw go to 2nd place in Madrid. This is the form that we saw. Now that we're going to Sunset, I think this is going to be very exciting. This is a Gen G pick. I don't know which way this is going to go still, because PaperX, I won't say they're off, but Gen G had them so red and they were so prepared against them. So the question is PaperX prepared to, you know, fight back here?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I think, you know, for Gen G, again, they're 2-0 on this map, yes. But it hasn't been convincing to me. Either of the wins, they've been a little bit rocky at the start of both times, where they've just basically gone down pretty heavily to start these maps. So that's something I don't think you can get away with against PaperX. You're going to need to really dial it in.
Bener kan apa kata gue, dasar Jeromet kutukan Jeromet. Oh iya kah?
He's a force to be reckoned with. Yes, the support's great behind him, but
sekarang tinggi lagi Peter.
Fast, you know, breaking space so instantly, making it impossible really for players to kind of react properly, to really get in those positions where they can support each other. So that's going to be tricky here for PaperX, no doubt about it.
For sure. I think something that Gen G focused on a lot, you know, during the past week when they had a little bit of time off, is to figure out how to play against this breach pick. I think PaperX, this is something that they've worked with for quite a while now. Forsaken clearly sending in those fault lines, those flash points, and they've worked great against other teams, but Genji's figured that out. We can see in a lot of these rounds where Texture's able to dodge that flash. The rest of the team, Kara, and they're able to kind of sense where that fault line is about to hit, and they are just kind of working around it. If someone gets stunned and they're gonna die, sure, let's let him die, but we go in for that trade. That happens so many times that Genji feels absolutely prepared for this. So either we see a lot more cohesion from PaperX where they are able to work off of that utility together as a team, or I don't know, maybe a new composition. Do we see that happening?
I could see that happening because of them.
It's PaperX.
Literally did it.
Betnya banyak lah.
Like, I don't know. Like people call them crazy, but it works. Sometimes.
Gue bet Genji malah balik modal.
Ya kan? Jadi aku udah ngomong betnya 1.500
kan, habis itu balik modal.
Sorry, not Lotus, but with Sunset, let's ask you guys, because the guessing game does continue.
We all went down.
Yeah, here are our Lotus results. So...
Okay.
We, most of us did
bad.
Together. Oh my god.
Let's be honest.
I've never hit iron in my life.
Yeah.
I'm just happy
I'm just
that
gonna go
chat went down with us.
There you go. Yeah, at least chat suffers with us.
Seth
Achilleos
goes
up. Yep.
William down.
Yep. I go down.
Oh my god.
Down.
Mika.
Chat down.
Down.
Mika's up there.
Is radiant today. Asarai is down. Wingman is down. Valdez, Mr. Guessing Game is.
I mean, it feels unfair to put him anywhere like.
I know. I feel like he's so many extra points.
He's like so many above Radiant. It's ridiculous. He's gotten so many right. It's unfair to him, but oh well.
They should just make him.
The game, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's where we are now. I mean, depending how many maps there are, it's gonna change a lot throughout today. So
Jadi menurut kalian yang
go too
second map
crazy, but
ini siapa menang?
congratulations to Mika.
PRX gitu.
Sunset is map
Karena
2.
tadi di Lotus Genji.
What
Atau
have
gimana?
you guys chosen for Sunset?
What are we doing? Oh boy.
I think I remember.
Yeah, I remember.
I picked mine just now.
We
reveal?
picked earlier.
Yep. Okay. This is a Genji map pick. Quack. Go.
Okay.
Make your case.
just go. Well, I mean, just thinking about how Genji played this map previously before, there was that one time when they played against T1.
Masih 50-50 soalnya Genji lagi kuat banget. Iya sih, ada tekstur kan jadi kuat banget. Bisa jadi. Nggak 2-0, harus 3-0 karena kalau di Grand Final 5 maps. Kalau di match biasa 3 map kan. Ini 5 maps.
Genji has proven that they have got very good mid-round adaptations, and I think PaperX needs to stay a couple steps ahead of Genji at all times.
I mean, for me, I think it's a bit of a comp difference. I think the Sage in there really actually adds a lot of value to what PaperX wants
Kan
to
map
do
3
on this
belum
map.
mulai
It
kan?
gives them
Benar.
Getting info when they have to break the walls, they can throw flashes over that to create angles around the pillars and things like that. So there's all these extra options that they do with it that's really tough to account for, and you never quite know exactly which way they're playing it in a given situation. Sometimes it's a wall to just set up for a post plant. Sometimes it's a wall to put somebody up on top.
Menurutku ya, sekarang si PRX mainnya itu kayak lagi yang ini ya, yang Lotus punya itu mainnya udah kayak lagi lawan Secret. Soalnya pasti tim Secret mereka itu kayak bisa banget. Ini di Lotus mereka bisa juga, jadi berasa kayak mungkin karena itu ya mereka bisa kalah. Tapi kalau misalnya mereka bisa collect themselves balik ya, mungkin.
But you know what? Who knows with this? Let's see. First off, if the agent comms are staying the same, or if they're being a bit experimental. Okay, looks like it's pretty much the same. Yeah, especially for PaperX.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's going to be a little bit tough here for the side of Genji. A lot of flashes, a lot of util that they're going to have to be well prepared for. It looked good on Lotus, yes, but there's a little less room to maneuver here on Sunset. It's a little more readable.
Ya, gue tutup mukanya sih. Siapa itu?
Paranoia can go, things like that. And I think with PaperX's comp, it gives them just a little bit more flexibility in dealing with the util that GENG has.
Yeah, I need to see them make use of this composition, like together as a team, right? You've got these two initiators, they're really good, and at the same time, like you mentioned, Paperthin, Davai on that stage just gives them a little bit more flexibility, creates several angles as well, or just interesting setups since they are starting out on defense anyway. They need to be able to make use of that to work against GENG, but for GENG, I mean, what else can they do? You know, they're already that good. Just to make sure that they maintain this speed, this performance, and they should be good to go.
Yeah, we are going to find that out. I mean, Sunset for PaperX, they looked incredible on it at the start of this year, but that was with also a player difference here with Monyan, who is still playing. PaperX has been fairly successful on Sunset, but, you know, not as strong before. Let's see how this is going to go. We're going to go to our casters for the second game of today's Grand Finals, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's go.
VCT Shanghai nanti nggak bakal ada Sentinel. Nah, itu dia Sentinel kalah sama si siapa? Laut kan.
We saw how strong the anti-stratting was from them. That opener
Mereka kesel sih sebenarnya. Kayak kenapa Laut sama orang lain tuh kayak trolling gitu, tapi kalau lagi lawan sama Sentinel mereka kayak kayak barbar banget gitu.
Yeah, the surprise factor gone from GENG, bringing over a bit of that Ascent flavor.
Berasa kayak kerik gitu.
Just looking to take that mid control nice and early, of course. Much easier to do that on the attacking side. Just with the angles that you can hold. Put that pressure down nice and early in the pistol round, and that's conditioning right off the bat.
Flash already up over the top. So look to take some control here up top mid. Texture up and over the top.
Whoa.
Instantly finds a headshot there. Finds a second. Takes quite a bit of damage, but Mind Freak unable to confirm that kill. Now holding forward. Dash at the ready. There's a swing, and GENG will be able to take him down with the help of that frenzy. It's a bit of damage, but now Plant can come through safely alongside the pillar here. But for Munchkin, Dizzy up over the top. GENG looking to take some space. Comes up with the kill, but Karon will to answer back in kind. 2-piece for him. Once again, Forsaken now.
Forsaken sendirian.
The Lone Ranger, last one standing versus 3. Does have that ghost, just a glimpse there of Karon for a brief little moment, who's now looking to take some more forward space, become a little bit more unpredictable as he jumps out over top of the smoke. Just eats so much damage, seeing way more than he wanted to.
Saw a little smile on his cam as well, just realizing that there really wasn't much he could have done.
That'll be the cleanup. Well, excellently done, GENG. Concise plan, well executed.
Yang aneh itu dia kan pas lawan sendiri dia kok banget pas lawan yang lain nggak.
Leads them to a pistol round win, now taking the lead 2-1 in that regard.
Yeah, and a huge pinch onto Boba. I mean, a set play right off the bat on the pistol, but it's a great pistol.
Soalnya aku dengarnya itu Leviathan itu setelah sign kontrak sama Aspas kan, dia jadi lumayan karena Aspas harusnya dulu dari Laut, maksudnya dulu tuh di Laut main kan, habis itu pindah gara-gara treatmentnya kurang kan, jadi dia pindah ke Leviathan. Jadinya lumayan, mungkin pas saat dia main atau main sama yang lain, dia itu masih belum dapat dia punya apa tuh kayak team playnya si Aspas dan yang lain. Soalnya kan Aspas baru masuk. Oh iya kah? Aku nggak tahu. Soalnya aku nggak nonton VCT Amerika, aku cuma nonton VCT Pasifik. Itu pun cuma aku nonton yang dimainin sama PRX. Selain itu.
The wingman standing around the side. Karon able to come away with that headshot right as that paranoia hits. Swings forward, looks for a little bit more, puts some damage on the Mind Freak, but starts getting a little bit whippy. Ghosts could be picked up here. Still 2 Phantoms in play. It's Mind Freak out in the open, taken down. Boombot.
Mind Freak.
Be able to garner too much here for them as something comes in from behind. They actually bring this into a 1v1 with a frenzy. Pushkin will just barely be able to stabilize that spray. Take down GENG, but it's a pretty hefty cost here for the side of GENG as they move up 2-0.
Yeah, GENG, something I'm noticing is that their anti-eco buys are really built for them. They're such a trade-heavy team. They know that most of their rounds might end up with only 2 people alive, sometimes only that 1 person for the clutch. So sure, they drop a Phantom, so they go in for that extra investment. But the rest, still sticking with those ghosts. It is a bit costly, but they can still match. And if they win, they can really start to build on those creds. Same thing that happened on Lotus.
Yep, this is that snowball potential. For now, quick check forward with that 0 point, nothing spotted. back off the angle. Paranoia through his Jing, looks to make his exit, but Forsaken not caught by the blind whatsoever. He's able to find Texture, punishing that aggression. Very nice start here for the side of PaperX as they look to get themselves on the board. Something that taking a peek down into mid. It's quite a bit of damage. Frankly, he's likely to come away with his life. Where Devi can now just go ahead, rotate over, join in with him, and get that heal across.
PaperX has to respect this mid control.
Swing out though before they full heal can even come in. Ends up getting taken down now. Forsaken going to be dead. Devi still hovering nearby. As mentioned, put the spike down on the floor, but can't readjust the fine Meteor. 2v2, Mind Freak here, trying to hold the line. Sat in Boba. Media going for the challenge. Paranoia is available.
Ooh, nice, Mind Freak.
We'll be able to find that headshot. So casualties obviously here on both sides, but PaperX, they do not allow for a bonus conversion to come through.
Yeah, defending the round, that's what's important. But of course, again, both sides should be able to match in relative power here. Just a matter of some of that armor. Does look like Karan not going to be able to get it by himself. But here, Jing's movement to decide to blast back towards Forsaken. Just really good split-second blast backing. It's always good for those. Forsaken there to cover his teammate on that early kill. And now this mid-control continuing to play PaperX just a bit. So we'll see what the adjustment is in the future rounds.
Three Sheriffs, Phantom, and a Guardian in the mix here for GENG. Rifles are bound, but Meteor able to put one down. Does find Devi there at mid. Munchkin, however, fallen. That's a lot of their info gather, as well as their flashes now taken away from them. It's Mind Freak hovering here in the back, able to find one before falling. Weapon can now be scooped up by Karan. And TP forward, grab that Vandal.
And the drone clears out everything, so no need for the Paranoia just yet. They could try to save that for the post plan even.
Nothing spotted, but still plenty of positions that had not been checked by that drone. Wingman at the ready, leading the charge, drawing the attention of Lakia. He ends up falling. Forsaken now able to find Karan and Texture. He's only got 2 HP. No hope in hell. The consolation prize is going to be the trash burn at the very end of the round there for GENG, but PaperX, more importantly,
Yes,
they
it
tie things up at 2-2.
The little boy, the
sure that they're
wingman
building bank back up,
from
make
the
sure they don't
get-go
get
is
caught in a
very
weird situation if they end up going on a losing streak. So all in all, in GENG's situation, like you said, you took the Thrash out, it's not too bad. But PaperX, of course, no matter what it looks like, as long as you're keeping up the numbers to match on the round win board, that's what you want the most right now. They'll still have all rifles, you still got a showstopper. Things are looking okay for PaperX, and they're deciding to just leave mid open once again. They'll deal with it when it comes to it.
Knives pulled here from Texture. Just wanted to try to bank up where possible. Everybody else with a very full investment, as much as they can get, but it's going to be half armors on everybody aside from that jet.
And GENG may be suspecting a little bit of that showstopper tiles crunch, but doesn't come through yet. So they want to try to fish this out just a bit more.
Wanted to go for that swing, but knows that Forsaken has been playing right there alongside him. GENG now going aggressive.
Nice.
Headshot takes out that enemy Cypher and is able to back away.
That flashpoint support from Forsaken was so good too. Made sure there was no extra trade. PaperX starting to catch on to GENG's tendencies.
Fault line coming his way, has the dash to the side, keeps himself protected for now, and can suspect that something. It's got to be one of two places. He's either backed all the way up, or he's behind this pillar. Last line goes wide. Lakia swinging through, able to find one. Can't get the second though. Devi keeps himself alive, does not have that heal. Forsaken off screen had taken down Munchkin. Traded out now by Karan.
Hello, Peter Wong, so welcome.
There.
A side looking like where the spike is going to land, but there's a showstopper here. I mean, GENG basically has full util, just one blast pack burned. As the drone goes up over the top, showstopper on the hot point. Takes it down.
Spike down A.
The smoke comes through, and GENG just swings in ahead of it. Karan dead. PaperX now up to 3 and in the lead.
Anyone have any splits?
GENG kind of falling into their own traps right now by thinking that mid is always going to be free, but PaperX are just leaving it open for the first 20 seconds or so. And now PaperX, I mean, if you notice a bit of a difference from that Lotus, they're not trying to greed for the kills. If you don't land that first shot, they duck back, they wait for trades, they're able to set those up, and now we finally see some cheers from what it looks like a viewing party here for PaperX and an early timeout from GENG.
A lot more proactive compared to what we were seeing on that first map. As they had allowed, that 4-0 streak to come through from PaperX before, looking to really intervene at all. I mean, we hadn't seen a timeout from GENG until, just the last 3 rounds right before then. try to close things out. But this time, on their own map pick, Solo not liking what he's seeing. So wants to be able to try to turn things around here. Get them back into the driver's seat. But for now, PRX starting to build up that momentum. Shots being hit where they were being whiffed previously on the first map.
Absolutely. And I don't blame head coach Solo on the side of GENG, because on Lotus, sure, you might have been losing a couple of those rounds, a lot of those rounds in the beginning, of course, but it always felt like you had the right read, that it was the execution, maybe a little faltering, PRX having some heroic moments. But right now, it almost seems like the reverse. It almost feels that PRX read through you immediately after that pistol round loss, and now they say, okay, you want to take mid control, take it for a little bit, we'll go in for the trades, we know how you want to set up for the bait and switch, things like that. And GENG, the fact that they've been trying to save this youth to try to creep up, create that point of contact first, it's not
Gue
working
lagi
out.
mikir ya, I have been wondering like how the caster know everything.
Sheriffs in the mix here for the side of GENG, which is often where they've been the most deadly. But see the call here from PRX, take some early forward control. They shifted Jing and Forsaken over to that B side of the map, get a little bit aggressive, and they flush GENG over towards A now with something on a very deep walkabout through mid.
Very early, too.
Yeah, he is very swift to get himself into this position. We saw a quick little glimpse over there, but does he read that there's somebody behind the box? Had he done so, been able to set up for that wallbang kill, but instead for now, will just stay behind lurking.
I mean, the idea here is that either you have to rotate or you're going to wait until the wall breaks, right? They know that GENG's on an eco. Sure, you have one Vandal, but you're not going to waste all those bullets just to break a Sage wall. So GENG's trapped, more or less.
Yeah. Drone's been used, so you can't try to drone and then Hunter's Fury. You could maybe try to get the recon off, and if you get a ping, then try to open things up that way. But even for GENG, in a thrifty attempt, might be a little bit bonus. There's a swing in.
Oh, nice.
Jing able to take down Munchkin over here at elbow. Boom block sent, cleared out by Charon. Try to disguise Texture's positioning, but
Nice.
able to suss that one out very swiftly.
Uncle Aim.
Spawns with a nice headshot. 2 players now left alive versus 3. There's a rolling thunder.
How is it going?
Against them.
Doing great,
Something
doing
will
good.
now make them that much more cautious about this backside approach, but they have to be very much worried about Mindfreak's position. He's up on top of Lakia, able to find that headshot with a recovered Vandal. Rolling Thunder now coming across, looking to just interrupt. They try to get themselves in towards backside for this plant. The covering fire not going to be there, and now the round is over. No matter what Lakia does, he cannot bring this one back. Forsaken will go ahead and put him down as well.
I mean, GENG, it almost felt like they knew their fate was sealed as soon as that barrier orb came up. It's not like you could try to blast through it with the Sheriffs, but at the same time, you had no information on the other part of the map. Obviously, for us, we can look at the mini-map and say, you can at least try to swing around and see what happens, but you're low on your weapons. You don't want to just util dump when you're on that eco. So they go in a little late, a couple nice kills, but that's all you'll get for your troubles. The Rolling Thunder being taken away once again, the only silver lining for GENG, but that's already 2 rounds where you're trying to tell yourself it's okay by taking away an ult. You're gonna have to start putting wins.
Busy up and over, Munchkin taken down. Jing finding one of the Hunter's Fury, sent out by Lakia, but realistically, not much being found aside from that tag. They're on to something. Swings out, Karen able to take it down, but now Mindfreak arriving, finds one, pull back from Meteors. He sends out that neural theft. Reveal comes in, Texture plays off that, finds the kills. Mindfreak gets res. Flash not going deep enough, but Forsaken still able to win the fight, gets the follow-up as well. As Meteors suddenly it's all on Lakia.
Take flight.
Spike stranded. Thrown over the top, spotting them, but no real advantage here for them. He's able to isolate one. Can he get
nice.
He cannot. Forsaken.
Let's go. The Hunter is going well for the previous support. Yeah, he's really good. He's really good.
Halfway to that next Rolling Thunder just 1 round later.
Yes. That's even that one silver lining that GENG had in the previous round. Now suddenly dashing away. Jing with the fast push out. The tile scratch this time with the fault line. And just the adjustments for PRX. They leave mid open the first couple rounds, and now they're taking strong control of it early with these early lurks. And that that absolutely traps GENG on the A side of the map. It's a bit of an adjustment now, shifting their sights onto the other side, and PRX has a read on it. I mean, they're matching them.
Just going for this double stack again. Jing getting tucked away, grabs the orb. Forsaken looks to provide cover fire and swing out. That's going to be locking out Texture. Now
nice.
Dead. Jing is absolutely unstoppable, and he's on for an ace. Meteor, the last one standing by, however, will be able to find him. He will take him down. Ace not found, but dominance still asserted. PRX now up 6-2.
I mean, what do you do when you're playing against a team? You just took them down on their map pick, and they have the confidence to bait you in with the ult orb when you would have been cornered. Your teammate doesn't get the trade kill immediately, but Jing backsteps, stops for the kill, and then gets 3 more. There's no clear answer to that. I mean, other than Lakia, you should have won that, right? But Jing's just too good.
I mean, absolutely on it now.
He's actually laughing.
Oh boy. Laughing as if he just told a right little joke.
He knows exactly what he did.
Massacred an entire squad.
Now the fast push out this time on the A side. PRX basically starting to say we don't want to respect their util. Let's push out a little bit earlier.
They're ready for it. They're anticipating this aggression, but they're just not able to find the kills. And Meteor, by the time he does take down Jing, it is still far too late. His fate has been sealed. And it's just disadvantage after disadvantage, round and round again here. You know, at least be able to trade one back, something giving up his life for a bit of information. Only had 5 HP remaining as he swung out.
Look at this patience from GENG though. They realize that there's a good chance PRX might have re-aggressed on the A side to try to keep control.
Nice.
They would be correct, but they won't get rewarded for it. And Mindfreak never quite cleared over that market area.
So what a turnaround from just everybody right now on PRX. Clearly, seemingly needing that first map as a bit of a warm-up. And PRX on that Lotus Ice sleep. On Sunset right now, I have insomnia.
Not blinking even, it seems. In full control. And we joke all we want about PRX and best of fives, and do they have the mental nerves and the endurance to get through? But we also have to remember they were the first team to go for that reverse sweep last year at the Pacific Grand Finals. I mean, they are built for this. It's just unfortunate because they also quite get up there quite often. And they haven't quite gotten the international trophy just yet.
This is GENG having to use both timeouts within the first 9 rounds of this map. If that's not a moral victory, then I don't know what is.
Holy, that's huge.
Huge pressure being exerted here by PRX.
Yeah, 7-2 lead, 5 rounds. Already feeling pretty decent about this half. Obviously, you would like 1 or 2 more, especially considering just overall ult and credit economy on the side of PRX. Coach Alex looking a lot calmer as well, knowing that they have a hefty lead. Meanwhile, you can see on the faces of the GENG players, they're kind of scratching their heads. They look a little lost. They aren't quite sure what the answer is. It's not even just about the execution, but they don't even have the solution at hand just yet before they can write the answer down. So see what HSK and Solo, the coaches of GENG, can relay to their players. Do they see something more through their players' POVs? It's going to be a rough one for this round, though. Another mixed buy.
0 point out over the top, something. Oh my god, Meteor almost just strafes into that one, as Mosh will be sent out nice and early. Not going to garner much for them though, but now that next Rolling Thunder online. Dash forward, Forsaken, absolutely dead to rights. I think pushing up into the cyber cage, taken down at Divide, trying to get the transfer, is able to do so. Finally confirms that second kill to go ahead and even up the numbers.
Lakia has to go huge one way or another because they knew Jing was out on A main before they tagged him with the 0 point. Lakia spots him.
He saw the head, and Jing none the wiser. Now he's in a position to maybe even get both. Nope, opens up, does find the first one. Is he ready for Mindfreak? Sends a drone, so now not going to get caught. Lakia turns his sights back over to A. Make sure that he is safe. Obviously, with Meteor dead, that trap wire doesn't mean anything. Has to be cautious. 0 point going to confirm that there's no one realistically close to this A site quite just yet. Mindfreak will now start drifting his way through.
Lakia, is he ready for the split? Eyes mission right now is to clear out Satsova. They don't want to waste time looking for that lurk.
Divide finds it. Bit on the TP there. Texture up within the smoke. So there's Paranoia across as he pushes up. It's point blank. Texture able to identify him, spots it out, takes him down. Divide now needing to get the ace. Confirm that if they want to clutch this out, keep themselves in dominant form. But Munchkin will just go ahead and swing out from behind the box on site, and that's going to be Gen G at long last breaking this win streak. It was 7 rounds consecutively for PRX. Still more work to be done for Gen G if they want to try to set any kind of redeemable half. PRX very well could just turn around and slap the taste out of their mouths once more in this next round.
Yeah, I wonder what the adjustment is, because basically Gen G, they pull off something similar to that pistol, right? They creep up into top, they go in with a bit of a setup here for Texture, and he's able to open things up. So PRX, their adjustment is, okay, let's stop giving that for free again.
Forsaken is going to glass cannon. 1500 not opting to buy the armor. As Hunter's Fury is going to go hunting here for Lakia. All the shots going a bit wide as Texture's playing anti-flash, but something gets in ahead of it. Takes him down. Pain Shell's now coming through the Thrash as well, working his way over towards Elbow. Will just be cut short. Aftershock now flying. Mosh lobbed in. Everything thrown just to dissuade and hold up Gen G, locking them in position.
And you still have that Rolling Thunder as well. So Gen G, they know they needed to get into the site early to try to draw that ult out. Now it's looking rough. And PRX has no reason to peek out.
Thrash sent once more on the chase. Meteor pulling back the dive forward to get the double detain.
Oh, double detain!
Quickly, are they going to pursue for this one, though? Swing onto the corner, and Munchkin will be able to get the punish there. That one working a bit against them, Jing a little bit too overzealous. Smell that blood in the water, but this Rolling Thunder, this could be absolutely devastating. Waiting for it, something playing for contact on it. Now Sen catches on the Meteor with the covering fire. The only one not getting stunned up, so we'll find him, but Mind Freak swings the corner, able to find two.
30 seconds
Hero depth invested, Mind Freak pulling back. Five trying to get into pole position. Meteor, however, able to find him now. It is just a vibe with an operator. With this one out. If he can get one, there's nobody really in position for a res either. So even that, not really going to be a boon for him.
I mean, yeah, you have the creds to buy up rifles.
Nice.
Get one. Surely he goes for it now.
If he had a wall, he could get himself across. Get that player. There's just no way in hell can he isolate. Tripping forward, and Meteor will be good for it. A 3K there from Gen G Cypher to rescue the round.
Last round.
PRX getting a bit too overzealous.
Man, I mean,
every
time we see moments like this in the making,
tapi yang kena detain lucu sih, kayak loncat-loncat gitu kan, kayak sembunyi gitu.
So Meteor is able to escape the Rolling Thunder. I don't think they were quite reading it 100%, but at the end of the day, this man on your screen, he's the hero. Looks like he was asking about that operator. And they will, yeah, they'll bring it over. Looks like they might have just bought one themselves, but either way, op in hand, Blade Storm there as well.
You're watching, not able to get the dart through, but keeping tabs there on Jing, has the trap wire set up as well. Now we'll look to try to start this lurk as they have that dart cleared out. Forsaken going to be taken down. Very nice timing on that flash from Munchkin. Sets up for that kill. Lurk interrupted. Markadora does come through as there's the res now on a Forsaken. Spam not going to be able to catch him, but here's the backstab. Everybody's attention paid forward onto the side. Meteor walks away with two. Darting out, trying to keep him honest. Meteor just keeping them busy. Backpedals, wraps all the way around now towards main. Hawk still holding the close angle. Takes him down. Knives pulled. Going to be a little bit whippy there from Texture. Versus his life, but all to be picked up if they so choose.
Semoga PRX menang ya, semoga PRX menang.
Yeah, Meteor, absolute perfect impact for Gen G. Exactly what they needed. Bit of a hero play in that second to last round, and then a great lurk. Again, that's one of the weaknesses of this composition from PRX. No true sentinel, no traps, no info that you can gain passively. And that Cypher on the side of Gen G, they break
Dream Core X PRX.
Right through.
Okay. It's so cute.
Got some fans. It's like from abroad here cheering for PRX as well.
Whatever I'm clean. Wow, the drawing is so cool.
Gorgeous. I mean, all three parts of that is beautiful.
It's cool.
Wow.
I also want to make my own if I ever go there.
There's a little bit less of Texture screaming in agony and a little bit more of that Alex desk slam at the moment, given the run back that we've seen. But they're still in the lead. Gen G 2-1 in pistols thus far. PRX can tie things up. Be in a very nice position to go ahead and look to close out the rest of this map, because now we move them over onto that attacking side.
See how much more they get with that initiative. I mean, they started off, again, like you said earlier, 7 rounds in a row. not off the back of any one singular player, but just really good trading all through and through and winning each of their own duels. I mean, you see only 3 assists for all 5 players on the side of PaperX. It's whoever got that first contact, they're able to battle through. A lot of multi-kills coming in as well. Meanwhile, we see 2 sheriffs on the side of GENG. Texture and Lakia defaulting to their basic abilities.
It's all to do 3, you know, on Lotus. All those pivotal rounds that they were able to just dominate in.
Aku baru nyadar
Shying away from those, but sometimes you need the util, you know?
Yeah, it is nice to have that util.
Especially on defense.
Huh?
I mean, against the breach, perhaps just allowing them to get into the site and then go for the aim duels could be the answer.
Initials a check. Entry going through. Jing spotted. There's the blind. Wingman interrupted. Dizzy cleared out. Jing dead. As it is just a meat grinder over here.
Holy!
Trying to do his damnedest, but he's only going to be able to find the 1 kill. Meteor dead, but the rest of GENG standing tall as they will close out another pistol.
Don't forget that.
PaperX felt like they thought, okay, Cyber Cage comes through. Once the timer goes through about half of it, let's just blast through, catch him off guard on a bit of a beat. But the call's too fast. Meteor, he wants to play anti, so he calls for his teammates to smoke. The paranoia again from Heron. Absolutely massive. Doesn't allow anybody to check for that left corner. And again, it's like I said, let him come in. Use their util, then we'll just fight him fair and square, gun for gun.
Aku cuma tahu John QT
3
musuh.
sheriffs now for the side of PaperX to try to pull off some thrifty magic. Shots across, Forsaken unable to get the connection there though. As Meteor tagged low, 47 HP remaining on him, and no damage answered in reply.
Here.
Very big jiggle peek there from Mind Freak as Forsaken now in position to try to send out that fault line. Texture moves off the angle, shifts over to the opposite side. Swings out just in time to take out something. That's going to be the spike now spotted as well. Does quickly get recollected. It's a slow push out into Munchkin, who's got Guardian in hand. And he continues to be an absolute monster with it. A 4K from the KO. We're tied up 7-7.
The IGL of GENG, just him with the Guardian, it's just something different. Yes, he plays well with other weapons, but when he has the Guardian, because I was looking at the minimap, I was looking at the screen,
kacau
thinking,
nih.
I mean, he's got the Guardian, he'll get maybe 1-2 kills.
It's that shot onto the eye.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where the trade should come in.
Yes.
You know, the first 2 kills, okay.
Sure.
That last one, to be able to come through is just disgusting, and then by that point, there's just no way for Mind Freak to, you know, he's not counter swinging anymore. He's just lone peeking.
And now an op here for Texture as well.
Kita butuh apa? Tech box.
Of the tech variety.
Of the tech variety, really not a long one. Generally, they've been pretty swift. I assume it was a very last minute, you know, maybe a cable unplug or something like that, since it's called right before the round begins here. But yeah, I mean, like you said, I love that you pointed that out, because up to the second one, I mean, Munchkin, he whiffs a couple shots, but he's able to stabilize. He's got better weapons, things like that. But man, the trade not coming through, and that's
PRX mulai throwing. Iya sih, agak-agak mulai throwing sih.
On stage. It's in one of the coaching booths. I have an issue with.
I can only imagine which side it might be.
Certain coaches set up.
Gear issue.
We'll
This one.
get fixed and we'll get things underway here once again. So players unaffected. Shouldn't be anything too drastic here. As well, he's looking like he's typing away. So everything
Wonder what that could mean.
should be hopefully taken care of here once more.
Oh man. I mean, I can also only imagine at which scene that this tech issue might have arrived. Perhaps it was the 4K from Munchkin. Quite impactful, I would say.
We should get Alex one of those, what is it, like the ergonomic keyboards or whatever, where they're like split in half, kind of like raised. So it just looks like he's smashed it in half. Then at least you can hit like right in the center of the desk and just go right between the 2 panels and not have to worry about actually destroying a keyboard.
True.
We'll have more advanced coaching setups in the future, I'm sure, as VCT continues on. There was a Korean content creator that the current stats couldn't be more appropriate. There's a Korean content creator that imagines
Current Alex
if
status.
Alex was strong enough to break the desk every time he slammed it, how much damage would he have done to VCT financially? And of course that has never happened.
The
with
tens
the great
of
desk we
thousands of
have.
dollars.
Yes, it was very high.
Because not only do you have to consider the desk itself, but all the things on the desk that would then fall and potentially break. So we have to calculate monitors into this, audio switches.
It's a fun little bit.
There's a lot. We should do a segment where we have them like, you know, doing
Ih,
like karate
malu-malu.
chops and breaking boards and stuff and see which coach would be able to do
Oh,
it.
orangnya yang malu-malu.
It turns out Termi's actually the strongest, breaks through everything.
Just gotta get him in the right mindset. Munchkin though, the hold here, something able to win out that fight. Just dry peeking on the corner, takes him down right through the corner of the box, and that's going to be a strong opener here for PRX. One that they need is GENG. Right there. Has just managed to tie
Tadi
things
cewek
up
sama
at
cowok,
7-7.
ya boleh.
Texture, very high stress situation now, all alone.
Forsaken tag low. Oh, and Texture. Whippy on the op shot. Wants to go for the re-peek, and something says, yep, come to me. Another headshot delivered. Dizzy now up over the top block. He's going to be blinded. Has to try to tuck back. Tries to take a fight. Something claims a third. The wingman now rushing forward to check the daze. Goes through. Something out for blood. Will not be rewarded with it this time around, but already his job has been done. Only a couple bullets remaining here for Meteor. 2 left in this mag. The wall will come up. Scoops up a Vandal. But now
looks
difficult position here. Karon still just now starting to weasel his way forward. Did they just make the call to save?
Yeah, just going to be the save, it looks like. I mean, Karon just still watching in case there's any lurks that are on the hunt. They realize that it's already too far late. You've given over a potential operator as well. And it's not like you have, you know, all the flashes. You don't have any pings with the recon, anything like that. Sure, you have the paranoia. But GENG saying, listen, our creds aren't okay because they invested in that operator. They're going to have to make sure they balance out the bank. An operator saved over for PRX. We've seen it before. That Gecko. Driven by something, going to be picking up that operator, I'm sure.
Being forced to save while they're on your bonus round. Definitely going to be feeling like an odd moment, but I mean, GENG have just
Pasti si something
dived
bilang,
forced
save
to,
up, save
you know,
up,
have to
save up.
buy down so much, even when they're going for those anti-ecos.
Hello, Nevar,
Economy just not in a great
welcome.
spot, so we'll be able to preserve as much as humanly possible for PRX for now. Not going to allow them to get that snowball going on this defender side. Triple sheriffs and half armor available here to GENG, but as you mentioned, that operator, now that thrash as well off the back of those kills, all available for PRX. Let's see how they look to utilize them. As for now, pop shots over in towards market, but no one giving the ankle as Lakia playing a very risky game, jumps across the opposite side of mid.
Yeah, catch is good.
Oh, nice.
Dying. I mean, GENG overall looked like they were somewhat prepared for a B pitch with Texture's position.
It's one of the rifles.
Waduh.
Trying to recover it.
Texture would love to grab this one. Does have the dash.
Kaget gue.
Dead. Okay. Confirms that they're going to be quite far forward. Tries to make his exit. Gets in around the corner. The Vandal is going to be in hand, but now Thrash coming through after trying to flush him out. And he's just going to die to that one. Can't even get himself away from that util. Shots out from Munchkin. Not really connecting. Can't find that kill. Now Meteor all on his lonesome. Noted by the Dizzy. GENG bouncing forward. They just go ahead. Multi-face in towards Boba. And they take him down. It's a flawless round here
Anjay,
for
masih
PRX.
VIP, masih dong. Emang kamu
Sure,
kira
you can
kamu
argue
nggak
that it's a half buy round here from GENG with 2 rifles saved over, but overall a bit of a loss looking GENG in that previous round as well. Just waiting for initial contact, but not really getting any.
Jadi ceritanya
clear
Nevar nggak mau
info,
VIP
not really
lagi.
rotating fast off of it. Bit of a widespread default as well. So we'll see. Do we chalk it up just to that buy? Or is it them not quite realizing how to
Kayak
react
gitu
to
dong.
PRX's
Nah,
tendencies with
gitu
this
dong.
composition here on the Sunset? Now a full stack from PRX. They're continuing to keep the Cypher here. It's been, the A side has been an absolute menace here from PRX. So GENG
Udah jam
just trying to buy some more
4.30.
delay.
Gue
Now
pingin
the Uber
pingin
starts
all you
to
can
come
eat.
through.
I wish to eat some meats. Like grilled meats.
One of the trap wires going to be taken down theirs.
I
It's
love
gonna be
you,
another side of the
Nevar,
pitch set up.
love
Here's
you.
Jing bouncing around to the opposite side.
Oh.
Drag across. Are you kidding me? Gets a shot, swings in before the reveal though, and something watching the wide angle is able to take him down. Reping does come through. Texture now swinging out, jumps in the corner.
Nice.
It's his shot.
Sure.
Mind Freak dropped.
Now
for one.
Yo, maksudnya beda pulau ya bang.
Recon available.
This lurk, they're just buying time. If they eventually do come in, Munchkin's still going to be very valuable on that lurk.
Something now holding the angle though. No, actually pulls off of it. Peeking in over towards site. He's inching his way forward. He's looking to try to get in here. Spot a pixel out of place, but he cannot see Karen. And now Texture is made all too easy for him. Something just disrespects the angle. Now the spike going to be dropped. Peek out the head.
Halo Juju, Intan kita boleh
Here's the cleanup from Karon. GENG keeping things neck and neck. One away from tying us up once more. I got to see the shot from Meteor again, because to start things off with that was just absolutely nasty.
I mean, sure, you heard it, but I'm not. I think he starts spraying on the right side, and he hears another blip through the cyber case, so he just swings it across, and somehow the bullet lands right on the dome of GENG. But then it's just a chain of insane shots from Texture as well. So now PRX, you read that, the Cypher setup consistently going over to that A side. They'll try to take some control over a B main again. Munchkin barely making it out.
Looking for the catch, was well set up, but Munchkin does get away. Okay, now he gets away. GENG have just been re-peeking like maniacs.
I mean, taking a page out of PRX's book. You got to match him if you want to fight him.
This is what PRX were getting punished by on Lotus. GENG certainly getting punished by it on this map. Just everybody feeling so confident, but being at some disadvantages in these fights. Fragment's trying to slow up the approach. Wall going to be broken down. Texture on the repeat from that left-hand side here. He's able to find Forsaken. That gets some Yep, repeats it again. Forsaken or something now. Going to be taken down as he watches for the smoke. Oh, the shot. Passes up the exit a little bit. As Showstopper at the ready, lobbed in. Still not going to be found. Devi in the meantime able to find Karon now. Back over to the Vandal. Texture does fall. 2v3 as Meteor starts looking his way forward. Now he's all on his lonesome.
And he's surrounded.
There he is. He's not ready for Devi to be out that wide. He ends up falling. PRX once again restretching that lead to 2.
Taking over that B control. I mean, this is just straight rock, paper, scissors adjustments here from PRX. And so now GENG are the ones who have to answer back. And now you start to think, is it a mind game back and forth?
Tunggu lah ya, Far. Tunggu aku ke sana. Tunggu aku ke pulaumu kan. Kita
Take a glimpse now and yep.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that op has been so crucial for you. I mean, the buys are a bit all over the place, right? Op, glass cannon on one side, and then
sekarang kita cuma bisa aja di not masing-masing.
But he's been having this deep push forward, which they did not spot. PRX didn't catch sight of this before. See if Karon, that's a double angle.
Double peeking, so it will just be that 1-for-1. Forsaken able to get the repunch, but Karon now in a position where he could do some significant damage. Now the shots. Bit whippy does manage to TP out in front of that fault line, shut the door, but Meteor noted up and top mid, taken down. GENG opening things up, and now that A site completely unoccupied, and that Cypher util there doesn't mean a damn thing. Lakia quick on the rotate to try to intercept. Meant to find 2. And puts Forsaken down to 1 HP.
Posisinya jelek sih tadi.
Him off that drone.
Munchkin
manages to do so, but Munchkin going to be heard. Mind freak.
He heard it.
Very well aware of this, but needs to win the fight. He's cognizant of the potential, and Munchkin is able to best him there. That leaves Forsaken now with just 1 HP. Granted, Munchkin and Lakia both dangerously low. This gives him a rolling thunder, but using it here,
my ult's ready.
It would be absolutely ridiculous if Forsaken, if he could pull this off.
This reposition's hard to read. It's absolutely tucked in.
Paranoia, not hearing much of anything there.
Oh!
Karon will go ahead and shut it down. GENG with the defuse. They will get themselves up now to 9. Not allowing for PRX to stretch this lead any further. The pendulum continues to swing back and forth between these two squads.
Whenever they need him most, Lakia just shows up. Like you said, not only does he bring Forsaken down, it's the spike drop, it's 2 members gone. by so much time, and Munchkin once again wrapping all the way around. That's another thing PRX have to worry about. Again, no true sentinel that's really biting them if the round goes on for too long. If they can't get in and just take over the site and plant it, they always gonna have to start worrying about that flank.
Rolling Thunder now available. See one that decides to come into play is GENG just getting positioned up on top of box again. Texture.
Oh, nice.
Slips up for a brief little moment, but not fully prepared for it. Ends up getting taken down, so advantage off the rip here for the side of PRX. Won't be snatched up. Showstopper just 2 away now. So what the call is from PRX. Is it just a Rolling Thunder speed up into the side? Everybody from GENG has already made their way over to B. It's a Paranoia looks to try to slow them up. Wingman leading the charge. Meteor out wide, spots way too many players. Quite a bit of damage in. Something going to be down to 1. GENG at 19. Levi can only heal one of them.
Yeah, but the spike stranded in the site as well. So PRX, I mean, you do have a minute. You might want to wrap around. It looks like they might want to go for the ult orb over on the A side for Mindfreak. See if you can get that from the shadows. I mean, since the change, you can just pick that spike up even if they try to block it. It is in the open, so I don't think GENG would do that, but...
No, it would be absolutely suicidal. So now wall coming up. Flashes out, 0 point used. Devi, the only one being noted now. As yet, this very well looks like it is going to be the play. They have a couple players now getting ready to stack on top of this one, but Munchkin not joining in with them.
And you should just be able to pick it up from the side anyway, so I don't know if this is going to work out well.
Munchkin, I mean, he's sprinted to try to get there. They've actually stopped it. They've actually stopped it. Unbelievable.
Bisa.
Undone. He's going to get these kills. Lakia trying to hold this door. Karen now last man standing. He needs to stay alive. Spike picked up. He's trying to interrupt it.
Nice!
It felt like they had it in their hands, but PRX rip it right back out.
PRX having the extra layer to be able to just wrap all the way back around the map. So what they do is they send something in, check that the ult orb is there. Okay, great. Now you push in even further, see if GENG has rotated. And then when it doesn't work, you start to just push through because something's already here on Boba. So quick with it. I mean, GENG, they take away the ultimate immediately. No chance for a pickup on the spike. But it doesn't matter.
Let's go, let's go.
Oh, once again, there's that 2-round lead. Lakia. Oh, yeah. Oh, I was going to say, he's got a hand, but Texture pushing the corner instantly. Met with that thrash. GENG collecting 2. Looks like PRX are done with the back and forth nonsense. They want this map point in their hands. Munchkin considering it. Boombot having to be cleared. No, leaves it for now. Now looks to clear it out, but eats an immense amount of damage. The Dizzy gets the blind. Paint shells lobbed in. GENG on for 3. Showstopper in hand. Potentially on for an ace. There's the detain. Meteor cleans up 2, however. Able to take it down. Looks for that third. Can't quite readjust it with Karon detain over on site. Devi will go ahead and easily take him down.
Yeah, my boy.
Up to 12. Look to tie up this series.
And look at the ultimates. Absolutely primed for just a bulldoze through on either side. You still got the res as well.
Can I just say, you got Soul on the opposite side. Maybe a Rolling Thunder Showstopper new turn special.
Oh.
It might not be split, but why not bring back the classic?
You're always going to call for it whenever it's available, aren't you?
Yeah. Holy shit, your reaction.
Holy shit.
Careful.
But whichever order it is of ultimates, oh, it's just going to be a full set.
Ooh, nice.
Cannot get away from it fast enough. Munchkin now caught. GENG didn't get his ace in the last round. Maybe he's out for it now. Texture trying to hold the angle. And GENG is absolutely not. Shuts him down. Meteor able to find something. Look to try to get Forsaken. He's able to do so. Sends out that neural theft, but then is struck down. Res now to make it that much more difficult.
Nice.
It's not even necessary. Lakia will fall.
Yay!
Here on Sunset, we are tied up as PRX go blow for blow versus GENG.
It's an absolute deadlock between these two teams, and it just goes to show, I mean, they've met 5 times so far in their entire careers, 4 times alone this year, and that is what makes it so much closer. And teams on both sides, 10 players on site, now tied 1-1 in this grand final.
Well, the analysts have plenty to talk about, so we'll go ahead and hand this off to them. We'll see you guys on the other side of that. Icebox.
My heart rate right now is like unhealthy right now. That was a very stressful match to watch. It doesn't matter who you were supporting.
Yeah, it
that
is.
sunset was really, really intense. But PRX keeps themselves in the game. Now we got a 1-1 score. We got ourselves a really good series, and it's exactly what we expected. Both these teams are in top-notch form.
Yeah, and I think the biggest adjustment that I saw from
Lumayan nambah 2000. Boleh sih nambah 2000.
going for these crazy plays, it's like quick peek, get a kill, back off, or don't get a kill, back off. Like they're not overcommitting to these angles and things like that. That's a huge part of being able to get those one and dones and then back off. There was better support with the utility, but really it's just not over swinging angles was really one of the biggest keys for them here.
Yeah, right? Like, it's a war of attrition, and you want to play numbers for numbers. You know that GenG's always ready to go for those trades. They're not afraid. They're not shying away from these duels. If you have the numbers advantage, if you're taking those one and dones away from them, and you're going into 5v4s, that's how PRX is able to come back.
Let's go with the third one.
On that attacking side, though, once they swapped over, or once GenG start to get a read on them, because GenG still, you know, they're able to kind of get a sensing for where PRX is about to hit, and then they come up with some strategies of their own. Like we saw some rounds where, you know, whether it's Munchkin with a Guardian, like just threading the needle through these like really tiny angles, or Meteor coming in with a big flank, and nobody from PRX is watching it because they're not really, you know, focused on that at the time. So GenG's still very much in the game, but you gotta love those adjustments from PRX. And I mean, the biggest round in this one, I think the straw that broke to the camel's back. Round 20, the one where Mind Freak tried to do the from the shadows, GenG had the read on that, but PRX had the read on that as well, so they wrapped around the site. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was a great round. I mean, one of those rounds that both teams are reading each other really well, understanding the situation really well, knowing that, okay, if they go for the orb, they're going to try the TP, we're going to body block it, then they're going to have to come back, and then we can try to fight. Karon tries to hide long enough to delay the plant, but just barely PRX is able to respond in time. Rounds like that are just so awesome to see because these two teams are so smart, you know, so with it mentally in the game most of the time. It was a tremendous map.
The tension in this stadium on that particular round, again, doesn't matter which team you were supporting, it was so intense. This was a really fun game, and I just love what we're seeing right now from both of these teams. Again,
Davai kind of like
top-notch from both of these guys.
brand
And these are the two that are representing Pacific and Shanghai.
No, this is great news for Pacific fans. Like in general, like, this is like you are seeing two of the best teams in the world going at it, and they are showing you why they got so deep in Madrid, and it's looking like they could potentially repeat it. I mean, I know a lot of the other teams in the other regions looking very, very good as well, but this is really high-level gameplay. I mean, GENG here, this 4K was absolutely disgusting. Just the individual mechanics are through the roof on both sides. Texture with some of those amazing op shots that were just absolutely ridiculous flicks that he's having. Meteor is so many multi-kills where it looks like it's a PRX round for sure, and then Meteor just finds 2 kills, and you're like, okay, well, maybe not. You know, it's insane. They're all playing nuts.
I mean, it's got to be Pacifics here. It's got to be. I'm sorry, Liz Marcini or Marchini, excuse me, but yeah, it's got to be Pacifics here. I mean, look at how both teams are playing so well right now. Texture on this operator, Munchkin on the Guardian, or sometimes the whole team on Sheriffs of all things. They are able to fight back, and then PRX as well, just trying to adapt, trying to play better together. You know, the first map, that was a little bit of a warm-up. They were starting to play individually a little bit, but on this map, they fixed that. On this map, they had the right compositions to make it work.
I think this is still kayaknya ini masih di bagian yang komennya itu masih belum bisa. I think this is a patch where I think they played the previous patch where the Omen cannot pick it manually, so they need like the Omen need to be like on the spike to pick
both of these teams, you can tell by their energy levels, these are two teams that are experienced in Grand Finals events at this point, going the distance in a best of 5. You can see that they're both extremely serious. There are moments where you see Texture, you know, having a lot of fun, and PRX, of course, usually are like that, but they are both so focused right now and making sure that they win. This is a proper opponent today. So much respect on both sides. Now, Icebox is a PRX pick, And we've seen them face off before, and the last time these two teams faced off, PaperX won quite in a dominant fashion with a lot of surprises. GENG looked very surprised by what they did, but I think it might be a little bit different this time, Ethan.
I think it'll be really close. I mean, I think, you know, with Texture on the Jet, he's really looking very dialed in today. I mean, this is some of the best we've seen from him. It's forcing PaperX to adapt and be able to not play the way that they want. You're not seeing a lot of that explosive PaperX play because Texture's so good on those opening kills, no matter what gun he has. And the op in particular is scary. You know, PaperX was eventually able to kind of take that op out of his hands
buffed
and
my
start
nails.
shutting him down
Now
early.
it's
They're
time
going to
to
be
paint
really
my
wary
nails.
of that, especially when they're on their attacker side. You know, the real question to me is, again, how well are these Sage walls going to be used for PaperX? Generally, you know, you're trying to get onto the A side a lot as PaperX. If you look back at their VODs, they're really trying to attack that, take space there, and then kind of put their feet down, set up for those post plants. And for the love of God, watch for world
What
lurks.
you want?
So many lurks
Why you?
by PaperX today, it's starting to tilt me a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how Meteor got a lot of his multi-kills, catching them
Why
completely
you-
off guard. And PaperX on
Throw
the defense side, on
Although you
Icebox,
didn't throw?
has been incredible. They
Why?
played like an attacker side.
Explain
and
yourself.
Caught GENG off guard, but they looked so good on Icebox yesterday against T1, and yeah, they're prepared for this, and there's no way Coach Solo is going to let that happen again.
I know. He talked about it. They drilled this icebox. It's going to look incredibly good. I mean, we've seen how Texture is on point with the operator today, and icebox is a map where he can definitely exploit that. You're definitely going to be anticipating something versus Texture duels on this map, or maybe even the Outlaw.
Now, before we move on, we need to acknowledge our guess and gain picks. Ta-da!
Did I get it right? Oh, I did. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, so I'm
What
gonna
did I go
start
for?
with PaperX.
Yeah, I did it.
You did it. I felt good because you picked the same thing. So Mika stays in Radiant. Valdez is back in Radiant. Let me put you.
He should have never left.
Yeah, he was always there. What did our audience pick again? Did they pick PaperX?
I believe.
Oh my God! Congrats, audience! You
Audience is
now
radiant. Wow.
Radiant.
Whoa.
Asarai, I saw him backstage just now. Down with you.
Well, okay, for a moment.
I don't care. Down with
There we go.
Asarai.
That's right.
And his silly. We were DMing a lot backstage, so.
Down with Quack too.
Oh, you're down.
Yeah.
Down.
Womp womp.
Womp womp.
Did I miss a name? William. Down.
Down.
All right. Back in bronze where you
I don't mind
belong,
it.
William.
Kind of happy. Okay.
This is everything feels right now, you know, like William and Quackback. I don't know. You guys are like a little parrot there. Anyway, what is your prediction for map 3 Icebox so I can pick the opposite?
Let's go for it. You're gonna pick the opposite?
I'm gonna.
I gotta remember what I picked.
Really?
I think I know what I picked. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I feel good. I kind of saw. What did you pick, Paper then? Yeah, I feel good about this.
Okay, I guess I might be staying there.
Icebox, GENG, I kind of
Why
talked a bit
GENG?
about why I think they're going to be prepared against PaperX this time around. Is that why you picked GENG, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, sometimes PaperX's protocols, especially on holding their A plants, get really messy, and teams are able to exploit that pretty quickly. They go for a lot of those individual kind of hold on angles, and GENG's been shutting those down really nicely, so I think it's going to be tough.
How about you, Quack?
I think PaperX might have some tricks up their sleeves. We've seen that before from them on Icebox. T1 Sage is not the same as GENG Sage, you know? He's able to come up with that crunch up towards A nest, and it's tricks like that GENG might not be prepared for. If they have some secret strats today, which I really hope they have, they might be able to pull some secret ones up against GENG, so that's what I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
I'm gonna
PaperX is
brush the
starting on
mouse
attacker
pad
side,
so the
though,
mouse
and
pad
as we
didn't
know,
get
they
so dusty
do much better on
because
defense
I do
on
prep my
Icebox,
nails.
so I think that might
My
impact
nails.
it a bit. I mean, happy to be proven wrong when it comes to these two teams because when they show up, it's always magnificent here. Now, Team Comps, Asia Comps haven't changed very much. I guess, like, how are you excited? Like, do you think we're gonna go full 5 maps? Are we gonna go the distance today? stay together?
I think so. It's starting to look that way to me. It's way too evenly matched between these two teams right now. It's really going to come down to like execution and who's able to make better, micro adjustments on the fly. I think they have pretty good reads on each other in their macro sense. Like they're both reading the map pretty well. They're kind of mirroring each other's movements for the most parts. But it comes down to, frankly, it comes down to individual plays. Like who's making the right decisions at the right time. There's some good util combos, of course, and things like that are winning rounds. But those are to be expected. So really,
I don't think you guys realize I have one
clash, and both sides have to stay laser
because
focused.
like
PRX is starting to heat
the
up,
nails was
and
not
Gen
long
G,
enough, so I
after that launch,
used
how do they feel? Are they
builder
able to come
gel
into this one with a clean
to
slate? They
make
need
it
to
like
be able
much
to do
more
that.
longer.
Absolutely. Now we are in for a really good icebox like the first two maps. Let's go back to our casters, Achilles and William.
Thank you very much. Yes, we can only hope that Icebox delivers much in the same way that the previous two maps have. 13-9, the closest score lines, but the rounds themselves have been very, very close. Very scrappy, lots of aggression, and I don't see that changing much as we move our way over here to Icebox.
Wait, where is my dehydrator?
And it's going to be the triple sheriffs from Gen G. Gen G so far has been quite good at coming in with prepared antis on the pistol specifically against PRX. It looks like once again they're going to have a pretty strong read here, trying to take over mid, but
a triple mid crunch potentially here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send the
But
nails
this might
pic later.
almost be the reverse here. PRX trying to counter out Gen G's tendencies.
Okay, well, it's going to be Texture taken down before he can try to dash out the safety. Fly with a nice headshot to go ahead, finish him off. Heal out from Jing, put something back up to 100 HP. It's like nothing ever happened.
And just a wide spread out, but with that, I mean, Gen G, there's no real way now, without the extra utils, without all the other weapons, to try to take control of mid. Even that turret giving PRX the information that no one else has pushed out. It's just safe to reaggress. And no matter what, it's 4 members left on Gen G, so the safe play is to play 2 and 2. PRX trying to punish that by staying grouped up.
Quick peek out the window, nothing spotted. Pulled back over towards the side here from Charon.
Go.
But full kitchen control established here for PRX. They go creeping their way forward. Meteor noting at least one over by Greenus. There's a swing out Defy. Crispy with it. Finds a shot. Meteor will be able to stabilize that aim. Finds a headshot. Needs to tuck back behind the box. Shots are coming his way, and he actually jumped. Playing a very risky game as he will be able to get a leg there onto Jing, but kill not found. Now it's just Munchkin and Lakia. Munchkin will spot Defy.
30 seconds
Kind of the ace up their sleeve right now in this pistol round. Trying to contend with him. The rest of the team now getting ready to swoop in. Something will claim the last one. So another pistol round, second in the series for PRX as they kick things off with an attack win round on Icebox.
Yeah, this was PRX coming in a little bit better prepared, going in for that absolute death ball in mid, taking over some of those kills, and then of course the reaggress as well, making sure they play by the numbers.
There's so many.
Double Sheriff looking like going to be carried over into this next one here. Otherwise, not too much firepower. But I mean, yeah, this one tap.
30 seconds left.
One in particular, I should say. Really setting the stage for how this Icebox could unfold. Still plenty to contend with, though. As Quack was alluding to, there's plenty of tricks up the sleeve. No trick necessary here, though. Something just runs him down. Finds a headshot. He's trying to go for that mid-air. I mean, why the hell not, I suppose. There's a lot of damage there on the Jing, but he will survive. He will heal himself, and he will get that plan. I'm gonna pass over to Devi. Yeah, say, let's go ahead and fast track that lockdown. If we're not dying, we won't need the res.
Yeah, there you go. That's true. I mean, a lot of times we also see Jing just pushing forward with everybody anyway, so the res quite unnecessary. The round ending by the time you think about using it here for PRX. And Gen G, they would love to die to the spike. Not sure PRX would give them that leisure. Lakia getting spotted.
Push in. Headshot is found. Texture able to take down one. Does a bit of damage. Avoids the flawless here. Something crept forward, hearing that drop. He knows where he's at. Make the call. The rotation. Second headshot. Snappy from Texture. A little bit more damage, but widely weapon's going to be carried over as something gets himself a 3K and PRX start things off 2-0.
Yeah, very big round for PRX. I mean, this is some of the cleanest starts we've had this match. Now in map 3 of this best of 5. So like you said, carry over the weapons. Some good ult stacking onto something, but that shot, like you said, no tricks. And then the scout with the updraft as well. Yeah, he even tries to go for a cheeky mid-air shot. But at the end of the day, he scouts both sides of yellow.
I told you, I go knife.
I wanted that. Well, now the outlaw as well.
Yep.
Told you I got 9.
GENG were able to get a read on this. Back over on Lotus, they have a similar read. And as for now, that's going to be postured up, staring over towards B.
Yeah, trying to stack the full armors as well. They had a bit of a costly round on Lotus, dying with the half armors against the outlaw. So now just sticking with the Guardians. And we know what GENG can do with the Guardians.
So far, very slow going, but they like the amount of space that's been taken here by something. No interference, no contact, no nothing over towards B, so they will go ahead and just leave Mind Freak on a lurk. Continue to take space. That alarm bot just around the corner, but pinged out. Has heard it as texture over the top. Thank you for the picture-in-picture. We do see Mind Freak getting taken down, so that lurk now punished. The way the teams often do play this map, you suspect that, yeah, the one player that you pick off over at A, likely going to be by themselves. Now the rest of the team shifts over as the plant starts coming through. Interrupted, though. GENG backs off it for a moment as Meteor. It's a headshot right as somebody was trying to dash out.
Planted.
Plant coming through, swing around the back of Meteor. Not ready for Forsaken to be in a similar position, but as he swings out, Karen will take him down. Devi answers back in kind. Now he's all on his lonesome in a 1v3.
Devi be like so soft, like very, very lazy. Bruh, sit straight.
Even using that util, keep him trapped up by yellow.
Flash locked in, spots a couple. Dizzy goes out. Can't back up too far. Look at how he's lounging in his chair at the moment. He's able to find that first one. Thought maybe he was going to be able to get them both. Big shell energy there from Devi. I don't think they're going to be too bothered.
He's just like launching on the chair, bro.
In this bonus round, taking down 3 members of GENG, but GENG, they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, and that should be lockdown coming up as well. So GENG this time, they don't overreact with any information that they get. They see the toxic screen fake coming up. They say, we're going to wait to absolutely clear this. Meteor, you're just looking to buy time. And they make absolutely sure that they're taking out Mind Freak there on the Viper. Then the rotations come through. And yep, there it is, lockdown for Devi. So still another way for PRX to try to reclaim control of the momentum here. With the attacking ultimate, see if GENG maybe goes for a push out to try to counter it.
Just storm their way forward here towards A.
Might just be a full send with the lockdown. They've already taken over pipes as well.
Over the top, takes the force off that rope very swiftly. It's a minor amount of damage, but kill not going to be found. Lockdown available, but Devi, the one watching behind for the moment. That comes into play. Flash coming out. Texture going to be taking down something up here in main. Able to find one. GENG now up over the top. Takes out Lakia. Already suffering heavy losses to the wall. He's ready to come through. Jump around the corner. GENG able to find Munchkin. Just one after the other. They all get picked off. Meteor sent packing. PRX sensing blood in the water. They're going to look to go on the hunt here a bit, it would seem.
Well, I mean, why not? You've got some healthy credits on a couple of these members. You're one away from the null command. So Forsaken will just be alone, holding that spike, see if there's a late creep in. And all wide spread out.
I swear, Devi doesn't normally play like this.
That's true.
He's just so, he's just got that uncle posture going on.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but whatever they discussed during the break, it's working out for him so far. But I love the aggressive timing on the pop flash here from PRX.
Nobody like that, bro.
They all
It's
get
so
pinned
cute.
by the 0 point, and they just wait. They cut audio. They look for the flank. Devi still bouncing back and forth. No one's pushing out of B. No one's pushing out of mid from GENG. No one's pushing out of A. So then they deduce GENG's not one to just rest on their laurels after a ping, because that would be utility wasted. They have to do something about this. So if there's not a creep out already from B or mid, it has to be a re-creep out over on A. They try to counter it with their own pop flash. They happen to be half a second earlier than Munchkin, and that opens up the site for him.
Yep.
Just the corner jump into the kill. Something that cannot be happening here for GENG. Ping's coming down. They're suspecting more aggression over here at A. Set up, well poised to try to deal with this one. As that 0 point. There's a lot of presence. GENG stabilized the aim. Looks for a little bit more texture. Eventually takes his head up. Forsaken finds Munchkin. Karen with a trade back.
Down A.
Keeps the numbers even for now, but HB not looking their way. Top finding one something. Taking out Karen through that wall. Meteor.
Nice.
Something able to collect the kill. Fast-paced round coming through as PRX storming their way
They're not even thinking about the spike. I think I heard the spike hold down.
Trying to hold on to vision and information in A, because Pipes right now is absolutely denied with a singular snake bite, right? Because there's no way to try to climb onto that slowly. So PRX loses nothing by just launching the snake bite immediately off the rip. They're not a post-plant lineup team. They'll use that one molly to take control, deny that from Texture. That means GENG now has to play further back. And PRX can just creep up towards that orb every single round. And now PRX ready for a potential counter push out from the B side, and they're denying that.
0 point.
That fight is so cute. Yeah,
cleared. There's the Dizzy. Something going to get blinded up. Texture pushing forward. It's able to get that punish. Takes down the enemy jet. And here, stuck back over at A, watching to see if they start creeping their way forward. And given the presence, given they're not spotting anything over at green, GENG maybe being a little bit too hesitant to make the call to rotate. Thrash will come through. Scouting things out, but that's going to have to be quick canceled, brought back over and recovered here for GENG. This is going to slow them up significantly. Meteor going to see if he can try to find anything. It's a spot there. Just the shoulder. Picks a lot of place there onto Mindfreak. Minor amount of damage found, but cannot get that kill. So still, banned here for the side of GENG, but they're going to have to go for this retake. Right now, they're very much straying away and making all the noise in the world as they just go stomping their way up mid.
Yeah, curious to see if PRX might try to send someone to follow up. It looks like maybe not. They'll just check to make sure it's everybody slower, but a bit of a miss there from Jing.
Bit of a miss, but it might not matter too much. Never mind, Meteor able to find one, traded out by Forsaken. A 4v3 now, as there's the suppress. No util available here for the next couple seconds for GENG. Jing watching the wrap around here on the elbow. Rope taken, Texture dropping off it as the wall breaks. He gets taken down, but time still ticking. But trying to find that shot, but Divine now swooping in from the side. Cannot clear it out. Lakia has that wingman set in onto the spike. And we'll get it with 0.2 seconds remaining. 3 players from GENG will survive. They'll get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they decide, okay, even if we make all this noise, it's not like PRX is going to sprint up mid to follow us, so we just try to go for this. And I like this. GENG, one of the things that they used to do is over-rotate. It used to work out for them, but the problem with a tendency like that is it can be abused a lot. So now they're saying, we just re-clear, put pressure on the flank, force them to use their ultimates for the execute. Lakia saying, don't worry, never worried for a second there, all calculated. But now they're able to say, okay, lockdown use, we still have another Thrash, we still have our utility. And this is a bit of a variation from this composition that GENG's been working with since the beginning of the year, saving that util a little bit later rather than dumping it immediately.
I saw Thrash using that last round. Collecting those kills out of the orb. Just 2 away from having the next one, but a little bit quiet at the start of the round. Now no ambiguity about it. PRX stomp their way in this A site. They're out on the alarm bot. Meteor trying to hold the corner. The push coming through. Claims the first one. Gets the dig. Gets the cleanup. Mindfreak will fall. Divine able to close out one. Texture up over the top of the knives in hand. Able to find that kill. Jing answering back, however, alongside something. 6 HP. Dead. Now leaves Karen on his lonesome. Finds the first, but Jing swiftly swings back out. Gets revenge there for something. With the res, they'll carry forward 2 more weapons. Economy was already still healthy as hell for PRX, but now even more so.
Yeah, and that last moment right there from Charon, this is what it feels like to play against PRX, because he tries to swing around for that res, thinking that you might be guarding the res teammate, but it's PRX. Jing just keeps on swinging alongside his teammates. You don't see it coming for a second. So that's going to be the timeout. I mean, GENG, I'm already seeing some of the adjustments they've made, but PRX is still 1 step ahead of him. And also just, I mean, PRX, it almost feels like they're saying, okay, let's see if they over-rotate. And if they don't, whatever, free sight. But if they do, then we start to adjust again because we know how that plays out. So it almost feels that PRX is saying no need to try to over-adjust, try to get a read on what future GENG might look like. We just play as if they will over-rotate. And if they don't, it's even easier for us. That's worked out so far for PRX.
Another early timeout call, but a necessary one here for GENG. One of the things that Des was talking about was how that defending side often comes to fruition for the side of PRX on Icebox, which granted we haven't seen too many times, but this here is a very star-studded start for them on the attack. Very much setting the stage. I mean, Mindfreak hasn't even needed to get involved yet.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 assists might just be from the early snakebite that pushes Texture down and then someone picks up the kill there. Really hasn't needed to do much. But that's the other thing about intangible impact, right? That one snakebite has really ruined GENG's defense on the A site a lot. And now the early util from GENG. Looking to maybe try to place Karon deep into green, but he's not pushing up just yet on the minimap. So GENG, they've reverted to their old ways. The util on B, make them think that it's going to be a fast aggression, make them have to use util if they want to re-clear it. That buys time for Karon to just anchor alone, and then it's a 4-man shift towards mid and A to make sure they can flood that site. Oh, he goes right behind. Lucky has no idea.
Lucky has no idea. Oh, jumps out of the window, but he's not going to get this read. The punish can come through. Mind Freak thinking about the timing, but he just narrowly misses it. Lakia by the skin of his teeth, getting away, and he doesn't even realize it. We'll flash in here to something dizzy as well, going to be connecting. 0 point does fly. Slow orbs now bouncing their way forward, but Meteor already taken down. Again, a strong start. Something that swings on the corner, takes out Texture. Trade back, but man advantage very much established now as Munchkin swinging out of backside. Just not ready for Forsaken to be there. Seemingly not realizing where his teammate had died from.
Enemy remaining.
He'll just get mowed down. Karon, nothing realistically more to do here. Maybe a kill to be found with that Sheriff in hand, but Widely is just going to want to die to that spike.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing he would want is give a kill over to Forsaken, or even killing him, basically allowing that ultimate to come online.
Finds the first, can't quite find that second. Splitting the difference a little bit too much there. Devi able to avoid that headshot. Takes him down. 3 members still surviving. Timeout. Not delivering a round victory here for the side of GENG.
I mean, round wins few and far in between for the Korean team in this grand final.
Powerless. Shutdown.
Really impressive just how evenly spread the skill level is here for PRX. I mean, everyone taking turns. Picking up the frags. It looks like everyone's playing a bit more relaxed. Forsaken leaning back too.
I mean, granted, GENG are not giving him much of a reason to sit up.
No, not on this map.
This has been very much a one-sided affair. Talking about anti-stratting on your opponent's map picks. Seems like a lot of effort went into Lotus, maybe not as much here on Icebox.
Like City, Layback?
Still time to try to turn it around, but that needs to start very soon here for GENG. Shoulder spot and
Holy, how the fuck did he go up already?
Forsaken takes it out. Munchkin will put that KO down to the floor, but perfectly resible. It's brought right back into the fold here. The null command, not going to be snappy enough to find that headshot. Locky does take out Mind Freak, gets himself another one, but has to go for the reload and is going to be punished. Texture now, arriving from behind, gets the first, gets the second. Oh my goodness. Now, brings it to a 1v1. Dash available, dashes forward. Not sure if that was accidental or not, but either way, has the second one ready to go. Gets the weapon, cuts over into the corner. Texture, can he actually save this? Unbelievable scenes from Texture. Bails them out of this round. Somehow, some way. You push them back economically. You give them some sheriffs, and my God, GENG. They'll just roll a nat 20 and absolutely dominate Texture. What in the hell just happened?
Man, I mean, the 2 first shots, and then the dash forward as well, and let's say it like it is, though. This all happens because the spike just wasn't planted from PRX. They're too busy hunting, thinking that this was an absolutely washed round. And boy, did that bite him. You can never relax too early against these aimers. I mean, same thing goes against PRX as well.
Oh, there's the cross. The open Texture not snappy enough for that shot. Trying to adjust, but something able to find Munchkin. Texture unable to find that punish. Locking out, noted up above. Cannot get the kill, but Texture gets the collat to go ahead and bail him out. Bring this back to parity. 3v3, now the man advantage, GENG. Starting to find their footing. Wall comes up.
The wall's too close, so.
Yeah, can't get the plant there. Freak just on the edge. Dash now gone. Karon watching the opposite side as there's the arm spotted. Snake bite down. Tries to push him out, but still noted. GENG.
My ultimate is ready.
Picks up one. Now a 1v2 trying to isolate, but he's been spotted and taken down. Karon with a second. We'll get GENG their second round win in a row now as they move up 4-6.
I was about to say,
that momentum starting to build.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think this is a round for the timeout. The previous round, sure, if you're a coach, it might have been frustrating, but you let it go. They're probably talking about it. You gotta get that off.
He's just like me for real.
Very true. Very good.
It's half time. Let me grab food.
And even some of the players on PRX, that the moment you allow Texture to turn that switch back on, that momentum is really hard to stop. That's 2 rounds in a row now where he's made incredible things happen for GENG. You want to cool him off. You want to make sure that the train doesn't run away from you before you can get back on track.
We've seen it from Texture time and time again. And again, I keep mentioning it, but against PRX, that Lotus, that ace, that was the turning point. He just got that monstrous clutch 3K with that Sheriff. Gas tank likely filled up now. And the onus is on PRX to drain that one down. Siphon everything out that they possibly can. So timeout called here from Alex. First one since Lotus that we've seen. Didn't feel the pressure, didn't feel the need for it over on Sunset. Let's see if they find success off the back of it. Knives gonna be pulled out here from something. Rifles for everybody else. GENG does have that res in the back pocket should they need it, but they are stacked up against 4 ultimates on the opposite side.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a setup for a retake over on A as well. With all these ultimates online. And everyone getting tagged by that 0 point. Something gonna try to find an off timing to dig deep into it though.
Up over the top, eating quite a bit of damage. Tries to send the right click at range. Cannot find the kill, but helps set up for it though. Gets the assist there on a Karen as he does get taken down. Rush chasing forward. Being spotted there. Meteor.
Karen died.
Spots one. Takes a while, but eventually does find the shots. Lockdown now committed, but in a punishable position. They'll just swing the corner. Clean this one up with Texture. Punishing GENG on that jump peak, snaps down, finds something. Follow-up off shot, Forsaken now. That's what's standing and not for long. Texture with a 3K. Showing, yeah, I'm back. Cleans it up at GENG now, get themselves up to 5.
Man, I mean, I was almost getting worried that GENG was dumping these ults a little too early, perhaps. But they just said, PRX, if we spot more than 3 people, it's a death ball. They're coming in. They aren't able to watch their back. And there's the thumbs up. There is the smiles from Texture. This is exactly what PRX wanted to avoid. Now, last round of the half. Couple half armors and a Guardian for Forsaken on PRX. Not where they want to be.
Uh-oh. Well, notice right before the music kicked in. As we get word as far as what the issue is, but we'll go ahead and push that over to you guys, keep you informed, but looks like it's gonna have another brief little tech pause here.
Oh, it's Dafai's one.
It's another issue in Alex's camp.
Oh,
we've lost it.
We've lost it.
We lost Alex.
He slammed the desk so hard that he just fell through the ground. He's now in a different dimension.
He created a black hole that consumed him. Now he's right here. It looks like he might have unplugged something underneath the desk, so we're gonna just getting that back.
Yeah.
Up and running, so we can carry on our merry way.
Hopefully should be a decent
Nah,
fix.
56 gini. Yeah, 56.
But it has like a glass case over the top.
Yeah.
Like the nuclear pump.
Yep, exactly. I've thought that every time I catch sight of it.
Slam the button.
Oh, man.
Well, an apt sign. We can zoom back in on once again.
For any of our fans wondering where some of these stickers are coming from that we show up on the screen and some of the fans are drawing as well, the Korea Valorant Esports Instagram account always asks for requests as well, moments that you'd like to see from Pacific. So feel free to leave a comment the next time you see one. They've got quite a few others as well.
Yeah, there's been some nice ones throughout the stage. There was the Buzz going for the fist bump.
Oh
Bane,
yeah.
And Bane just completely ignoring him. And they've been drawing them and animating them.
Yes.
And putting them up as little reactions. It'd be obviously amazing if that could be something that gets integrated into the game itself.
Oh, I hope so in the future.
That would require the other regions to step up their production. So I don't know if I want to hold my breath.
Oh, well, Champs is coming to Seoul, so we might have some moments there.
Oh, is that Jojo?
We got some young GENG fans as well with some of the new GENG merch, but lots of PRX fans as well. I mean, we say it every time PRX is on stage. If it's against a Korean team, sure, there is a hometown team. But PRX have just stolen the hearts of so many fans around the world that you cannot ignore them.
Certainly cannot. A lot more to cheer for the latter half of this nice box so far. GENG. I mean, it was just struggle street for them the longest time, but now 3 rounds consecutively. Potential
Drawing
to
so
make this a 6-6 half, much like we did see on Lotus. See if they can get it done. Rez lockdown available here for the side of PRX as we go back into game. Round is live. Texture posted up for a brief little moment there under tube. Looking for a spot check, but nothing seen. Now it's immediately shifting over here towards this A site. Something leading the charge, gets the spot there on a Munchkin, tries to snap on for that headshot, can't do it, backs away briefly.
Yeah, PRX, they don't really have a choice to back out. They just have to go through.
Wide swing out, cannot find that kill. Another follow-up shot sent, but lockdown now needs to be respected. This is gonna flush everybody from GENG out of the site. Plant will be able to come through.
I'm curious, there's a judge in the hands of Forsaken. He switched out from the Guardian on that. Not sure if GENG's gonna be reading that correctly. PRX is pushing far forward, closing the gap.
Fire spray there. Action not found. Something. Divide, 3 players situated here as GENG gets taken down. That's the Rez now out of the equation, but Lockheed as well going to be traded. Mindfreak pushing forward, able to find Meteor on the entry. Comes up with 2, Texture now 9. Pull, finds 1, but that judge.
Yay!
It comes into play for the final 2. Forsaken, he will collect those, and it's going to be 7-5 at the half with PRX out in front.
They hide him to the very end. They use their own poison cloud, and then they still set up 2, 3 other people right around Raptors under it as well. So no one ever actually fully gets to clear that corner right under the entry point from Heaven. Forsaken jumps out at the most opportune.
Game aja gak sempat nah itu dia kan kayak cepet banget kayak dan selesai. Terus kayaknya aku masih lihat camnya itu masih kayak orang lain, padahal playernya itu orang lain gitu kan.
This composition here on Icebox, we know what the double flashes can do from the get-go and KO. But the problem is what you have after that. What do you have after the entry into the site? How do you keep the post plant? And PRX, do they meet him halfway or do they give him that space? Go for the retake. These are the questions that PRX will have to answer for everybody around the world.
PRX can breathe that sigh of relief to get the final round. Give themselves that advantage. They won the opening pistol here on Icebox. One more would tie things up at 3-3. Here's to see what the buy looks like for GENG, though. They've been a little bit more liberal with their pistol purchases here. They've been willing to go a little bit more out of the standard bounds and scoop up some sheriffs. Looks like it's going to be somewhat similar here. Is Meteor as well? I'm a Killjoy. We're attacking. Spins around. Yep. Don't really nanoswarms that much. I mean, it'd be nice for a post plant, but we'll just be bringing that sheriff in to try to deal some damage.
Same thing with Karon, understanding that post-plant lineups may not be the best thing against PRX, who will
Ada yang
just
tidur di
barrel
stage
through
bila
you the
masa
moment they
tidur game
realize what's
kayak
going
gitu.
on. And look at this.
Ada yang tidur.
Set up from PRX. The turret to shield as well a little bit if it's not a headshot. And a high-low setup. I mean, if this works, it's going to be incredible.
Certainly unconventional. Then again, that's just PRX in a nutshell. Dash at the ready, got the spot on to 1, the swing out.
Whoa, nice!
Something, able to find 2. Karon, however, finding 1, Forsaken playing forward. Gonna be punished after getting that kill onto the enemy Viper. Is it suddenly a 2v2 in the blink of an eye? Swing out, Meteor taking GENG's head off there with that sheriff, putting it to good use. Now they've drawn the attention of Mindfreak over towards this site. GENG are gonna look to make their departure.
Yeah, I mean, no matter where they go, they're going to stick as a double for sure. You might as well take the chance on the rotate, because Mindfreak really only has 1 chance to move. Would be very risky of him to keep bouncing back and forth. So they'll start their run over, and
Mindfreak.
Yeah, he is going to take that bit of a risk.
More slow going, but he'll get himself into audio distance to hear this plan.
Screen down.
There we go. Here's it on the B side.
Well, he's just trying to figure out where these 2 players are. It looks like widely they're just going to stay together. Wanted to be able to double face rather than get any isolation here. I say that. Okay. Kill nearly found, but Meteor able to put him down. GENG, they win yet another pistol. 4 now for them. And just 1 round away from tying things up.
Okay, well, something. Currently has an outlaw in his hand. Not sure if he'll stick with that, obviously. You know, the turret setup does its job for the most part. Got some shielding done, but I do think it kind of impeded their movement as well.
I mean, the turret was the last one standing.
never
killed everything around it.
Okay, so it is going to be an outlaw force bite. Glass cannon on the eco.
Texture finding the buy nice and early. Getting good to stay tucked away here. Something dashing out, swing in, Jing able to find Charon. Texture up over the top, gets rid of Mind Freak. Drop down, noted, trying to go for that no scope shot, hoping that he gets lucky, but gonna be a low roll there from something.
Ada nguap orangnya.
Straight
Loh,
wide.
gue nguap nih.
Still
Oh.
wary about this lurk over in mid, but Meteor just cutting back across over towards green. Forsaken now noted. Good angle of approach, but has to deal with the turret there. It's a little bit of additional damage. Work his way over to kitchen and just try not to give over any more ult charge here.
Yeah.
Any more ult orbs. Any more cash.
Not going to get spotted just yet, but GENG surely.
Pursuing.
Yeah, they go on the on.
Oh,
there he is.
Puts him down. That's right. Clean stuff for the most part here. Just Karen lost as GENG tie it up at 7-7.
Yeah, they'll pick up the outlaw themselves, because guess what? That was all the creds used on something. So at the
Hello,
very least, one
Plushies.
person's not going to have a full buy. You know that for sure.
It's got a judge, though.
He does have a judge. I just saw that. That could be another great counter for that long-range weapon.
Gue sambil kutekan sambil lapar.
GENG continue to kind of stick with their plan of send texture and support him as much as you can. All right, the judge going to look to hold close. Barely dodges out that wingman, gets a little too close, and they got to suspect it. I mean, this is way afterwards, yeah.
He's just going to have to dash away. It's like GENG, yeah, very much getting a read as far as what that game plan was going to be, and just hearing a little bit more than they thought they would. Just a quick peek out here, Forsaken. Just clearing out that turret. Munchkin doing very much the same. Drop down, flash at the ready. Sends it, Lakia. Swings his way across, gets himself situated. Outlaw in hand for Meteor, going to be lurking in behind, checks towards the back, but no, actually, hasn't spotted Forsaken, but the alarm bot will give it away.
All right, so GENG, they might have to be ready to start to push out as well.
Texture dead, Defy going to get cleaned up. And that lurk in from behind, Forsaken able to find the kill. Meteor going to be taken down, now they don't have that long range to try to cover them here, but Jing falling, brings it back into now a 3v2. Charon cleaning up two, monstrous kills from him.
One more!
Third founds, Karen falls, now all on Lakia. He's suspicious about screen. The drop down, they're both playing together. Swing in, there's a headshot, there's a swing out, something, he'll be the last man standing, but he will get the lead back into PRX's hands.
Forsaken gets so much space and so much value on that lurk in. I mean, just even bringing the turret early means that Meteor can't really join his team, has to hold an awkward position because the alarm bot was already placed inside the building on the A side. But afterwards, was able to get the kill as well, just completely throws Meteor off as if he's already gone into the site. And those two quick kills, it's everything. Allows for the 2v1 trade. Yeah, you know how much that meant. You know how much they needed that to try to keep the lead here, 8-7.
Get pumped up. Still, an immense amount of damage dealt there by GENG in their bonus round. So while they can't convert, they're still overall going to be decently satisfied with what they were able to do. They're going to win this follow-up at least.
Kill my bot.
Alarm bot going to be taken down. Meteor still, at this point, in a fairly committed position as something continues to take space. Dash expiring, though. We'll see if he decides to back away from this one. Mind Freak just taking some pot shots. Here's Mind Freak. Gets a little bit of damage there on a Munchkin. Gets the back yellow safely, but Meteor eventually able to find that lurker. Something going to be taken down. Jing still watching him underneath too, but now the Dizzy up over the top, gets a blind across, and Mind Freak gets a bit of damage. Tries to face him forward in towards Texture. He ends up falling, and Texture comes away with another kill on a Forsaken. Lakia, the only casualty here, as we are again tied up.
And this is a really good split-second call from GENG where they get the lurker pushing out of A, and that causes a brief moment of hesitation from PRX. Okay, could this be a rotate? Should we wait? And then they decide, no, GENG's gonna full send it even further, all the way into Snowman. That's one of the things that Double Flash can do. We haven't seen it in a long time here in Pacific, but GENG pull it out of the playbook, and they'll be able to get around back, tie it back 8-8.
Marshall and full sheriffs here. One away from the blades as well. Something opening kill with that. Pass the Marshall over to somebody else. Look to just go ahead and pop that ulti. Tries to goes for the flick. Can't quite make it happen.
Whoa,
Nice. He will find Munchkin.
Down A.
GENG just not ready for that, not anticipating it whatsoever. Texture misses the drift, doesn't get himself situated over on screen. So there's the knives pulled out.
Oh.
Texture just holding the spray down. It's a bit of damage, but does manage to find that kill to go ahead and answer one back.
Spike delivered a bit late. PRX, they're gonna just wait until the very end where they're all grouped up here. Of course, just the Sheriffs.
Meteor on that peak, rather. Moves forward. Divine out. Marshall in hand. Pass. He gets picked up. He finds Texture. Lockya take it down. Forsaken finds a headshot. Wall raised. Meteor breaks the first segment. Now they try to push in towards him. He's punish onto the first. Mind Freak going to be spotted. Shot going wide. Karen dropping up over the top rope there. Cannot get the kill on the Jing, but put some damage down. Meteor, last man standing. They know exactly where he is. They are able to clean it up. PRX coming up with a thrifty win of their own to once again reestablish a lead, just like we were seeing before, blow for blow between these two squads.
And this is what you can do against the GENG squad, is that unless they're all just in the site, once in that post plant, you get one kill or you push them back with one piece of utility, then you can really start to take that space. You can use that stage wall, you can use the slow orbs. It's a lot of space taken. But of course, this time it all starts with Forsaken and Divine each getting a clean shot each on that retake over from Rafters. That gives him that opening. Divine, of course, wanted to go for that defuse as well. 1 point away from the lockdown. Thrash back online for Lockya, though.
He's been cycling these so very quickly.
Get out of my way!
Alt economy, a decent spot here for PRX, considering that they have the lead. Thrash not going to be finding too much there, and Knives now having to be resheathed.
It's going to be a fast rotate as well, because something already has all the space right under Cat.
Jing just sprinting over Thrash, just going to be picked up, but still have to try to wait that one out. Try to take contact for Divine. Meteor unable to really advance forward from here. Has to wait for the rest of the team to start to strike, but even then, will be noted. It's going to be difficult to try to find value. Swing out, Mind Freak, going to be taken down. Texture able to find that kill. Swings onto the corner, up over the top. Recovery fire, able to find that. Jing taken down, boosted up, all the way back at Snowman. Just like that, GENG have somehow broken through. 5 members strong. I mean, granted, yes, you do have that lockdown available, but that feels like a far cry attempt for PRX. I think widely the call is going to have to be made to go for the save.
Yeah, especially with losing all the space in mid as well. PRX, they have no idea what they're working with, so it is going to be that save, like you said, Achilleos. And GENG, I mean, Texture starting to play the bait a lot for his teammates as well. He knows that if I can't get the kill immediately, my teammates are there for me.
He's playing like Buzz.
He's playing like Buzz, exactly. Space creating if he doesn't land the headshot.
Something will be able to put him down. Texture not going to be too bothered about that, given the Knives here in the round, but as Meteor continues to creep forward, he's going to come into line of sight and will fall, and that's another casualty that GENG would rather not have. So we'll just now carry forward, tied up at 9-9, with 3 players left standing. And Munchkin's got plenty of cash, so he can push another weapon over to them. So buy-wise, they should be all right, but now a timeout called here from PRX.
Want to make sure that you can try to chain some rounds together. The ping pong back and forth, not what Coach Alex wanted to see. And even here, I mean, there was a bit of an earlier rotate. I thought that part was all good and dandy from PRX. But the way they were holding the angles, not quite prepared for the util once again. I mean, it's the Thrash this time that absolutely separates Mindfreak from the rest of his teammates. No trade possible, as that's a fight you have to take alongside the long ranges of green over by B site. So if you're gonna make sure that you go for the stack, you wanna make sure you have some extra angles. And we know what PRX can do if they're able to go for those trades. I mean, these guys are sharp. So just a couple repositions, and that could be the key to wrapping up this map 3 for PRX.
A lot pressing on this one here. GENG still 1 timeout to work with. The remainder of this map, PRX have expended both. It has been back and forth since round 14. Let's see if that continues and if PRX can get the win off the back of this. Because so far, I believe they're 0 for 4, or it would be 0 for 4 on timeouts. Lockdown still held. Pit on the opposite side. Meteor 1 away from his own lockdown.
So looking to take that mid control from PRX. That way they can make sure that they basically funnel GENG into one side wherever they decide to take first. A site largely looking for the retake with the lockdown, even if the pit comes up.
Big creep down through tube. Munchkin jumping across. Turret still there, set up. PRX not looking for that flank. Looks like they're very suspicious about a potential push going over to B. Quick peeks as they stack that side of the map. Instead, Texture just starts to go ahead and try to entry his way forward here into A. Lockdown immediately going to be coming through from Divide. As the plant started, but interrupted, and now they're going to have to abandon this one. They have to pull away.
Yeah, but that's all the utility drawn out from PRX. Slower, one of them used as well.
It's a decent amount of it, but now how do you try to re-aggress into here? Basically, everybody is rotated towards this side of the site. This side of the map, I should say. Given the meter doesn't have his own lockdown, you can't just counter flush them back out. They're just going to have to brute force it, it would seem. 0 point cleared out. Jing able to find the first one, finds a second. Now, it's the day of the shooting range here for PRX. This round seemingly getting away from GENG. Just that hesitation off the lockdown and a great call to send it by to by. They will get a win off the back of the timeout.
Wayang Ipa, I'm not sucks.
And now, Cash looks a little bit rougher for the GENG camp.
Finally, a bit of a mixed round coming in economically for GENG, but you're right. I mean, GENG, they looked a little flustered. Wasn't quite agreed upon if they wanted to stay and fight while the plant goes down. But it looks like largely the team said it's too big of a risk, because what if we get detained afterwards, even if we trade 1 for 1? They back out, and then both sides missing out on the flashes. GENG, no info on the flank. And now again, a very fast aggression here from PRX. They're largely just saying A is a retake site, no matter what.
Look at this push, though.
Here's the pop flash.
Way forward, yeah, pop flash, and Karan taken down. They'll be happy with that. Look to make their exit. Mind Freak, though. Looks like he's going to stay on a bit of an extended linger. And are they ready for this one? The swing in. Guardian makes it a little bit more difficult to find the kill instantly, but he still gets texture in the end. Keeps him at a man advantage. Divine out here in mid. First shot on that Marshall. Missing. And both of them go with the Meteor. Somehow comes away with the kill. Res available, however, so Jing can bring him back into the fold as soon as they know the coast is clear. We'll be able to do so. Lock in now. Basically last man standing. Wingman going for the plant. Meteor out in no man's land. Just trying to watch, trying to get some kind of punish on that Res. And he cannot.
Placing swarm grenade.
5 HP. Swarm grenade. Not able to find much of anything. They're just going to look to hold this one as there's so much covering fire. 3 players left standing. PRX.
Uncle Aim lah damai. Ya, apa?
At least locking in overtime for themselves.
Really good adjustments after the timeout. 2 rounds in a row, you aggress on different sides of the map. You say to retake.
Lucunya Uncle Aim lucu banget.
You're ready for the retake faster, but if you do, you're getting the kills just like you did in this round.
Katain orang terus Uncle Aim.
They don't miss too often.
Tapi dia sendiri juga bilang kok dia Uncle Aim kayak waktu itu dia di Ascent kan, Heaven Ascent. Dia sama si Something kan lagi bareng kan. Habis itu si Dava sama sekali nggak kena tuh ke enemy-nya. Habis itu si Something tanya, where is your damage bro? Terus dia bilang Uncle Aim bro. Terus si Alex udah kayak di situ ngamuk-ngamuk.
It feels like if this one is going to be extended, it's probably going to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, I would be very surprised if it doesn't, just given how back and forth it has been. The ping pong, very consistent until that most recent timeout from PRX. So
banget ya kan?
Work a bit of his own magic. I wonder, it's got to be a bit of a default switch from GENG. I mean, the stack in to get to Marion first, it hasn't really been working out. But now you have to consider what's PRX's read on our timeout as well. I mean, there's so much to discuss in just 60 seconds. So you have to stick with what your gut tells you. Now, a lot of ults online for GENG, though. You could try to use this round to mask your timeout, go for an ult play, then go for the default switch.
But all of that can be nullified by one little command there from Forsaken. At least slow it up. Speaking of which, Orb goes out, Munchkin cutting across, not spotting anything there, but it's just going to be that slow creep down, that triple push again here from PRX. Just poking and prodding, seeing what they can find around mid. Nothing spotted. As they will once again turn their sights over here towards A. I mean, feeling like deja vu, but this time around, Divide does not have that lockdown available. Dash in, Texture gets himself over at backside. Wingman now going for the plant. Texture, he looks away for a brief little moment. I think he might have been able to spot the shoulder there of Divide, but either way, Pit now invested.
Now looking for the flank. Because of that Pit, they're expecting a large wraparound, and there it is from PRX.
Flash in, double coverage here. Munchkin finds the first, sees the gun barrel. They suspect how many players are actually in this position. Cloudburst comes down, Lakia on the backside, able to find him. Cleans up 2. Keeps him in with the advantage so far. Jing now up over the top. Texture turns off that angle for a brief little moment. Meteor on the opposite side, watching for it, now noting it. Jing has to drop back down. Two players for the attempt to retake the Vi up over the top, and yeah, they're just running out of time. Instead, they want to just try to deal as much damage as they possibly can, but Texture will be able to find the Vi. Jing cleans up Meteor. This puts Charon in a bit of a rough spot, but no, swings out, gets the headshot with the Guardian, can scoop up a Vandal. GENG, timeout will work its magic. They bring it back within one.
Yeah, and that was only the pit invested as well, so you still have your own no command, the lockdown, and the thrash to try to go for another curveball, try to go for another ult dump, so to speak. Lucky a little whiffy here, but still eventually gets the kill, and that's what he needed to do.
One enemy remaining.
Get out and save the remaining weapons. GENG holding on by a thread, but enough money here for another buy on the side of PRX. After this, things will be a little bit more disjointed, but they have their own pit available. And that is going to be invested immediately over towards this A site where GENG continue to creep up.
Yeah, so PRX, I mean, they're going to hope that this is going to dissuade GENG, but yeah, there is a lockdown.
They've got, yeah, the lockdown will force them out of this one. They're pinging out already, back site. That's where he's going to try to exit too. It looks like cognizant of this though, Mind Freak is going to send a parting gift and a snake bite. And works his way all the way around outside. We'll look to reapproach, but for now, hit now dropped.
But the flood is ready from PRX. GENG.
Oh, lucky to be alive. 8 HP remaining on him. Crash the ready, Forsaken going to be put down. They interrupt that null command. Value those swing on the corner, something able to get the punish on the counter. Texture answering back, finds one. Munchkin getting Mind Freak. Texture continues the plus forward. Now finds Divide. That leaves Jing as the last one standing. He falls, and GENG tie it 11-11.
This could not get any closer. I mean, but the players on stage trading round for round, and then
Yeah,
the coaches
PRX
trading
lost in the
2
first,
rounds each off of the
terus
timeouts.
menang di
Tied
second.
11-11.
Oki masih
Thrash
bisa
still in
hidup
the
lagi.
hand for
Iya, itu
Lugia.
kayaknya.
So whatever was discussed, I don't know how far GENG tried to write things out in the timeout, but they've still got another trick up their sleeves.
Kurang
And PRX,
apa?
I mean, this
Kurang
time,
damage
this time, I think
soalnya
the adjustment was
si
good. He used the
Davai
panic,
kena
he got the lockdown early, the flood is there
Komash.
early. But Texture, another menace once again.
Cuman lucunya itu nggak ada yang hidupin per second sih.
Top in the board. It didn't start this way.
No, it certainly did not. A buy scraped together. Glass cannon, though, for Divide with that Vandal in hand. Working their way forward. Closest ult they have is the knives here for Texture. And this looks like for now, Thrash will try to lead the charge. Scout things out over here on B. Jing is something, though, situated up top. Just drop down. Thrash is actually sent in quite deep. Maybe hoping to just try to find some kind of straight connection there, get that detained. Either way, though, something. Guardian strafing. Able to find one. Divide pushing out of two. Able to find another. Gets the shot there on the Texture through the wall. And he's down to 34, but he's still watching the angle. Manages to pull back, and Jing going to be caught up in the crossfire. Got himself involved in somebody else's fight, and he's the one getting knocked out. Players left, though, here for the side of GENG. As they continue to rush their way into the site. Wingman going to be interrupted. Lakia taken down. PRX looking to try to get themselves up to 12 as Texture will fall, and that leaves Munchkin, the last one standing. Nigel and Captain in a 1v4
Ketiduran terus miss out a
Clutch
lot
get
itu.
themselves up to 12. Otherwise, it will be map point here for PRX.
Whoa.
Finds two positions, but swings out, checking the wrong one. Forsaken gets the headshot, and PRX get themselves now up to map point.
I mean, just the way that you have those two players at the end, Forsaken is something. Going for the trades back and forth, the bait and switch off of that pop flash from Munchkin. That is PRX in a nutshell. So good on these trades. The wide swings continue from something, and Divide. I mean, we talk about Lakia being there for GENG. Divide's the one for PRX when they need him most. Quietly putting in one of the most impactful kills in the map.
Anjir, next bind. Ya, bind
Knives v
next
knives
itu.
for now. Jing one away from having that res
Riwan
available.
nggak sih PRX?
Very well be all important here, but question is, do we get to overtime? Can GENG deliver on that front, or will
Ayo,
PRX
bisa yuk, satu
end
lagi,
this match
PRX.
right now and get themselves
Ya,
up
satu
to
lagi.
match point overall?
Plant the spike.
Turret there, pinged out. Texture wanting to keep that op hidden for now.
Yeah, but you do imagine, right, a little bit of an inkling here from something that...
Dash expired. Texture looking, but gun barrel might have been spotted.
Yeah, and he knows he can't stretch out too far. Then it's too many angles he has to worry about. So as confident as he might be, he'll just wait to try to hold that information.
The Dizzy over the top, though, that is alerted PRX, and they're starting the rotations.
But now the lurk in from Meteor, and he gets spotted. That's huge. That's PRX knowing how to read against GENG. You know the timings on the 1-4 split. and pushing and pulling across the map.
Devi again, working his way down tube. He's been delivering results from this position. Looks like he's not going to be able to get the catch though, but he can hear. He hears Meteor. Clear it on the turret. They know now that this is going to be that B hit, so everybody swarming around, getting themselves situated.
Tapi nggak bisa bilang overconfident juga ya, soalnya ada kapan PRX bagus di main. Oh.
Don't answer one back, but it's Munchkin starting to come alive. It's been widely absent on the map so far. He finds 3 in the round when they desperately need it the most. Aid lobbed into the back, nothing noted there. Meteor flushed out. Devi taking down the lockdown now, committed to. And that Spike not in a good position. Munchkin needs to try to win the fight, and he cannot. Devi started off this map hot. He ends it in similar fashion. Swings the corner, gets the one tap, 3K in the round, and PRX, they will take Icebox for themselves.
Terakhir lawan Helen
is theirs.
13-0 kan? Iya, cuman kan kalau yang itu
they're still able to clutch it up when they needed it, able to stabilize. That's something that PRX has needed for the past couple of years, and looking to prove that
kalau
they
yang
are
itu
still
beda
the
ya.
kings of
Kalau yang itu
Pacific.
beda.
Only a bit of a slip up and kickoff. Looking back in prime form.
Wow. Well, I'll go ahead and hand this back over to the analyst, but PRX now in pole position to win that trophy right there on stage. We'll see if they'll be able to do it that next map, but for now, let's break down Icebox.
PRX takes map 3 of Icebox, and guys, you wanted good Valorant, you got good Valorant.
No. Leave the glasses up. He's seeing good Valorant. Yeah. He doesn't need the glasses down for this. He's having a good day today. This is like the viewers are feasting. This is just, it's a feast for his eyes. It's been a great day.
Okay. You do. You blink for a second, you miss it. Honestly, I want to go to the bathroom one of those rounds. I was like, what? I probably missed 5 rounds in those like 2 minutes. So it was incredible. You know what? It looked like PRX was gonna win. Then you're like, oh my god, Texture is doing it again. He was doing that Texture thing where he keeps killing everyone.
Yeah.
So well, it's almost like you forget he's going against PRX, who usually wins these duels. And there are these moments where you look at PRX and they're swinging.
Kacamata beruangnya. Iya, tadi dibuka kan, habis itu sekarang ditutup lagi. Lucu banget.
Yeah, no. This is.
I want the doll, like I want the bear.
Texture especially once he gets that op in his hand.
Bisa dibuka cuma di flip. Iya, maksudnya lucu banget. I want the bear. Like, is it possible for me to ask them
super
for the
cautious,
bear?
knowing that he can't overswing things. They're really good about
Tuan
understanding
4,58k poin. Wah, bagus dong.
So all these things put together made this
13-11
really close,
nih.
despite some really good ideas from PRX.
I mean, there are these rounds where he would know exactly whether or not he can repeat it, and when he does, he comes up with these big multi-kill moments that really halts PRX's momentum. Like, they can't push off of that. But once we go into that second half and PRX is on defense, we start to see a lot more different setups, different looks, and better reads from both sides as well.
Yeah, different setups. But just when you think maybe PRX is finally gonna win another pistol round with like that little weird corner stack.
Rafters, yeah.
Berapa map ini? 6 pula, 5.
I saw it and I was like,
I liked it.
Okay,
5 map,
I mean,
next fight.
It's cute, I guess.
I think the idea behind it, my guess, it's funny. It's. I mean, I don't mind stuff like that because they're pistol rounds, and that's the round where you can, kind of try to do some wacky stuff. But I like it.
等一下，我等一下吃。
You wait it out. You don't give up much info unless they peek, and then maybe you can just spread out and do your normal default setups. But if they like hard push towards the orb around that corner underneath pipes, then you've got a phenomenal angle to just shut GENG down. The problem was GENG actually really spread out. They went belt, they went nest, they went pipes, so it was a little bit tougher for that stack to work out. But it's still a cool idea. I mean, I get why they did it.
You know, it's a good idea. Like, other teams should take that against PRX. Like, that would work perfectly against, PRX attack. Honestly, not everyone likes that. Yeah, but our 2 duelists, something a Texture on form.
I know, they really just absolutely were, especially Texture. Pretty much entirely consistent throughout the whole day. I don't know what it is, but this guy is just on something. I mean, he's always coming in with this operator.
Literally.
Yeah, I know.
With the shirt.
Are we gonna point out this?
Of course, the pun keeps coming up, and I didn't even intend for it, but you know, it happens, and it really just shows every single time. But PRX, they were able to adjust. I mean, there were these moments where I think Devi especially was the one who really saved and stabilized a lot of these rounds. It really shows that, you know, PRX is starting to anticipate some of these movements, right? It's always these like little tiny rounds or tiny moments where GENG wants to go in for these trades, and PRX kind of gets a sensing that, all right, they're about to push pipes, they're about to push maze, and we gotta just kind of play very carefully. We want to take that numbers duel, but we don't want to overexpose ourselves. So there was that one round where they were able to get away with basically daylight robbery, just a very tiny peek, a paper thin peek, and it works out great. Nice.
Oh, all these name puns. I love it.
Nice.
Okay, do me, do my name.
What,
Okay, I'm just kidding. Go
Ninja?
ahead. I was just getting excited. I was like, you're saying everyone's name, and you're weaving it in. Great. But this was fantastic. What I like from both these teams is both of their icebox play has completely elevated.
No, this is so encouraging for both of these teams that they look good on this map. Like, I see a lot of good adjustments, a lot of good decisions. The timeouts were really impactful for both sides. But in the end, I mean, I think PRX just has a slightly better read on when they can push into mid, when they can do things like that. Like, that's something a lot of teams struggle on this icebox iteration of because of the window and the things like that, that finding those opportunities to get through mid is a struggle and it's a risk. But PRX, especially Devi, really understands when and how he can take that space, and he was really cautious with it. He wouldn't overstay his welcome. You know, you rarely saw him getting picked off there. He would get one, or, you know, maybe get some damage done and then peel out. And that's like the things that really gave PRX not just good opportunities, but good information to control the map on that defender side once things started to get a little bit spicier. But, I mean, that was just a absolute just brawl to start that map, and then they kind of stabilized and figured each other out. But what a map that was. Yeah,
the street, it was like a street fight that kind of became a clean ring fight near the end. Now, GENG did pick Bind, and you know what, at this point, I don't think it matters what the map ban picks. It was more about, I think, the order of how these played out. I think, if anything, GENG was probably would be a lot more in their favor if Ascent and Breeze were in. Obviously, PRX banned those off the get-go for a reason. Now, Bind...
Niwa, thank you for the raid! I apologize, my brother come into my room asking about the full card.
They've been really good on it for the longest time. Of course, GENG has kind
Welcome. Welcome, raiders from Niwa channel. Welcome, everyone. I am Graneliers, half human bear. Hello. My brother came into my room, and I didn't want him to, like, his voice to be in the
controlling the map, and of course when you have GENG on that raise, this is again
that's why I
double satchel all the way from a short pass
mute the mic.
into backside. There's things that, you know,
you're watching VCT too? Oh, easy? Let's go. I also watch VCT. Like, I mean, I'm watching VCT.
Surely teams are learning how to.
Oh, you guys need to end early. Why?
An idea on how to counter.
But to be honest, yeah, if you guys watch in Niwa plays and my plays, very different. I usually go like, oh, huh? Oh, great! Let's go! Yay! Something like that only. I don't really like do any comments because I don't understand that Valorant that he had to go back. He like to skip that at night.
On an A or B site, they get caught by a trapwire and just get iced by, you know, Locky or something like that. So
there's a half human and a half koala. No, nurse, I'm a half bear. Don't worry, he's screaming every. Okay, Dad. Okay, Dad.
That's definitely,
okay, Dad.
In my mind, the hallmark of GENG's gameplay here is the traps they set up because they're so good and they're so difficult to avoid.
Absolutely, I think this is going to be a close match.
He screams every round. He can't hear it. You can't hear anything.
To rank ourselves for our predictions from the last one. So
Quack, Valdez, and Aserai got it right. And the rest of us
Streamer
are
Haho.
let me do the winners first.
Go high.
Yep. And
Aserai goes back to Diamond.
Yep.
And then I go back to Iron. This is what I get for making fun of you guys. That is such hard karma right now.
What about chat? What did our viewers pick? I don't remember.
Everyone in Radiant moved down, right? Did I get that right?
Chat goes down.
Viewers back to Ascendant. Valdez
stays.
Mika
goes down.
Alright. Oh,
Mika goes down.
Mika
Yeah.
as well.
Wait,
Alright.
isn't the viewer say PRX instead of Genji?
Game never ends.
Why the
You know
viewers go
what?
down?
I can't get iron in game, but I guess I can get it in this.
Bakalan jadi match yang cepat banget. Ya ini kalau misalnya 5 map mah gue makan kapan ya?
There's nowhere to go but up from here.
Why you stare?
For
Don't
the
stare.
next one bind, wow, it's a 91% pick for Paper
91%
by the
kan?
viewers.
Wow. Mami too, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
He didn't even wait. You just skipped the line, man.
I'm pretty sure while all the Korean fans
You got your
are
own
Gen G,
citizens
I know
ID.
Singapore has their watch party going on right now to support Paper
I
X.
think Indonesia as well, yeah.
And Indonesia, alright, I don't know, everywhere. But anyway, what's up, watch parties? We are predicting Paper X for Bind. Yes, they are dominant on Bind. I gotta tell you though, it is so stressful. It's probably the most stressful map to watch them. It's so weird because this is like synonymous with the Paper X branding on Bind, but they sometimes just mess up. They just mess up. You're like, what are you doing? They're overconfident, or they start having a little too much fun.
Tadi Coach Alex sempat marah nggak? Kayaknya
when
enggak
they
sih.
lose, and
Coach
that's why
Alex
I
tadi
think
nggak sempat
as long
marah,
as they
tapi
keep it
kayaknya
clean, keep
ada
it sharp,
melakukan sesuatu
and,
yang
don't
bikin tag post
Alex
post
too much,
gara-gara
broken
sesuatu
just
lepas di cost boot.
himself.
I
Itu
know.
lucu banget sih.
I wish they had a recording of what happened. Like, what did he do that he started kicking things? I don't know.
Black box recording.
Bukan marah lagi. Jadi maksudnya merusakin barang. Tadi kayaknya accident sih harusnya ya. Harusnya accident.
I don't blame Alex for getting upset for that at all. But how are you feeling about this bind?
I mean, generally, Paper X is really consistent on this map in terms of like their ability to sort of identify open space and take advantage of it quickly and efficiently. And that's something that you were talking about earlier with Jing. He's like the instigator of all of that. But then the follow-up as well, Divide's really good, utilizing his utility to set plays up. The Geckos work the treat. They're really good at getting those dizzies deep and things like that. So they're so good at clearing space for themselves and setting up for like, you know, big multi-kills that really open up rounds. And then on top of that, they're great in like clutch situations on this map. They have such a good read on how to, you know, identify where players are, work those angles, you know, and that like Jing's crosshair placement. I know this is so basic to say, but it's actually really good on this map. He really understands where and when to be looking. It's like it's something that's so important, but it is true.
It's like I don't know. It's super instinctual for him on this map on really odd angles that the average pro player wouldn't ever play. He's just phenomenal on this map, and Jing is probably the key player for Mind.
Yeah. Paper X.
Yes.
You guys said everything. I mean, what else?
How about Texture, though? Texture ain't no pushover.
It's a little bit different. I mean, yes, Texture is definitely really, really good, but I wonder how that operator will come into this map. You know, that's something that we have to think about. If he's able to get some of these, like, upward flicks against Jing, for example, that could shut down Paper X. So Paper X also has to be very cognizant and aware of what Genji could pull off against them. I mean, they've been taking so much time to prepare specifically for this matchup. They must have known that this was a possibility. Of course, Paper X being in the grand finals, Genji was preparing for this. This feels like destiny almost, just because of like kickoffs as well. I mean, you can clearly see that Texture is
Remember
on a whole
to
different
Freddy,
level
guys.
today.
Put
We
your
saw
bet
a
on
similar
Freddy.
look
If you
throughout
want
kickoffs,
gain more
but today it just
channel
feels like
points.
he's consistently
Aim
up
for
there.
the
I mean, don't
mascot.
you guys agree? Like every single map, he's been here.
No, he's
Or maybe the VIP.
series and his team might lose.
But I think having the mascot on me would be
It's unbelievable what he's doing here today. And the fact that Paper X is still weathering this storm, they're still up
More
2-1
to you.
despite all that. And a big part of it is that
Niwa,
something is
I
going
believe you don't
Those are
have.
good for something, to be completely honest. And he is bouncing back.
You don't have
having
one,
some
bro.
really nice performances.
Now you ask me to put you on me?
Texture is still kind of a little
How
bit
do I
better,
put you on
but,
me?
you know, you can see that confidence
Like,
now.
if
It's
I
something
remember,
can
you
see
don't
that he's
have.
starting to be able to take those individual plays, start trading well. He's not over peaking angles. He's not trying to hold down that, you know, space where there's going to be
Oh,
3
you
or 4
have,
Gen,
you have.
Gen G players peaking him, stuff like that. So definitely, I think as long as something can stay at that pretty consistent level, this should be, you know, obviously it's going to be on the Gecko, so it's a little bit different, but or most likely, I should say. But you know, then Paper X should be fine.
I mean, he is, after all, the Gecko that likes to push with an op. I mean, not on this map
Yes,
necessarily.
we are watching together, me and Niwa. And Niwa is biting my head.
He is really scary. You know what? Texture, there's just
Please
moments I
chill
watch
on my
Texture,
head.
and obviously my
Don't bite
prediction was
too
for PaperX today, but these moments when Texture or Meteor or Munchkin, but especially Texture, does Texture things, and I'm like, here and that, he totally deserved that round. Oh my god. Today's been absolutely phenomenal so far. And, you know,
The problem is the
keep
person
talking about
who
this, but I'm
draw
very
this
excited to
didn't
see
want
both
to
of these
take
teams
more
go
competition.
against the
She is
international
currently
teams, the other
busy
regions
playing
there,
our-
because they are, again, top form right now.
She is
and
currently
I don't
busy
think we
playing
can ask
our
for more today from
She
these
called
two teams in terms
Yumitsuki.
of just
So
being
if you
simply
guys manage
entertained.
to
I hope you guys
contact
are
her,
entertained.
ask her to draw, then go ahead. But if you didn't manage to contact her to draw, then
I'm good. I'm having a great day.
We're very happy right now.
It's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. I don't think there's much disappointment from any of us at all. I'm not expecting any agent comp changes. Again, PaperX has done it in the past where they last minute change their bind comp because they have a couple of them, but I don't think that's going to be happening today. I don't think definitely not Gen G either. I don't think that'll be happening either.
I don't think you have any reason to like slot in arena like we see from time to time from them, right? Like with something
maybe not.
I can't see any in my mind. I can't see any good reason for it. So I think the Gecko is just a little bit more impactful. It buys you a little bit of extra space. It helps you buy that space to deal with the Meteor utility and things like that. So, or to back lock you off when he's holding angles with that Sky, that can be really problematic for teams. So things like that, I absolutely expect the Gecko to remain.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it works really well with that Forsaken Harbor as well. That's something that always works together, especially if you have the Cove and, you know, the Reckoning again is just that's really good. But we also got to look at some of the other players. I mean, we talked about GENG, but I think Davai, you know, coming in as that supportive staff, or he's also that secondary person who comes in for these trades. That's going to be a very crucial role against Gen G because Gen G loves to trade. We've talked about PaperX's composition. I feel like Gen G's composition is just a little bit like the opposite of that. It's not like hyper defensive or anything, but it's more balanced. You got these two controllers, and Karen, he has the ability to play these post-plant lineups and the orbital strike. PaperX has to be aware of these things.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a sample of that yesterday from Gen G and how they are on bind. I mean, there are no pushovers on bind at all. I think it'll be really fun to see both of these teams, actually all three of these teams going to Shanghai, because a couple of the players and coaches have used to compete in
Currently
Shanghai.
trying
One of
to
those coaches were
paint
pro
my
players
nails
back in the day, so it's very
clubs.
exciting. And our ranks as well. Do you guys think this is going to be
nail.
the last map? If you're picking PaperX,
yeah,
this is it. This is our final rank.
I expected a 3-1. That was my prediction.
Okay. You think?
sticking,
Okay, you're sticking to it. This is it. Oh my god, I did not think I would end stage 1 like this.
I mean, but it would be fitting if Valdez like stays on top and just guarantees himself that statue. Yeah,
he is the Mr. Guessing Game. He's Mr. Games.
He has been.
I think, we do love Valdez here, and I think I'm very excited for this. I don't know how I feel. I'm feeling almost a bit like sad that if PaperX does win this, that's it. Today's over. We have to wait till Shanghai
You want
to
to go to Split, Vic?
to play them again. I don't.
Look, it is split.
Yeah, actually,
and if it's a map 5 split, like there's only bangers on split.
Yes.
So I mean, I kind of want it just for that reason.
Yes, the last time these two teams played on split, it was Yoru with Jason. It was just like a different time. It was like a different team.
Oh god.
I kind of want it.
I think that was a different dimension. Like that
Yeah.
was
No,
an
no,
alternate
no.
reality.
Exactly.
Don't go to map
Like
5.
normal reality.
I want to eat my dinner.
So I don't know. That's why I feel like almost mixed feelings here because I'm on a serious high right now watching these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, just both teams have been looking incredibly strong today, and they're actually able to keep their form. That's the thing that impresses me the most. Like, no one player is really dropping off all that much, and they're just able to work together incredibly well. And if they can keep this up, we'll have great Valorant to watch. Again, I mean, there is a very
My mom told me to eat now.
This does either, go into a 5th map, or I don't know, it almost went into overtime on Icebox.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that could happen here for sure. I mean, Gen G looked great yesterday. Karon in particular was an absolute menace, like you were mentioning. So my eyes are on PaperX to see how they're going to keep him busy. And if there are post plants where Karon's still alive, like how are they going to pressure him? How are they going to keep him from using that Brimstone utility to great effect? And on the other end, Gen G, watch out for Forsaken. You never know what's going to happen behind those cascades. You never know what's going to happen behind those high tides. You got to be really aware and have have some good util to back yourself up.
I'm really glad he's managed his cove situation. It's not in the middle of the sky anymore. It's been a while since I've seen
He'll
one of
never
those.
live those down.
Poor
guy.
It was so, because his pro play, it's like, did he mean to put up there? Is that a strat? Anyway, we are going to go into fight. I don't know if this is it. Let's go to our casters, Achilles and William.
Thank you very much. The desk seemingly on the fence about what they want from this series, William.
Yeah, you know, I don't blame them though. I mean, we've had a banger so far, so even if you've predicted Paper X,
Enggak
maybe
deh,
you wanna
soalnya
watch a
tadi
bit more. Obviously, you want to see a bit more of what they have to show
Icebox
before
pakai
going to
Viper kok.
Shanghai, etc.
I blame them heavily.
You blame them heavily.
Yeah, I want to see this go to 5. I said it at the top of the
Yeah,
show.
well,
I'll say it right now again. I want to see this go the distance. I want that split to come out. I want to see what the hell Paper X has prepared for that one as well. Let's see if GENG can make it happen. Mind, map that hasn't
Saya mau nonton Split, tapi gue mau makan.
Brim in particular
Lapar.
has been something that is quite strong for Karon in the past.
Mana nggak
Let's see if
terlalu
that
banget
can hold
mapnya.
true
Oh,
though
iya kah?
versus Paper X,
Maksudnya?
who have a full 5-man
Ini.
push getting ready to come up here into hookah.
Yeah, this is a setup for Karon, but it's just a classic. Has half armor though.
Just a classic no molly. Sat here for now. Do they suss this out? Can they do anything to try to peel for him? Whoa, whoa, hits bullets. Meteor is able to go ahead and spare some blushes by finding that kill, but now dive into the corner. As that is going to be the days coming through. Divide getting the headshot on the lock yet, and they know exactly where Meteor is at. Boom, bot, beat, damned. They know that he's in this bad spot with 3 bullets left. He can take it down. Munchkin able to find quite a bit of damage there, but has to reload himself. Get body blocked by Tech. On the site now. Munchkin is all on his lonesome. The reload coming through. The paint shells exploding behind him. Has to pull back off the angle.
Wow, nice. Makan ya, makan aja. Tapi kalau misalnya aku makan, masa iya gue tinggalin kalian? Itu kan mana ya?
Listen, it can get grueling when you're in a long series, but GENG is really going to put their foot down. They've had experience having to grind match after match. They've had to go through some of these absolutely brutal BO5s. And right here on the pistol round, I mean, it was just straight up a focus stiff. There's no other way to put it. The setup was good. Meteor even trying to bait them out to try to chase them all the way through window. Karon not able to quite capitalize on it as something continues to move about in hookah.
Definitely an odd setup though, just only having that classic no molly to even try to play with as an exit strategy. As for now, orb take coming through. Meteor just trying to challenge with that sheriff in hand. Munchkin's well playing quite far forward, turns the sights now back over towards short. Texture trying to line up the shots. Will just get dizzy. Back pedals his way out towards safety. Well, it's gone though, but something with covering fire. We'll go ahead and take down Lakia. Paper X look for a bit of flawless. That's not going to happen now, though, as he swings in. Karon will find that kill.
Oh, nice.
That's going to be Divide, just storming his way
Makan
in.
perlu berapa jam?
Hot start for him.
Tidaknya kan 30 menit ya. 30 menit kan gamenya itu bisa pindah jauh banget
And
gitu.
this isn't just a pistol and the anti-eco. Paper X probably going to keep up this tempo, keep up this pressure throughout this map because that's what GENG's composition is.
Udah, gue makan dulu dah.
GENG trying to go for, stick with the more balanced composition, so to speak. You still got your Sentinel, things like that, but now you've got Device sitting up on the other side of the stage. Doesn't spell such a bright future for GENG. Judge in the hand of Munchkin after a couple of the sheriff
dulu
buys.
ya. Gue makan dulu.
Back away, though. Look at this. GENG, everybody pulling back and starting to rotate over towards A. Camp's still set up. This early call could potentially bite them. This paint shells sent on the one side. Cam able to get the dart tag there, but Cove try to block things off. Trailblazer now up over the top. Karon seeing the reveal, able to find one. Dizzy going to catch him though as he tucks back alongside the wall. Stays safe for now as he was able to find the kill on the GENG. On the exit, they're trying to pop flash their way out of hookah, but it's just death greeting Paper X at the gate. Something trying to find any kind of kill, any kind of value that he can with that outlaw. He will get taken down, and it's a much-needed flawless here for GENG.
Yeah, a huge round from GENG and a bit of a better set-up version of their pistol, now with better weaponry as well. You still got the extra trap wires. And Karon, sure, he gets pushed around by the blast pack of GENG, but there's just too much going on for Paper X to be able to capitalize on that and whip around for the trade. Even despite the Dizzy Meteor, oh, he was stunned up. Nice shot there. Paper X, sure, it's your bonus. So it's not like it's the end of the world, but it was a desperately needed round for GENG.
It's an early rotation. Not enough to bite them. Locked in with a quick return. Comes up with multiple kills for himself as well. Try to match pace here against Abai, who's just 2 charges away from having those Seekers online. Seen Bind, very much the map where a lot of teams do still stray into Sky.
Still finding a lot of value with those double flashes.
Wingman cleared out.
But the judge here, he still decided to stick with it.
Yeah, and that's going to be the kill delivered to him. Taking, rushing in, take it down, Texture now getting himself online. Blast pack out the safety, takes a little bit more damage there. Now down to 14, but no real utility. Try to flush him out. Everything has been expended here from the side of PRX. It's Munchkin playing out wide on the corner, and he's a little bit snappier. Takes down something, strands a spike, Divine out with everything to do in a 1v4.
I mean, if he gets this, it would be absolutely ridiculous.
There's the first one, but Texture very quick. Just go ahead and swing through. Keeps himself alive, keeps his team in the game. That's going to be a 2-2 tie-up here. GENG answering back. And now, given that they are starting on this defender side, this is where they need to be having the most impact.
Yes, absolutely. And Munchkin's going to continue to stick with the judge. I mean, seemingly just using this as a way of saying you're never taking Lamb's control. I will always be here stationed together. Jing can never be just sent in full blast with the blast packs. See how that pans out for them. But so far, GENG, they found an answer to a bit of that fast-paced death ball in from PRX. That's what the adjustment is. That's why a little bit of a different cam setup. Karen going to try to take contact himself and Hookah against the weaker weapons.
Angle, Divine, quite a many few shots in. Karen has to dip back. Locky is nearby, can get that healing through. Gets him back into a sustained position as Cam is the catch on the one. Divine continuing to swing in, continuing the challenge, but eats quite a bit of damage there. As paint shells have been lobbed in from Texture, rather.
Now, normally, GENG, they might have wanted to push out maybe in through a shower or something like that, gain a bit more space since you stalled them over on the B side, but considering it is an eco from PRX, you're going to want to make sure they don't give away free rifle upgrades, so they will still just hold with their utility. You see the double trap wire over here on the A side. That Trailblazer barely makes it through. Catches sight of Texture all alone.
Oh, quick check in before the flash pops. Something going to be taken down. Texture noting presence of a couple different players there.
And now with the time in their favor, finally Karen pushes out in front of window.
There. Oh, Texture just trying to force him back. Like this is that one shot. Texture's just to take him down. Here's a second, continuing to push forward. He finds two. Munchkin dead on the backside of that. Now weapon recovered. This round may just be rescued, and it looks like it has been. Forsaken. Keeping them in this one. Swing out. Headshot found. Lucky to go for that reload, and Mindfreak close enough to get the counter swing. A Thrifty against the Thrifty Kings. PRX retake the lead.
Forsaken, just barreling through with a Sheriff. Not a shorty, not any other type of run and gun, but close range, a headshot is still a headshot. He's able to get 2 quick kills, upgrades to our rifle as well. Absolutely rips open the sight away from GENG's grasp. I mean, look at this. Oh man, quick with it. He's ready for that second swing.
Remaining.
Unbelievable.
I mean, he was a bit quieter.
For that second kill.
Yeah, absolutely. He was a bit quieter at the beginning of this match, playing that breach, playing full support, but when he needs to, he's still there. He's still the same old Forsaken.
Scout destroyed.
Making Harbor always look eternally busted, as well as whatever weapon he decides to be holding. Forsaken, really just in a league of his own, and not just within Pacific. And now they're slowed up on that approach here at B long. A little bit of heals used to try to keep everybody else topped up, but divide down to 29. That's going to be some unrecoverable damage. One player going to be spotted out wide. So the Gecko there is paint shell sent. Camera gets cleared out. Will just be that nice little cage set up here. Something watching to see if there's going to be any aggression out.
GENG, they're looking to try to match them here if it's a showstopper setup.
Locky swinging, Meteor on the counter swing, is able to find one. Mindfreak keeps Jing protected. 16 HP as that showstopper gets pulled through. Sent Munchkin. Oh, I thought it landed inside the 2, but no, he finds that kill. Munchkin going to be scratching his head about that one. Kicking himself as far as the positioning is concerned. Jing still looking to take the fight as Texture goes blast back and forward. He can get inside himself. Spots one, but now the call. Mindfreak around the side. It's a one, but Jing swings in from behind. Survives the round with 16 HP, and PRX will now move up 4-2.
Well, I mean, PRX, they're really starting to play with the tempo a bit more in their favor against GENG. I mean, even before the push out here from Lakia and company, it's so much early Sky Util used, and so PaperX knows that with the composition that GENG has, you're going to have to do something aggressive to gain that information. It's a buy round for buy round. GENG's not going to just sit around waiting for us to push in. It's a good read from PaperX. And this time it's a smoke on the teleporter just in case that it's a pinch in. It's a full send from PaperX all the way in through showers. They're trying to take advantage of the buys that they have.
There's the orbital strike, able to avoid that one, but Meteor cannot. He gets taken down. Texture finds Jing, showstopper, sent, kill found. Something going to be taken down, but Heron and Texture both get traded out. Man advantage still here from the side of PaperX now, expounded upon as Munchkin will be the last one standing. Just that Sheriff. Any kind of damage that he can find would be positive for GENG, but he can't get any. It's another multi-kill round here for Forsaken. This PaperX, the onslaught, it continues. Now up by 3. GENG looking like they're not going to pump the brakes quite just yet.
Perhaps whatever you're hearing in the comms, you still have faith if you're the coaching staff. You do have a couple of ults as well. But this is PaperX. I mean, just playing with the notion that when we have the momentum, we want to push it through. We want to snowball as much as we can on this attacking side. That's something that they've been so good at on Bind, no matter which composition they've used.
You know what they did? Dude.
What do they do?
What do they do? What do they do for a second? What do they do for a second? Tell me. Oh well.
Well, we'll never know.
I'll have to ask them that question if they win the series. Flash out, Lakia. Getting aggressive here as the Mosh landing at their feet. Meteor able to win one, but then gets taken down. Devi has the follow-up. This aggression out from GENG is just being staved off. Now the double TP, as they are corralled in. Devi will fall, but Jing swinging around back elbow is able to find Texture as well. Push out coming through, and Forsaken,
wow.
The 1-2 punch. This man is fired up.
I mean, you're trying to go for a double peek out of a smoke against the OG double jump out of smoke team. He's going to know exactly how to fight against that.
We'll have to workshop that title, but I like it. I like what you're putting.
I started and it got a little long. But that mosh pit also very good. I mean, that's straight up supposed to just counter Charon, and it actually just works out even better in this round. Not even necessarily a hard read, but just a default switch up here from PaperX in their early util. And that finally calls the timeout away from GENG.
I mean, it's been some close rounds, sure, but it does feel like this timeout is still a bit late. 6 rounds already racked up here for PaperX on the attack half. GENG, they're just getting smothered at every twist and turn, trying to ramp things up, trying to push that aggression, much like we were seeing from them on Lotus. And it was finding value there. It was finding success. But here on Bind, it's a completely different story at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, GENG just not able to really find any sort of advantage, right, on any of the moves that they've done. And they're not strategically 2 steps ahead either this time around. Meanwhile, on the side of PaperX, Devi, of course, absolutely turning up on map 3, but this time mostly across the board from Forsaken. Now having his chance to really take over the spotlight. 9-3-1. The Harbor leading the charge. The Gecko providing the support from behind. Mindfreak as well, 7 assists. Devi, 8 assists. I mean, everyone playing their role perfectly right now.
This goes here.
It's just been mostly flawless. Meteor getting set up here in showers. Gonna have to back away though. That pressure getting ready to come through. Boombot check. Orb gonna be taken. Jing just looking to get closer to that next showstopper. He's on a constant rotation, but triple push now coming out of Hookah, getting ready to connect here into Link. Forsaken is ready for it. Finds the first one, sets up a wall. That's gonna send them packing.
I mean, you saw multiple members, and you saw their weaponry as well.
They're still laying the reinforcements to try to get themselves over to the side. They're going to have to go all the way back around. Okay, Judge out. Does manage to find a kill there for Munchkin. As the Reckoning now sent, but Jing is using this smoke to take some further space forward. Trying to get the catch here, but they are prepared for this. A nice read from GENG. Up the kills, and there's the near ult depth reveal as the TPs come out.
Taking the spike with him, the heal on the way from GENG. They're trying to match the rotation tempo. They will be half a second late.
HLs can try and delay the plant depending on where it ends up landing. There you go. Sent out. Damage avoided though, Devi. Spraying this one center tube here on the low ground. The pit's gonna come through to try to escort the forward. Forsaken spraying through, counter spray. He's gonna connect. Meteor catches him in the head. Now all on Mindfreak and Devi. Mindfreak creeping forward, wanted to take the challenge, wanted to try to drop this pit. Just also watch the door. This are not going to be spotting much of anything, so has to back away. Triple approach. Down through elbows. Noise being made. Divide going for the challenge, trying to get Texture out of the air. But there's the counter swing. Lakia finding him. Now all on Mindfreak. Back is turned. Kill is found. Timeout call will work its treat. GENG not allowing PRX to get to 7 quite just yet. They will find themselves a 3rd round win.
For the first half of this round, I thought PRX played it so well strategically. They go in, they take showers fast, and then they also use that high tide that they've shown a couple times to cut up the site on A in half. What that does is draws out the lurk in from B, Forsaken counters that, then you go in through lamps. I mean, it was all very systematic and very good, but they just couldn't actually comfortably plant the spike. And at the end of the day, the pit draws away so much tension from Mindfreak. I mean, just with 2 people, PRX couldn't hold on to the post plant on B.
Yes, this should do.
It's constantly changing up the setup here. Is Meteor. As they're going to triple face out of showers. Big presence here. Texture tucked away into the corner, but noting this one, Texture trying to escape, and Kara with a covering fire takes him down. Swing out though, and GENG gets rid of them both. I'll do you one better. Kill found now, Munchkin. Okay, it was looking like a precarious spot, but is able to win out the trade there. He's not Forsaken, brings it back into a 3v3.
Satchel out.
Good bot over the top, Trailblazer, send GENG. Just taking some aggressive spacing here. Trapwire, both of them get cleared out. That Showstopper's available, so Meteor needs to stay tucked, he needs to stay quiet. For now, Seeker's going to be sent here by Lakia. Does he spray? Yes, he does. Rewarded with it, Meteor. Another monstrous kill from him.
Okay, I'm back.
Plays out as quietly as he wants. Poison Orb comes up.
I watch it on my phone.
Like,
Like 4 matches, 4 rounds.
1v2, Munchkin still waiting on that B side of the map.
And then
Casey goes for the TP
time
play,
out by
but
GENG,
opportunity.
and then
Meteor
now
tucked into the
PRX
corner,
lost
gets the
like
headshot,
2
GENG,
consecutive
they
rounds.
get another round win.
Damn.
I mean, this is what happens when you get 2 teams that are just so good at trading, not just in the same position, but across the map, right? As soon as you get contact on one side, you both peek out on the other. We saw trades over from showers all the way over to window as well. I mean, this was great timing from Karen, but then the double from GENG.
I wanted to see GENG POV there, but
me too. That
nasty
had
stuff
to
from
been-
him.
I mean, here as well, at long range, just with a sliver.
Will reveal their
There's just too many targets for GENG to have to fight through alone. Now tied with Forsaken at 10 kills each.
Flash out from Lakia, not going to be noting anything over at long. Presence though. As wall gets sent. That's going to be a rotate coming through here from Meteor, working his way over. Now, Karan looking to join as well, as Lakia is going to get tucked up flush against the wall. Snakebite sent the try and delay. It's going to be heavier presence now sent in through long. Orb taken. I believe it's going to be Divide getting the Seekers online now.
Yeah, Showstopper online for GENG as well. GENG looking to take it out of the sky.
Spotted one, sends it. Meteor going to be taking down Lakia. At that angle, able to find another one, but and also adjust for Forsaken. 2 kills found as the rest of PRX start to storm the site. Looking for targets, but the flash comes through, gets the full blind, something. Tucked away into the corner, waiting for the peek out, and there it is, Lakia. Delivered to him. Thrash at the ready. But as he swings, he's only going to be good for 1. Once again, 2 players surviving, but GENG persevering. They get themselves now up to 5.
Last round.
The early
in
rotates
the half.
over, it helps. The early cascade down A short doesn't mean a thing, right? You still got that trap wires there from GENG. And then you just have so many people. And then the orbital strike, not only used to potentially get a kill, but absolutely used as a smoke to disrupt the main force coming in from Octagon, from Garden.
Nice!
It's a good setup from GENG, and you know they're proud of it. Finally, calls that timeout away from Coach Alex. He was smiling earlier when
Now
GENG
PRX
was
is the
struggling,
one who is holding it.
but now a bit of seriousness returning to his face.
Still in a decent spot, though, considering the attacking side. But wanting that advantage, not wanting to be tied up at 6-6. So Alex calling the timeout. We'll see what the strategy looks like for them.
Wait, I actually saw the GENG person's one of it got like
Maybe, you know, some size of a
a ring on their ring finger. Loh, cepet ya dong.
Definitely not.
Kan
I
mau
mean, you
nonton
let
ya.
so much go early on here on the map. So you're just hoping you can stabilize at 6-6. Just imagine that it's just the second half that everyone's playing. And that's all you're focusing on. And right now for Paper X, it just so happens that it is that Cypher. The setups from it that are really throwing a wrench in their plans. Can't go as fast, but can't respect it too much either. It's allowing for some of these classic Gen G quick rotates.
Just the one ult in play here for both teams, barring some multi-kills and orb takes. Meteor, the next closest, two away from that neural theft. Things coming down over here on Hookah, anticipating a push out, but Gen G staying sat back.
That Outlaw for Texture, reading the econ situation on the side of Paper X.
And rifle back up behind the truck as well.
Be an absolute menace. It's basically a double shot operator at this point for Texture.
Yeah, Forsaken, only one with full armor here for Paper X. We'll go fishing, sends those shots out, but there you go. Vandal, or Phantom rather, at the ready. Judge back into the hands of Munchkin as that flash not quite making it over into Lamps. Some spray coming through, and now it just rotates back. Paper X, the call being made for them to push up here towards this A site.
Monster on the loose.
Crashing in the charge. Texture. Oh, pulls away, and that shot from behind. Challenge, he's able to find one. Divine trades it out, however. Finds that kill. Is he going to be cleared out? Boombot right up into the face of Meteor, but already Forsaken taken down in Lamps. Quick toggle over onto the cam. Something dead. Munchkin finding himself a second kill. Jing now holding the Cyber Cage. Going to be dropping soon. He's got the line up there onto the headshot, but they pull back away.
30 seconds
Waiting to see if he pushes up into them. They know that they have the spike in their hands. He's not able to adjust. Munchkin will have a monstrous round at 4K from him to tie things up at 6 to 6.
It truly does feel like when it's these two teams, everybody has their moment. Everybody takes their turn and has one of these moments where they will just turn the round on its head as we tie 6-6.
You get a highlight. You get a highlight.
Everybody gets a
Check
highlight.
under your seats.
It's great to see. I mean, the fans have been loving this series so far, and it truly is delivering. Obviously, some of us, regardless of who you're cheering for, hoping to see a full best of 5.
No.
Gen G, they'll need to answer back in the second half.
We get ready to go into this pistol. A hot start in that regard for Gen G. Still in the lead 4-3, but the last several have been going Paper X's way. They got both on Icebox.
I'm used to happy one,
Gen G to try to turn the tide in that regard. Paper X still in pole position, still in control of this series.
All the Korean fans cheering for Gen G's victory. Of course, currently defending the Pacific title from kickoff in 2024, but you reach back just a bit more. It's Paper X, the inaugural Pacific champions, in front of a massive crowd. The Changchun Arena last year, taking down DRX, trying to reclaim that title.
And doing it in reverse sweep fashion. All the more impressive, all the more difficult. Gen G, give them a bit of a different challenge comparatively. So it looks like, again, it's going to be double Sheriff here. Texture sticking with that. Munchkin going to be picking one up as well.
Yeah, but the Sheriff on the raise, I mean, you have no blast pack, no boombot. So looking to just try to punish Paper X more so than go in with their own plays.
He's going to be playing over it long where there's two players stacked up and something already eats about a bit of damage. That's going to force him into the teleporter there. As the paint shells come through. No one in position to get that punish though, but Cam set up, spots it out. Looks like he'll make the best of a bad thing and go ahead and grab that ult orb.
Yeah, Paper X, I mean, this is just fluid adjustment. Hold that thought.
Shots flying, Munchkin going to be taken down, and Meteor eating quite a bit of damage. Cyber Cage blocks off the Dizzy. He'll make his exit. The rest of the team now creeping up. But that guiding light could be confirming presence here. Wingman check over into Hookah. Not going to be spotting much of anything for them. Damage dealt, but kills still not found.
Lakia looking to go back to A short and try to throw util there to draw them out, but it's already too many shots fired on the side of B. Paper X still has a strong read towards this. And look at the patience from Paper X. Nobody pushing out far beyond the line of scrimmage here. Just taking control of Shower just barely by something. And this is huge. I mean, you know that it's not a full A setup at the very least.
Mind Freak now moving over, reinforcing this B site. Also gets some healing, so he's back up to full HP. Something creeping around, and Lakia absolutely caught in the open.
Now it's just an all-out brawl on B. That's all Gen G's got.
3v5, there's a pop flash. Texture finding one, looking for the other. Meteor is going to be the one that claims it. Texture, he gets the follow-up. Forsaken going to be taken down now. Suddenly the man advantage is there. Jing, 10 to the volley.
10 seconds
Plan's going to be coming through and something. He never rotated around. He never joined in with a device, so he doesn't have healing. He has to try to clutch this 1v3. Texture, a one-tap. The others, well, it would need to be headshots. No more util to work with. Creeps his way around the elbow here. Texture going on a long walkabout, trying to see if that flank is coming in from behind. Something inching forward, back turned. Sends a couple shots over towards Meteor. The face out. He's in garden here. He's staying safe, but he's no closer to defusing this spike. A couple more shots through, and Texture says, yeah, I got this. Gets the headshot, 3 for Texture here in the round. GENG, they will claim another pistol.
Oh, Fitri jadi wah Fitri. Nah itu dia kan.
TP's out to safety, takes away the cam, immediately sees no trade, takes the orb as well. Then they re-clear.
Sebenarnya menurutku kayak gimana ya? PRX itu terlalu egotik. Ada kapan dia terlalu confidence bahwa banyak itu map dia, jadinya dia confidence peaknya membuat mereka dari 4v3 jadi 1v.
Oh boy. Texture.
Terus juga kayak texture aimnya juga bagus banget.
The 30-year-old man just enjoying a drink by the beach. And then there's just sometimes
the raving lunatic.
Yeah.
It's the Mad Hatter. A double shorty here for the side of PRX. Jing sat hookah with that one. Forsaken here on the A side.
Hello TV,
Another early push out.
You will say he's Demon 1 from Genji. Nah, Demon 1 already got washed out. Demon 1 bisa begitu gara-gara dia main chamber, terus main jet, terus dia di back sama itu yang Easy punya race.
One kill found, but looks like
Thank you for the
into the teleporter Jing there to try to greet them, but also just has his own shirty. Pain shells can delay. They'll be exchanged here on backside as he tucks in the tube. And he greets Texture with a bang.
Nice.
Gets the follow-up. Parrot taken down. Another pain shell now built up. Meteor able to find one. Munchkin does take out Jing.
30 seconds.
The damage dealt. Snappy. Meteor find the first, finding the second. The third overall in the round.
Mereka terlalu ngebait sih, kayak tadi kan si Forsaken sama si Dava itu bisa pick bareng, cuman mereka kayak satu-satu nge-picknya. Gak tau ya, soalnya biasa kalau main sama temen kan pasti mereka udah bilang, oh ini kamu gak boleh pick satu orang, kamu harus double pick gitu. Ini gak juga sih ya.
I was wondering if it was an actual song, but
yeah, no, it's just it's baby talk is what it is. But either way, they're vibing, and that's something that's scary here for PRX.
Yeah, GENG reclaiming that confidence, the comfort on stage. And now again, just with a double rifle buy on the anti-eco, they can still buy back up, match up, and a bit of a safer setup all the way into potentially the 4th round of the half as well. That change, a slight variation on the old FPX buy.
Trailblazer cleared out. Cam set up watching, spotting. Don't think that Jing was noted there. I did see something, so either way, have to be cognizant about this push out. As Munchkin spotted for a brief moment. There's the swing. Texture able to find one. Something.
Oh, nice.
One enemy remaining.
That is the kind of turnaround you want to see here for PRX. A strong answer back and mitigating losses for the most part. As now Meteor, everything to do, was instrumental in that previous round victory, but 1v4 might just be a bridge too far. Would have to try to break his way into hookah. Now there's back. Let's grab the spike. It looks like he's going to opt to continue to push up here. First challenge will be there from Divai. Swing on the corner. Nothing spotted there, but it doesn't matter. Something. Snappy with a headshot, a 4K from him, Thrash online, and PRX right back in, onto the board, breaking this win streak here from GENG.
So something that GENG's gonna have to learn from that round, just the cam, not enough to try to counteract some of these fast push outs. Sure, you spotted something earlier, but it's still a setup. The line up through the wall as well, and then the readjust. And of course, not much emotion at all, just another round. That gives him the thrash.
Thrash v Neural Theft, 2 away. His texture from having that showstopper. For now, just an early smoke down. Jing wanting to also get a showstopper of his own. Creeps up. Orb is going to be taken. Any kill gives him that go button.
We know how fast he can be with that decision. He'll never hesitate a single beat. But just look at how much space PRX has taken across the map. I mean, they have pushed out pretty much all 4 lanes with util and bodies. So GENG has to re-clear every single corner.
This has to be escorted. Karen able to find one. Jing now stuck into the corner, trying to control that spray, but there is no controlling that one. He ends up falling. A little bit of damage all up, but there's the
Katanya emang kalau misalnya kayak
trying to stay tucked away, but Forsaken able to collect those kills. Munchkin and Locky, and now the last one
crosshair
standing. The spike
placement.
stranded and showers the Divide at back sight. Taking down
Coba aja
Munchkin, the
kalau
wheels
misalnya
starting to
kamu
come
lihat
off
pro
once
player
again
kan,
here for
rata-rata
GENG.
itu crosshair placement itu bagus.
Something
Itu biasa kalau main sama
looking to get close, but there's that
orang
thrash
santai
sent
kan
out.
bagus
Chasing
kan.
him away,
Itu kalau
but not
misalnya
far enough
crosshair
back.
placement itu
The tank
crosshair
comes
placement
in.
itu
Oh,
terlalu
here's the-
jelek
What
kan.
flavor do they give him?
Ya,
They know that they're running low
mereka
on
pasti
time, so it'll just be a
kamu
bullet
harus
rather
belajar
than a
deh
blade.
crosshair placement.
Either way, PRX close out the follow-up 2
Lelah
rounds here in the
sepertinya,
second
maksudnya
half, and they tie it
lelah
at
apa
8-8.
It does feel like something has gotten a much better grasp at the radius of this thrash. He's activating it quite a bit earlier as soon as he sees the shots coming through to try to get some of these detains. But either way, he's been good with it this time. 3 total detains
Enemy remaining.
for the round. And all of this, it's thanks to PRX taking so much control early on in the round. You took showers with a double peek. You go for the high tide outside of Hookah. You go for the cascade on A short. And then, of course, the guiding light and a peek out on to B long. I mean, that is literally the entire map that GENG lost control of, and PRX never, ever gave them a single step.
Well, final timeout here for GENG, potentially of this series. Unless they can right this ship and get themselves back into control of this bind map. 8-8, not where they want to be, but these last 2 attempts here have not been it for the squad. See what the game plan looks like. We'll see what the focus is going to be as far as that map control is concerned, because like you said, PRX was able to fan out so effectively, so easily. It's limited to no resistance whatsoever to gaining control of multiple spots on the map right off the rip in some of these rounds.
Yeah, and it does seem like GENG's trying to wait for a bit of a push out, but the problem is with something like the harbor, so much vision is impaired that you basically have to re-clear all of it rather than waiting and punishing.
Kayak biasanya kan
GENG,
kalau
I mean, this
misalnya
time it's
contoh
just
lah,
an eco,
kalau misalnya
but we'll
kamu
see
main
what the
sama aku
adjustments
sekarang
are.
kan, crosshair placement aku itu lebih ke body.
It's a showstopper for GENG as
Karena
well.
kebanyakan orang
He'll
itu
surely
jadi
be holding on to that for the next round.
Jadi aku kayak kebiasaan turun, crosshair placement itu turun gitu.
Texture one away from that showstopper.
Karena menurut aku kayak kalau misalnya kamu lihat ke atas kayak kepala mereka kayak rasanya itu kayak tempatnya itu kayak agak kecil gitu, tapi ternyata sebenarnya harus di head gitu, nggak boleh di body. Jadi mereka itu ada yang namanya kalau misalnya ada slotnya turun apa ini kan, mereka punya kepala itu pasti, mereka punya crosshair itu pasti sesuaiin gitu, ya kan?
Last backs forward, nothing spotted. As Munchkin will try to poke and prod, will try to find some kind of kill, but he's just going to be forced back to jump in. Jing on the ace, and he has
Akhirnya.
Here in the grand final, Jing. He delivers once again that impact belt. Sure, it's against a Sheriff Thrifty attempt, but my God, if it isn't flashy and swift.
Jing Ace ya, Jing Ace. Akhirnya si Forsaken nggak bisa nge-steal dia punya Ace.
It's the Jing way. Immediately expects a second swing. That's just chasing after every single one. And he knows there's a good chance that it's an immediate peek back out.
One of the things that we've been talking about earlier is when he has that blast pack, how quickly he can readjust. There you go. Off the rip, Showstopper comes through. Full flash here into something's face as Showstopper comes in it deep, but maybe not realizing that he's been tucked in here to the corner. Michelle's not going to be getting too much of anything either. Is Boombot now going to be sent out to try to stave them off? Munchkin in the meantime, catching Divide, but not able to answer back any damage. So for now, this is going to be a monstrous lead here for PRX in this round.
Suaraku agak kecil daripada suara aslinya. Ya karena aku agak jauh, aku lagi bikin take, guys. I mean, bikinin take. Jadi aku naik. Beda.
But they just weren't far away enough from it. Meteor falls.
Kaki
The
ku
trade
turun bikin
not
Kute agak
found.
aneh.
Munchkin
Nggak biasa.
barely holds off PaperX on the
Biasa
B
aku suka
side, and
kaki
he'll
ku
take
naik
control
kalau
of B
bikin Kute.
long. That's a silver lining for Gen G, but it's not too much for them to work with just yet.
Karena itu suara kecil ya. Mohon maaf guys.
That's necessarily what he wanted to do. Trailblazer now going to be sent, so they just spam across. Smoke's thrown down, and this needs to be a monstrous take on the side here.
This Cascade has to let Gen G know that they have to watch out for the flank. Don't know if they'll be quick enough to react to it.
Okay, well, TP pivot coming through. Munchkin making the call, saying, I think it's all cleared out. They still need to make their way across. It's Forsaken. Swings out. Lakia does manage to find that headshot. But do they anticipate that there's going to be a second player? Now they do. The Seeker revealing all.
No one's close.
It's a 50-50, a double break, you know, a 9-10 split here for Devi. TP from something to try and reinforce, but he's just going to go ahead and take him down. Swinging from Texture, able to find one. They know that that Sky is still going to be nearby. But now he turns away, maybe suspecting that it's going to be that long wrap.
Just trying to reposition because the post plant
Nice.
so far from Gen G. And now it's even worse.
Read there, not great for him. It's Mind Freak inching forward. The gun barrel not going to be spotted there. Poison Orb comes back up. Continues to push up. There's the drop down on it. And Mind Freak, he's able to find Karen before Munchkin can find the kill. Still tries to drag it back. Finds a second. Tucked in. Here's him rotating.
Nice.
And Jing
Wah, nggak
doesn't
sempat.
have the time. Cleans out all the weapons. Takes away their arsenal. There for Gen G as they tied up 9-9.
Was almost all you say can't be here. Oh, I apologize.
Pushing out.
Ten
Constantly
gini.
pressure basically in the middle
NTZT.
portion of this map, right outside of Hookah and Ace Short.
Ya aku
That
lagi
is an
bikin
absolute
kutek
thorn
ya,
for
mohon
Gen G.
maaf ya.
For sure, they hit the
Jadi
rotate, they had a nice fake with that blast back, setting Locky up for a good kill. But afterwards, they still weren't sure.
Maknya agak
Okay, we got
jauh.
one with the Seeker there, but another TP. How much should we worry about the flank? You weren't sure if you wanted to fill elbow, because then it would have been just one guy in the site. Munchkin trying to calm his teammates down that the round was won, just trying to keep his eyes focused on the future. But now an operator for something. It's been a long time coming. He's already pushed past it.
Oh!
Munchkin!
Nice.
A great finding one as well. And Mind Freak now going to be taking down the neural theft, giving them all the information they need to make the right decision, and that's going to be them sending over here towards Devi, who's all on his lonesome for the time being. He's still going to look to take the fight as Meteor. Just around the corner, starts inching his way forward. Devi takes his head off, but Forsaken in the meantime, cleaned up, and Devi cannot steady that spray to find Texture.
Now Jing all alone.
Kok Jing sendirian?
I mean, you would love to do whatever damage you can. Your creds are safe for PaperX. I'm not sure if Gen G will give him the time of day. Everyone just playing safe, keeping their distances, jiggling back and forth as Gen G knows that they've still got a little ways to go.
Good deal. For Jing, could try to play this one aggressively. He's got plenty of cash, as do the rest of his team. Someone necessarily super close to any ultimates that doesn't already have them anyway. So any damage he could deal would be great for PaperX, but looks like widely he will just look to hold on to the Vandal. He goes drifting back across the opposite side of the map. So Gen G going to be establishing a lead here in round 19. They get themselves up to 10. Strong apply, but still more to work through if they want to extend this series all the way over to split. There's more cash available to PaperX as they look to make another withdrawal.
Now that off going over as well. Surely, yep, that's timeout from PaperX. You can see now all timeouts being used, and a little bit earlier than letting it get all the way to the end. I mean, I think both teams understanding that you can't try to risk.
Jing Ace again, you have no words but say oh. Aku tahu gini, Norse. Gue kasih deh sesuatu buat kamu. If Jing Ace again, you buy PRX bundle.
Much deeper discussion with the players, trying to come to a conclusion on what the adjustment is.
I mean, but if anything,
if Jing Ace, you buy PRX bundle.
Zoomed in on this final. That satisfaction that you could be feeling right now, it can be swiftly taken away from you.
You wish you have money, but you say you don't have anything to say. So if they win, like Jing's Ace, not Jing's win, not PRX win. PRX win mostly like
feeling good, but
they will win. But just say like if Jing Ace again, you buy PRX
this map. If you can get over to split, that's when maybe you breathe a sigh of relief. You relax for a moment. But just a moment.
Only a couple minutes. But you'll take that.
Tapi semua duitku
Such a
udah
long
habis buat
series.
beli.
See if GENG can take us all the way. Pit at the ready. So is
Gak
Orbital
apa-apa.
Strike.
Jadinya itu missions kamu selanjutnya gitu. Jadinya kalau misalnya kamu save money, kamu harus save money buat beli PRX bundle.
The poison orb set up. Divide just backing away. So he and something on this side of the map as something occupies Hookah. Flash going. Nothing going to be noted there. Divide. We'll go ahead. Get a mention.
Not to be right now, but you will need to buy.
Finds one. Munchkin finds the other. The B site now broken open. You can see the rotations started there, but now called off. PRX. They're just going to go ahead and save this.
All right. I mean, sure, your creds are okay, but something only at 150 credits. And basically, you don't want to give away more creds, more ult points when it starts to get this close. Giving respect to GENG, and this was GENG just reaching into the playbooks, bringing out something they've always done, going into B main, and understanding that if PRX doesn't meet you right there and then, it's going to be a default split, that you're going to have the strength in numbers. Oh, and Texture knows exactly what's going on. He wants to set up for the showstopper. He's got the creds. It's going to be a tough one to look for, though.
On the hunt is mildly escorted here by Meteor. As paint shells come out. GENG just saying, don't come here.
Trying to smoke themselves off.
Texture
Masking his approach.
Forward. Oh, takes it quick blind.
Oh!
There with Shorty, nothing spotted. Mind Freak on the counter swing will be able to take him down. Now Meteor considering the rush forward and reveals himself right at the very last moment there. The GENG make their way up to 11. PRX 4 rounds consecutively if they want to avoid overtime. Similar scenes from what we were seeing, but now inverted compared to Icebox.
And now with this hunt.
PRX.
There's one more. But that does bring him 1 point away from the showstopper. And PRX, surely they're concerned about this, so they will smoke off showers, but you can tell they're starting to play a lot more passive. Mind Freak not swinging off of that, just trying to see if util is used by GENG to greed for this ult orb.
Just one more for Texture. That Reckoning still held. Divine now. Seekers online. That last round, nothing needed really for the side of GENG. So the pit and that orbital still there for these potential post plants.
Guiding light being heard outside of Hookah. Meteor, a lot of information. He still has that cam there as well for a hard check.
He's going to go on a peek. Wants to clear out that Trailblazer. No, he's actually tucked into the corner.
Yeah, just watching with the cam, it looks like.
It does note him. Texture blind pushing and Mind Freak. He's not on it for that kill. Ends up falling. Munchkin spotting Forsaken. Falls in for reinforcements and they surround him. Taking out the site. There's GENG looking to get themselves up to map point and take this all the way to 5.
I don't understand. Aku cuma tahu off angle sama off angle doang. Malahan bisa dibilang off angle nggak gitu ngerti.
Does take the teleporter across, finds that kill, but Lockyer puts him down. Texture, his effort's not needed here. The rest of the players committed though. They're forward here on the side. They have to try to play for this. The jump forward, GENG gets the headshot now. Once again, the last man standing. 1v3 swaps at the weapons because he just doesn't have the bullets in the previous one. No time to reload. Just has to try to charge in for it, but Lockyer will put him down to 3K. As GENG look to take us the distance.
Match point.
No.
Man, these two teams, they just can't get enough of each other. I mean, the adjustments and just the up and down from the players, each taking turns. Munchkin now finally having a go at it himself, topping the board for GENG, 20-12 on his own scoreboard. But look at this, the lurk in through lamps, keeps Forsaken tied back site, and then it's showers, and then it's E short. They all swarm him. There's just no way for Forsaken to try to get out of that site. And now looking for a repeat of that previous hit.
There's Rush. Punching their way out into long and fast. How this is going to end? Oh my goodness.
Holy!
Oh my God. No kills found. GENG.
Just a
I don't even think they read it. I think they just reacted.
Yeah.
Forsaken, he might have a smile on his face, but maybe a slightly pained one. He sends out the Kobe, he sends out the Reckoning, he sends out the Classic to try to clear out that Seeker. But to no avail, he cannot do squat. Lockyer hounds him down. It's yet again a 13-9 score line as GENG will take us the distance. Bind is theirs, and map 5 split.
An absolutely ridiculous series so far. Taking down PRX's Bind, that is something for GENG to be proud of. But now we finally finally opened the lid on PRX's split to find out what it'll look like. But before that, we'll send it over to the desk to break down map 4.
Map 5 ya, map 5. 4 kali nembak, 4 kali bener.
Bring us the distance indeed to a map 5.
Let me see Coach Alex reactions. There is none.
For today's grand finals. Now that was incredible. Everyone, every time you think this is a PRX map, Genji's like, nah, it's my map now.
Well, they just did a really good job starting to control their space on their attacker side. It looked like, you know, PRX had a pretty good read on them. They were shutting them down at the point of attack, but then they kind of got their bearings on them. They started working the map a little bit. You know, Munchkin is over there clearing space on long B, you know, and then they're able to all rotate over there, things like that were really catching PRX off guard. And then their attack started to get really quick and on point, and Texture, as usual, has been really, really good today. So
Meteor too.
Yes, no, they're both insane, and that's been kind of the story of a lot of this playoffs. Is GENG, those two players are disgusting.
Yes.
I think on this map, it's definitely, I mean, of course it's both of them, but Meteor has to, you know, get a little bit more praise because of the setups that he had. I mean, you said it before, Paperthin. This map really came down to that composition. It really came down to the trap setups that GENG had specifically for PRX.
They like to rush in.
We know how they play. We know they love to go in with the aggression, but it doesn't quite work out here. There were these rounds where, you know, they're trying to go out or push out against them, even on the defensive side, but GENG's always prepared for it. I think especially once, you know, Coach Solo called for some of these timeouts, he was able to fix so much that GENG would come in with these like round win streaks. On their attacking side, I think you're absolutely right as well, Paperthin, because you can see that their whole game plan, they're not just rushing in blindly, going in for those classic trades. They're actually setting themselves up for these trades where they would take just a little bit of space. Like around B, you would see Texture hopping on top of, you know, one of the panels, and the rest of the team is up around Octagon or Garden just to wait for PRX to peek out against them and then get those trades and then get the numbers advantage and ensure that PRX does not get any retake scenario.
Yeah, and early on, there were actually really good reads here by PRX on the defensive setups of GENG. There was one time where they were pushing towards Hookah, and Lakia did the thing where he jumps in behind the box and he's got a player backing him up. That's something that GENG really likes to do, and there's awareness. There was a mosh used to clear that by PRX, so they were doing a good job early. And some of the trap wires.
Padahal kira PRX mau kemana loh? Is it over? No, it's not over yet. It's going to the Fortnite. I think it's like
better PRX at all. They were able to just clear those utils and do what they needed to do, but then they started pushing those utilities back. They started putting the trap wires further back and things like that. These were great combos there with the orbital strike as well, stuff like that, keeping Lock in a position where he's going to be able to sneak underneath Jing's nose and the showstopper, like stuff like that, where they just said, okay, we just need to push our line of attack a little bit further back on our defender side, and that's where the map really started to turn around for GENG.
Thoroughly impressed. I mean, basically what you're saying is that they have been adjusting so many of these setups, so many of these traps for PRX, and PRX has been having a tough time, you know, against them. I mean, you can see in a lot of these highlights. First of all, a lot of fun highlight moments for PRX. GENG got the ace at some point as well, but you can see that most of the time it's PRX going for these really big specific peaks against GENG because they need to get some of these duels. They need to get a bit more space to work their way around the map. But GENG, they set themselves up. They're either crouched down or they're not alone. You have maybe Meteor crouched down right in front of outside lamps, and then you got like a teammate of his right behind, like so far back below Heaven, and it's setups like that that make it so tough for PRX to fight back against them.
Yeah, no, this was incredible from GENG. That's just all there is to say about that map. The fact that they came back after what looked like, they looked like, all right, it was going to be another PRX win here. They were going to take the title, but GENG had other thoughts. Now we go to Split, which is always
P1, right?
fun.
It's always fun. You know what? You don't see any data from PRX here because since Jing rejoined PRX, we haven't seen their split yet. But one thing's for sure, even before Jing came back into the roster during kickoff, the heroics, the highlights, they lost some of those games, but the highlights were incredible. So you mix it up, you throw Jing back into that formula. I think it's gonna be a really interesting split. Now GENG, they are starting to smell that success. Like they have proven to beat PRX on split before, and they
belum
at split. But how are you guys feeling about this?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what PRX is going to play. Like, you could convince me of about 80 different compositions, and I'd be like, yeah, sure, go for for it. I mean, I
belum
expect a double duelist of some kind. I wouldn't be surprised if we've got
triple duel.
Yeah, I would.
It's been done.
I wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. They've done it. So like, I wouldn't be surprised to see something on the Jet, Jing on the Rays, and then maybe a double initiator, maybe Forsaken on the Breach, Divide in the Sky, and then Mind Freak on. I don't know, maybe not Viper because of the nerfs, but like Astra or something like that I could see being potentially thrown in the mix, but I have no idea.
That sound. Yeah, Astra vacuum mix. Oh my god, that's a possibility as
That's
well.
my prediction. I don't know.
It's so it is definitely that map where it is totally up in the air, and you're absolutely right. Any team comp can go here. Even if we saw a Clove, would I be surprised? No. If we saw a Deadlock, no, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe Forsaken's like, you know, I have a couple agents. I haven't played yet. Why the heck?
Gue yakin PRX menang VCT ini. Boleh.
He said himself it's not his best agent. He
Ngop,
doesn't think
ngop
his
sih,
giant map, his pool of agents is not his best, but he's damn good at it. Now we gotta talk about our ranks. I don't know why you need to.
I'm falling.
Oh man.
I may be going off the board into Iron Ear today.
Oh, join me.
I've been like
I need
backwards
some
on all
company.
but one prediction.
So the only two was Achilles, who is so happy
The
right
best,
now.
the best there is
he's cheering
we
right
pray,
now.
we pray for
If
the
he's top with
best.
Valdez, I'm going to convince chat that they need to go for Valdez in our tiebreaker.
All right, so everyone else goes down to.
Oh wow. Valdez goes down.
Down. Day two. Back to Iron. What did William pick? Paper X. I'm like, oh, he picked Paper X for the win that one. Okay. Yeah. So Split though is the tougher
Iya,
prediction.
yang masih punya poin kita taruh.
Split is such an unknown for all of us right now, and we just got nothing to go off of. How is Jing gonna play on Split with the rest of the team? GENG, it's just so damn good. Well, I'm gonna go with my overall prediction, which is Paper X.
That's what I have to do as well.
Same.
But I really think GENG can win this map, even though I'm going with this.
Yes.
I'm just sticking with my overall prediction.
Exactly.
But because GENG looked shaky on this map at times, like it's been pretty up and down for them. So far this stage, you saw it earlier, it was like a 50% win percentage. They can
Pihak
get
kamu
pretty well picked
yang
apart. They
kan
can get
semua
pretty well dissected to the
82%.
point where they're not reacting quick to stuff. They're not kind of dodging some of the utility, and the Meteor's trying to stay too long and try to do things by himself, and that, you know, like plays that he's so confident in, and then they go awry, and then all of a sudden the round just starts like snowballing against them. That could happen. I don't know though. It's just so hard to know with an unknown in what Paper Rex is picking that you could convince me of anything, like I said earlier.
What's your dream comp? Like, what do you want to see?
Dream comp?
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh.
they can play any of these comps. So what would be ideal? What would you be like, oh, this is so cool. This is the best.
Comp, like.
Dream big, Quack.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Let's go with Clove.
Clove, okay.
We haven't seen that. We only saw that from like FPX over in VCT China. So I don't know. It would be really exciting. I think whatever I want to see is something creative, because PaperX is known for that, and that's the kind of stuff that can surprise opponents like GENG. But it's really tricky. I think this entire matchup right now on Split just depends on PaperX and how they're feeling, what kind of form they're in, because it's been
All
a little
in
bit up and
PRX,
down
guys.
a little bit today.
Is it?
GENG, on the other hand, like fully consistent. Texture is nonstop on the ball. The rest of the team is right up there next to him, and it's very,
Come on,
very
guys.
tough
Come
when
on.
you're dealing with an
Ready.
opponent like that.
They are so coordinated. While Texture is just doing Texture things, Meteor is coming around that flank every single time and just getting those multi-kills where it really matters. Do you have a dream comp for Split that you want to see today?
I said what I think they're going to do. I'll stick with that.
Okay. All right. Well, we're about to find out in like 2 seconds. So I'm very excited for this final map. You guys, we wanted to see a full 5 maps. Yeah, we had different kind of predictions, but we definitely wanted to see all of this, and we have not been let down. Paper X with the double duelist. We got our boys on Paper X on their best agents once more, similar to Lotus.
Wow.
Okay. Makes
Go
sense.
against GENG, yep.
Yeah, Divide on the Viper. Yeah. So this isn't too surprising for me for Paper X.
But, you know, this is definitely going to be a full-on clash, a full-on brawl. Like, how is this going to play out, especially when
Wait,
GENG
what?
is this explosive?
Everything is the same?
I want to see chaos from both sides, and they're totally capable of
Semoga PaperX menang. Boleh, kita doa.
To be
Menang
honest,
ya.
I want to see them like do stupid things on both sides. just like the craziness only these two teams are absolutely capable of because their firepower is just so good. Their movement is so good. They're so creative on both sides. I want to see the best Valorant possible today.
Get ready for overtime. It's split. I mean, it's the final map. It's a decider. It's just, it's written in the Valorant stars that we have to have an overtime on split. That's like a guaranteed, it feels like.
Like a tiny test, well, not tiny.
Genji
It's
ganti
a bit of
coach
a
nggak
test
sih?
of stamina right
Soalnya
now as well.
tambah Davies,
These two teams,
tambah
and if Genji can keep
Sky
this up,
sama.
even with our predictions, I can feel it going towards them. It really feels like this is like a fighting game where, you know, both characters just like clash
It's
fists
the
against
same,
each other.
bro.
You got a big explosion going off. Oh my god.
They're absolutely evenly matched right now, and I want them to give them the best because what is happening after this is Shanghai. After this, in 2-3 weeks from now, these two teams are going to Shanghai along with T1, and they got to show the other regions what they've got. And it looks like Split's going to be the final destination of this grand finals of Stage 1 at VCT Pacific. Let's go over to our casters, Achilleos and William.
And here we are, a game 5, as Paper Thin was
Game
just saying.
Sam Agents, ya kan?
Written in the stars, fated to come to this moment.
But there's something weird here, isn't there?
And we do have to talk about it. It's Lakia on
Okay,
his
fine, or-
debut in his entire career of Viper.
And I mean, it's the same exact composition from GENG, but they're taking Munchkin away from the Viper, which he's always been so reliable on. And they're putting Lakia on it for the first time. I mean, I'm interested to see what happens. Munchkin, of course, has played the Sky before. He's played Initiator a ton.
Yeah. Does feel like maybe a bit of a gamble. We'll see what the game plan is going to be here. As for now, just some pot shots through that Viper wall, but no real contact going to be found. Just a smattering there onto something in GENG as they are just playing ring around the rosy. World Tour able to find one already. Sheriff put good use, cleans up a kill onto something. And Forsaken rushing up the rope, able to find one. He will get himself a second now. Sheriff in hand. Joins in mid here alongside Mind Freak. Munchkin just staying tucked here, just alongside Male in Heaven. Rotate is good though. Lakia here, Johnny on the spot to get himself over towards this B site, but can they put a stop to this push? That is going to be the question.
Oh, they're going to try to hold close with the Classic. It's a good read from GENG, but PaperX surely suspects something. As everything happened in mid, the closest they could be is upstairs in Heaven.
Shoulder seen. Munchkin cleaning up the first one. They find another.
Spike down.
Now Mind Freak, everything to do. Forced away from the spike for a brief moment. Nope. TP is the play with the smoke thrown down. Aggressive. They want to get out of this one. Fairly aggressive is going to be the answer here. Munchkin needs to be careful, but never mind. He survives as Lakia will find the final headshot, and GENG will take another pistol. 6-3 across the series. That early control has very consistently been in their hands.
Yeah, and just a good read on the most likely tendencies for PaperX with the double duelist comp, a fast push into ramps. They just leave it entirely open. They meet him at face value here in Vents. Doesn't quite go their way, but then they say it's just Classics instead of picking up Sheriffs, instead of trying to regain those weapons. Let's play to our advantage. They hold close, and PaperX just does not suspect a thing.
Pusing. Datang-datang langsung langsung
Doesn't have any on the board quite just yet. Texture 9 kills away from tying the best of 5 kill record in VCT. As Forsaken, we'll go ahead and get a kill on the Charon.
He's gonna draw out some more utility just to draw some time. Oh, Meteor doesn't catch sight of him. That angle.
On the angle. Re-peeks is able to find Divide. So not the outlaw here is that Marshall is GENG getting scattered a bit. Those shorty shots able to find there. Mark Texture will be able to go ahead and close the gap by one more kill.
Don't
Something
throw,
we're finding
bro,
Lakia brings up on the
throw.
side a little bit more. Meteor for now just see here. Does get the quick no scopes through as he gets the fourth. Meteor going absolutely crazy here on the B side.
Sometimes they
He's able
just
to
like
put them down and
throw.
give GENG a relatively clean 2-0 start.
How does he stay alive in that situation? Doesn't get the clean kill on the first shot. Okay, fine, you spam for the second. But then you're just getting swarmed all the way down to 6 HP. Texture, making use of his buy right there.
Just barrel stuffing with a Marshall. Oh, welcome back to Jet, Meteor.
Back to singing as well.
Back to singing. Quick clear out on the Trailblazer. Texture positioned here, top ramp. Something on that left-hand side. Again, GENG trying to force him back. Munchkin trying to get aggressive. Up close there at main, does end up falling. Same fight to try and delay the rest of the team, but GENG already through, and looks like Forsaken just saying, yeah, screw it, I'll eat a little bit of damage. Something in deep, able to find Meteor swinging out from screens. As Texture instantly dink. Lockio there trying to bail him out, but Mind Freak will be able to clean things up on ramp. Karen now the last one standing, can recover this Vandal.
Okay.
Looks like the call might just be for him to back away with it in hand. That does seem wise.
Wouldn't be too bad. I mean, sure, you could try to go for some more damage, but this is guaranteed value that you're going to still be able to carry over into the next round. It was your bonus. So the upgrade from the Judge into the Vandal. Still keep that full armor as well. And PRX not in quite a position yet to go for the hunt. We'll just be backing down. And GENG, Texture learning the hard way and being reminded, I should say once again, that just going for the straight challenge, I mean, on both sides, it's just so risky when everyone is so on point in the server.
That's the bonus out of the way. And unconverted here for GENG. The PRX get themselves online. See how they carry forward going into round number 4. As something just find that headshot in a really good deep position to go ahead and just catch the Meteor as well.
Someone know? Someone know? This nade?
No,
No?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I was trying to figure out, but no, I don't think I do. Well, the one way comes out. GENG.
Oh. Pop flash. Something going to be forced out of garage.
Yeah, but now with the guiding light use.
Oh my God.
Okay, I was about to say they'll want to keep that garage control, but they'll even keep mid control with that kill.
Quick drag down that double entry power.
Here.
It's what allowed them to really get deep on that A site. Now he's gone, but Texture going to be taken down as well. Devi able to equalize in that regard. Both teams going to be raiseless.
Oh, this toxic screen is so punishing to try to keep that mid control, right? I mean, you can't ever provide support from Mail, really. Not on your own timing at the very least. And now even the Trailblazer used to smoke as well to try to fake onto A, but it's going to be a B hit from PRX.
Trailblazer to check. Mind Freak going to be spotted out. And yep, now well, they widely know where the destination's going to be. Guiding light forward, Devi going to be spotted. Paranoia coming through, and Karen has to back down off the rafters. PRX out turning their sights back over towards A. Lockio looking forward here on ramp.
Poison's off.
And Meteor called away. He's over at stairs. He's over at B heaven. Lockio getting a decent read on this one, though.
30
Sensing that
seconds
pressure behind, but now
with the audio.
Over towards main. Swings out, finds one that's going to be the spike down. Right as he
nice.
strikes, finds that kill. And you're able to back off. Keeps himself safe, but something now once again. Push forward, Meteor this time, reading it, smoke dropping. Meteor able to react a little bit faster, finds the headshot, heals coming through. Spots Forsaken here on the side as the Seekers go flying and get cleared out.
Last player standing.
Aaron winning against Devi, and now it's all on Forsaken in the 1v3. Timing is great. Caron dead. Now they know Forsaken's position. Munchkin looking to try to linger in, lurk around the back. Tap onto the spike to try to bait him to peek out. Forsaken, though, very aware, very privy to this. They're not sticking it. Wow. Now, suspicious, worried that they were going to be actually holding that spike. Knew that he had to take one of the fights. As he takes it, the other comes to him, and that's going to be GENG not allowing for PRX to tie things up.
I mean, sure, Forsaken loses that, but I think that round proves why Forsaken is one of the best players in the world. The fact that you have the internal timer and the suspicion to check for that wraparound from Munchkin. I mean, it could always very well just be a double stack on the spike.
Enemy remaining.
But he tries to one-up him. But GENG is just meticulous enough.
A great deal of damage dealt. Meteor is going to be giving up that weapon to go ahead and...
Kita pernah bilang kalau dia high sense player ya.
It doesn't matter. Blades ready for him. As there's a swift entry, but Meteor, it's right in behind GENG, takes him down, says, no, you are not attacking my site. So kill found. Shell's now out, something swinging forward. Texture just going to be backing off, not wanting to over-challenge here. Looks to try to drift down. Gets himself over to the rafters. Or something, having to dash away. Pressure applied in from behind, now he's in a bit of a pickle. Smoke dissipated. Bite flushes him forward, gets that vulnerable across. Munchkin able to collect that kill. Devi only able to offer up a little bit of damage, just smattering up in response as Charon spotting the shoulder.
Down A.
And just go ahead and beheads Forsaken. Spike once again stranded. Not much else to be done here by Devi. As that economic kickback looks brutal. Finds one. Any more damage that he could find would be solid. And Munchkin low on HP, but as he jiggles out, not ready for him to be down low. Munchkin just gonna go his separate ways.
Yeah, doesn't want to risk it with the lower health. Eventually, he'll be the one who picks up the kill. So Munchkin solidifying that. He did get the Seekers earlier with the ult orb, so trying to get full value as they lead 4-1. And it looks like it might be a timeout coming through. And I gotta wonder, it seems like Gen G has now read through this default toxic screen that PRX has been using all the way through Mail. They have their own counter screen for it from B to mid. So either a switch up or maybe a timeout.
Kalau misalnya kamu nonton ya, mereka punya stream di
Gotta
Twitch.
discuss how you want to retake some pressure over
Si something ada ngomong kalau dia itu high
full mid control from the defense and then pushing
Kalau
hard
kamu
onto
pergi
ramps
sana
to get
terus
early
kamu
control.
kayak
Now has
exclamation
been
mark
blocked off
sense
several times in a row.
itu 0,8
The importance of collecting these rounds while on that attacking side has just gotten
1.600.
more important, if nothing else. While the defender side isn't nearly as dominant as it used to be on Split, it's given that we've seen more teams straying into the territory of being able to collect a lot of attacking rounds, having this kind of a soft start is not what you want to be seeing here for PRX. A lot of work to be done, but right now Gen G looking like they are absolutely dialed in. We've seen how quickly, how easily that momentum can swing, how it can be taken away from your opponents. PRX going to be seeking to do just that to Gen G. Maybe not in this round.
Perhaps in the coming rounds as well. So for now, hiding their toxic screen, looks like it might just be, if they get the early contact, a full send on to B. We'll see when that screen comes up from Devi. But basically already hinting to Gen G that they're going to switch up their defaults in the coming rounds.
Creeping in, yeah, playing anti-flash there, but have they read that he's already crept forward behind the boxes? For now, the answer is no, but now very much known. Texture, quick exit with that blast pack, gets himself out to safety.
Yeah, with this against the eco, the most important thing is not giving away these weapons. Yeah, that's too big of a risk to swing out.
Those sheriffs, he's still playing forward. Plays on the back of the flash, and Jing is going to be able to come down both as they swing in the garage. Texture, Munchkin both going to be dead. The B site now wide open. Don't necessarily know that, but the rotations coming through, weapons recovered. Now 2 Phantoms here in the hands of PRX.
And they've still got the Stinger and the Spectre as well. I mean, this is perfect to hold in the site. The post plant already looking very solid for PRX. I mean, sure, if you're Gen G, you go for it with the Econ, but it's not looking great with the weaponry you have.
Don't have a paranoia either to really try to get yourself forward.
Jing's already on the hunt as well. He's 1 away from the showstopper. He wants to make it happen for the next round.
Time is ticking, but yeah, I don't know if Jing is going to have much left to hunt here. Charon going to have to try to drift away from this site, hold on to that weapon.
Jing's going to try to meet him, because his teammates are basically making noise to push him further and further away, and Charon has no idea.
Oh boy, yep, Charon right now. The sheep.
Oh!
But he is able to bite. Does manage to find that kill. Looks like he will be able to hold on to the weapon just about a couple more seconds to try to survive as they start swarming their way down. And Mind Freak, okay, he'll get the 1 tap. And takes the weapon right out of his hands. PRX off the back of the timeout will be able to find success in a very much needed round. The thrifty attempt there. Decent amount of investment for him, but get the win all the same. And it all starts right here as Jing just turns away from the flash and mows them down.
Wow. I mean, just the spray control as well to make sure he's getting maximum damage with that spray. Ends up with the instant double. And now back to the default toxic screen, but they've already planted that mental conditioning that they might start to work the other side. So once again, now it's a bit more of a passive hold. That early aggression on Garage didn't work out for Gen G on round 6. So they wait for that initiative.
Flash connecting with Paranoia out. Texture able to find 2. Pain Shell still at them ready. Has not said that yet. Looks like he won't need to quite just yet. He's looking for his own ace. Saw Jing get one in the last map. He wants to try to catch up. There's that tiny little bit of a window there over the smoke. Devi able to spot him out, but can't offer up too much damage. Seekers now rolling through. Pain Shells to flush him out. Devi, however, able to win against Lakia. Mind Freak trading 1 back now here on his lonesome. Knows the Texture is basically got no HP remaining, but Does he know about this wraparound here from the flank? As Munchkin works his way through. Kill found. GENG, the very nice reply, get themselves up to 5.
This ramp control has just been a thorn. Yeah, Texture got taken out, I believe, once so far in this first half. But PRX, they haven't really been able to counter it too much if there's util. If he's just dry peeking, sure, you've got the aimers yourself, but they just trap him in here with the flash and then the paranoia. At that point, PRX not sure where to keep their vision trained. Texture just swings out. It's easy aim training for him.
Solidly done. Now just 5 kills away is Texture from tying up the best of 5 kill record. Paranoia across to slow things. There's the showstopper out from GENG. Texture setting his own, but kill not gonna be found. And GENG, what? He kills off something. They just effectively go 1 for 1. Now Karen able to collect there on a Forsaken. GENG noted here at elbow. 8 bullets remaining in the Spectre. Doesn't want to go for the reload. Now spotted, sprays, tries to swap. Karen eventually finds a headshot, and things have come undone for PRX. The Devi finding 1, but there is just so much more to be done. Only 68 HP to try to make it happen. It will not. Lakia will take his head off, and GENG will get themselves up to 6 in this defending half.
I don't know if we've quite ever seen a moment like that. But the idea was there from Texture to counter Showstopper for Showstopper. It basically lands right on top of something. Draws out the team kill from GENG. Now it's another timeout from PRX.
Just 3 rounds separated.
Yeah, Coach Alex not really liking what he's seeing, and I don't quite blame him. It's not necessarily that PRX is playing too poorly, but they aren't really leaving too many options open. They're trying to force their way in with the double duelists, and if they don't get the first kill, it starts to fall apart.
And it feels like moments like that are where the hive mind is falling apart. Everything is not coming together right now for PRX, because normally the cognizance and the awareness of where each and every single one of you are, whether or not you are going to be trading off, you know, friendly fire. This was a completely different look.
Yes, I mean, everyone perhaps just too focused on their own roles to try to open up the site, not quite keeping in mind what the original plan was. Perhaps a little bit of panic starting to come through. But I don't think you can argue against the fact that so far, the util, the tactics coming out from GENG, just a bit cleaner, just a bit more varied. Whereas PRX, it is much more about the speed and the firepower, and that's always been good for them. But they have met their match. It didn't help them at kickoff, and right now they need a bit more once again if they want to push through in the specify. If they want to take back that seat at the head of the table at Pacific, become the first seed, get the bye, get their championship points, and choose your opponent no matter match.
Oh, is it? Like, if you win this, you can get to choose
Alex,
your opponent?
Basically casting them off on their own. They are on their own from here on out. Bar that halftime that will be coming up in just a couple rounds. GENG blasting forward, Bucky in hand, just bouncing his way through vents.
Yeah, but space given, they know the weapons can't be good.
Oh, Meteor. Very much delayed there on that shot. Ends up getting taken down. Snake bite from Lakia to try and delay. There's the AWP dead.
I've got your trail.
Cloudburst down, fake on that Cloudburst, but Texture just pushes up into it, knows that he's not into the site. As Pit now going to be invested, Seeker coming through. Heron clears that one out. Quick TP into the back, goes for a check. They have 2 players right now over at stairs. Karen is turning his sights back over towards this angle, kind of reading this one. Gonna get the catch though. If he plays up close, GENG almost certainly will be able to win out the fight. Munchkin peeking forward, spots him. Now they should identify that that rotation is coming through. There's a swing in, and GENG is not prepared for it. Karen too snappy with a headshot. Takes him down with Munchkin for now on his lonesome, but reinforced. TP into elbow. Comes through. Karen now here on the site. Double wrap around into the back. They find him first and foremost. Munchkin anticipating this. Drags down, finds the headshot. Mind Freak dead, but then something strikes. Their own pit invested. PRX know that they desperately need this round. The flush out util not there at the moment here for GENG. No bites, no paint shells. Something does get spotted, but as he goes for the challenge, he's able to win it out. Texture will make the call to go ahead and back away.
Yeah, again, it's all about the credit management on both sides. Sure, you might be able to still scrape together a bye with your teammates, but you don't want to give the opportunity for PRX to start to bank things up towards a 6-6 score line. Texture, he will back off, of course. GENG perhaps also considering another operator as well. And Lakia having 4,000 credits. Something is going to try to meet him halfway. If constantly been on the hunt.
He says, screw it, I've got the hits the rope, and that will be his undoing. Texture collects the operator as well. This is the plan all along.
Yeah.
Gets that right back into his team's hands. PRX, though, they will be able to breathe a sigh of relief. They pick up a third-round victory, but they need more than that.
So we did see a brief moment here where Meteor turns around as if he was asking for the operator, but Texture decides to keep it himself. I mean, I'm sure they talked about it. I'm sure they talked it out. Meteor's going to stick with the Phantom, and Texture looking to make an aggressive play, shut things down early on A. It's just going to be him versus something. There is that Blade Storm. See if Texture's ready for a potential updraft.
Gonna poke forward. Clear out on that Trailblazer. Something just going to be backing away. Not challenging into this. It's very suspicious. Oh, now goes for the peek. And
Oh my god, something got
takes
killed.
him down. Once again, over it stairs, but Karon seems like he similarly, once again, has the read on this, but this time Jing a little bit faster to react. Meteor now at risk. That peek out of heaven does come through.
He just has
he's
to
playing anti-flash. He's the first one, gets the second, dashes across, lands, somehow gets the third!
Down B.
Divide finally puts him down, but so much damage felt. Guiding Light doesn't go back deep enough, but now the wraparound coming through. Divide looking like he's somewhat aware of this one. Tries to go for the first fight, but that's when Lakia swings out of garage. Kill found round one. PRX have not been able to get any consecutive round wins. GENG, however, they get themselves now to 7.
Yeah, I mean, all 2 rounds apart for PRX, few and far in between. And this time it's Meteor absolutely bamboozling them. I mean, first of all, so much information gained off that op shot. But Jing, he created so much space. But the dash forward just breaks all of the crosshairs from PRX. And now the Blade Storm will have to be used to try to match power. Jing once again just with a Bucky. Sure, it has value on split, but you have to get in range first. And the operator goes back over to Meteor.
Set up on a deep angle over at screens. Knives pulled out here from something. 100% around the corner is Jing again going forward. Quick back off here. Lakia just backpedaling as fast as he possibly can. Jing unable to hound him down. These disconnected positions. These retreats here from GENG have just been very immaculate. They're avoiding everything that PRX wants to try to throw at them. Clear out on the Trailblazer. Texture decides to continue forward. Knives sent, something whipping. 3 more left to go. Needs that reset, but Texture able to find one. Does get taken down by Divide, but Karon gets his thing as well.
Oh, nice.
Something, the headshot there. Reset in a 3v3 now. As Meteor gets himself up in towards heaven.
He's waiting for the plant sound.
So Knives pulled something.
Bolt!
One at the very last moment. Texture, or Meteor.
Nice!
Gunned down. Haven't seen Meteor playing Jet in a while.
I know, it has been a little bit. They've been shying away from the split as well. But whenever they do come here, he's always...
Anime fight, ya no, anime fight sesama with chung 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 chung.
Something trying to match up with 10 of his own.
Cute.
And that's GENG trying to get just an offbeat there on the spike plant. Trying to make sure that they have the numbers advantage. But everyone on PRX is very quick to react. It's even Mind Freak letting go of that spike tap immediately. And now, a bit of a different toxic screen. See if this shakes up GENG at all. It is going to allow them to try to focus more on mid control. The Texture will just hold close on A. It's a good adjustment to try to maintain the same type of territory that GENG's had for the majority of the first half.
Trailblazer moving forward, checking up. Inward Mel. Meteor does get spotted by that something. Nice with a headshot. They avoid the judge. Avoid what very well could have ended up being a catastrophe. Karon going on a deep walk, though, over here towards ramp. Spike now working its way through sewers. Karon has his sights turned back over towards the vent for a brief little moment.
And this does allow them to basically negate the toxic screen from PRX, the position that Karon and Texture are both holding. They know that they don't have to worry about the timings of it, so B-site can hold together as a duo as well, but they do have to win their initial trades.
Oh, Texture actually sticks onto the orb, was really creating the try to get that showstopper online. Watch coming through, they push up into Karon, but he's only able to find one. Forsaken trades it back, they keep the advantage. 4v2 now. There's already something getting himself moved forward, ready to try to intercept. Lakia off on that right-hand side, gonna go unscouted for now. They do spot him out.
Oh, nice.
I don't even think he was aware that Lockheed was there, but either way, he comes up with a kill. Now just leaving Munchkin all on his lonesome. PRX, though, very well poised to make this a 5-7 half of themselves. Covering slightly, but putting that much more pressure on the defending side.
Oh,
Munchkin tries to do what damage he can, tries to play.
For second using
Maybe even just for KD.
Yeah,
he will fall to the shorty from Forsaken.
Whoa.
You do what you got to do when it's that
5,
last round of the half. All hope pretty much lost for that one. But a 7-5 scoreline. GENG gonna be okay with it. I think the only thing that they'd be a little bit dissatisfied with is
and then two of them like out of bullet, out of the knife.
knowing that they could string together a couple. But we'll see. Even bringing it out, the Church of Chovy over here for the VCT team of GENG. The GENG fans looking for just one more victory. But it's PRX they're up against. I mean, this would be huge for both teams. You know, it's not just getting the win. It's not just taking back the title, but going as the first seed. And I mean, the +3 championship points for both of these teams, you get that, you should be almost safe to go to champions in one way or another.
Rewarding that consistency. That's the setup there for those championship points. And these two teams have been so very consistent. And even with, without Jing in the roster, even with Monyet, PRX still able to go over and, get that top 3 finish. But they want number 1. They want to be that top squad out of Pacific. That opponent selection, those championship points. It's all to play for, and it all has to start right now. 7-5, certainly recoverable for them here as they move themselves over onto the defense.
Kayaknya Iwan jarang banget, kayaknya agak susah ya
63
buat
in pistol so
Iwan ya,
far.
agak susah
This is a
buat
hard read
bisa
on
masuk
the toxic
ke grand
screen
final.
already. PRX sees it.
Kayak
They're saying, okay, I mean, let's block this off first. If it's not A, if it's a fake screen, then so be it. We'll play for the retake with our own toxic screen for the retake on B.
Kali ini aja yang sampai big.
For now, they're ready for it. See how good the paranoia can be on both sides.
Flash out, catching multiple players. Meteor able to trade one back with Texture. Munchkin both have fallen. Chicken something getting one apiece. Paint shells said to just further stave them off. Just going to be a recovery here on that Ghost, but Meteor down to 52. Certainly does hurt them.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, the paranoia being used by Karen as well to no trade. It's really just for survival. You don't really have too many tools to get in now.
So they're out on that Boombot here. Wanting to further incentivize them, but Lakia might be overextending a little bit more here as he thinks about poking his head out. Try to keep them interested on this side of the map while the team rotates, but no, they're actually making the call to come back this way. Swing out, wide swing, and something will strike them down. Question is, do they read that this is going to be that B hit coming through, or do they suspect that they're still lingering? For now, it looks like something. He's going to be hovering around just in case.
Yeah, position for an exit as well.
One kill would get him that reset on the tailwind, but instead he can just go ahead and pull back. And if he sees one, he knows that the other's not going to be far behind.
Yep. And this is just step by step. Now he's got backup as well, so it's going to be that double swing. GENG, surely they're aware of it.
One enemy
With a quick headshot, swing out.
Ooh, nice.
Karon going to be denied that orb there. Denied that kill. Something stays alive, and PRX, they get themselves the final pistol round victory. This is just, like you said, an excellent read off the Viper wall.
Yeah, and it's taking the initiative as well. They go for the guiding light first, you peek off of it, but immediately the paranoia to make sure they can keep the priority over by that A main fight. And GENG's just a little late to react. They will force up a stinger here from Meteor. And a share for Munchkin. But that's going to be it. Munchkin, of course, still holding on to all his util. Didn't even have a chance to use it.
They're going out.
There's a lot of footsteps.
Yeah, a lot of footsteps, and Mind Freak spotted there on that exit. Paranoia sent out, but Mai able to find the opening kill, gets himself a second lock hit. Munchkin both to the ball. Mind Freak swinging around the corner, finds Meteor. Texture now dead. Karon will be able to find one with the classic.
Holy!
It's just to avoid a flawless round. PRX looking very strong thus far here on this defending side. They tie it up at 7-7.
See how much they can match the power here going into the bonus. This could make or break this entire match now in the last half of this best of 5.
Down B. One enemy remaining.
Grueling ordeal. Surely just absolutely invaluable experience for both teams heading into Master Shanghai, but right now their eyes are on that trophy right in front of them on stage.
Much more fanned out approach this time for Gen G. PRX though. 3 players over here at A. Flash goes in, Tailwind forced out. There's something here in mid, taking down Munchkin. Flashes that Trailblazer now all out of their hands. Gen G, nothing off to do. Still split worlds apart. Opposite sides of the map here.
Now the push out to re-clear mid as well. That solidifies all the information they need. They are going to find the jet over by A, but not the entire force. So no sign of the spike just yet. You hold on to mid. That cuts off all the rotations from Gen G. PRX still in a very good spot on this bonus. 2 Bulldogs still and a Phantom as well on top of that Outlaw. So they're looking okay.
Texture finding that pick there. Opens up that B side a little bit more as Meteor is stuck in a bad spot. Looking for the trade out from Karon, but no, it's not going to be found. And now Texture all on his lonesome. Spike finds the kill. Jing going to be taken down. See if he can get the clutch. Swing onto the corner. He cannot. Something will find a 3K. PRX will find the lead, but Texture has now found himself tied to the land kill record.
Yeah, 101 total. We saw it happen just recently again over by Americas, and Texture now putting his name on the board. The first one to do it outside of Americas. See if he can top it. Has been a little slow going here on Split. He wants to put his name on that global board.
He does, but it will be a hollow prize if he does that in a loss.
Yes. I mean, that would be brutal, devastating, quite frankly, especially given the way he's been playing this entire series. Coming into this map, the only one positive on his KD on Gen G, and by a massive amount, 22 or something like that. Absolutely matching all 5 players of PRX. All deemed nightmares in their own right by every opponent they face internationally. And Texture trying to lead his teammates to yet another victory against them.
Wait. Did the caster just say like Texture kill amount is like combine all of the PRX?
Solo, hoping, praying that he won't need to call another one. I'm sure Alex had plenty of relief seeing this come through, seeing the team start things off so nicely in this second half.
All right, it's just going to be Sheriff. Some half armor still bought up, but you know that there's the potential of the Outlaw still on the other side. They're even going to force up to Stingers with the high potential of that Outlaw continuing into this round.
This is a very bold move and one that could have significant ramifications for them. As Jing nearly poking his head up over the top there. Trailblazer spotting, paint shells just going to be lobbed in. Meteor does take a shot in the shoulder. Wheeled down to 85.
This is a fast read from Forsaken. He knows that that's the lurk.
Paranoia, counter paranoia coming through. Divine moves up out of Raptors to go ahead and backfill this site, but now Mindfreak just holding it. Alley is able to find it.
Nice.
You've broken the record, but now he's dead. Mindfreak on for 3 in this round. Jing puts that Outlaw to use, taking down Meteor. Lockya can't find anything else. PRX now stretched the lead by 2 rounds.
An immediate read from PRX. As soon as they get contact, as soon as they check that it is that jet, they make the rotate and ensure Texture. You got 102 kills. He might have
what?
on more.
Break VCT's boss kill record.
So what avail indeed. Again, not wanting that hollow prize. Yes, it is nice to be able to establish that one.
Go, PRX, go!
With the victory. Don't ask Ospas how he feels. Now he doesn't even have a record tie.
Yeah, true.
Jiggle peek.
Oh, he mean like all of the 5 maps combined is his kill was 102?
Breathe a sigh of relief.
Oh, holy.
I'm still being held over by Male and Gen G. Not too many options. Now, something that's coming from this role swap between Munchkin and Lockya is that Munchkin wants to be a bit more aggressive. He wants to create space himself to try to make the calls, but a lot of times that finds him alone. Getting taken out with no trade in sight.
Trailblazer doesn't check into Male. Something pushing out here. Alongside that smoke. Some confirmation off that guiding light, but has to dash away. Good sense there from Gen G. Not wanting to just blind face forward. They force him out, and hearing that tailwind, they'll know that they'd made the right decision.
Yeah, but it looks like GENG's banking on the fact that the op has rotated over to the A side. There's still a lot of members here on B.
Spray goes through, but it's right in between the players. The entry now beginning, but Lakia line it up. Mindfreak able to find Meteor. Something does get taken down. The one kill that they found thus far. Mindfreak, watch out of backside. The push forward from Forsaken, able to find Karen as they go back and forth.
Kurang tahu ya Anggipan.
3K for him in the round as the plant gets ready to come through. Jing, however, arriving. Showstopper at the ready, drawn out, spotting. Munchkin sends it, kills him. Texture managing to strike him down. The record grows, and now he has his own showstopper online. Pops it immediately. By backing away, he checks that close angle, knows that he's not in Raptors, knows that he's not right on top of him. Still a lot more work to be done. It's absolutely clutchable here for Defy. Texture just takes the challenge, gets the headshot, and he keeps GENG alive. He keeps them in this final map.
Wants to put meaning behind that new record for himself. Won't back down without a fight. A beautiful paranoia from Mindfreak. I mean, it's perfectly timed. He waits half a second longer than I thought he would have, but it was even better. So he makes the right call, but it's just a wraparound. You could tell PRX, they were a little worried about it, but what can you do? It's too many angles. At the end of the day, once again, it is Texture keeping them in the fight. Meteor one away from the Bladestorm himself.
Toxins going up.
He just forcing him back. Snake bite out the rip is it's a very fast take of mid here for the side of GENG. Something posted up on the box. Paranoia sent the garage, and oh, Meteor just strafes right into that headshot. Trailblazer will get the stun up. There's a cloudburst thrown down by Mindfreak, covering fire. Is able to find two. Forsaken takes down Texture now.
What the heck? What happened? Huh?
For PRX to be found. They stay statuesque on the site, and they strike down each and every member of GENG as they come at them.
I mean, this time, GENG, they try to bait out the paranoia early, things like that, and that was all good and well done.
One enemy remaining.
But they're just not fast enough on the flood in. Losing a couple too many members, and I was about to say, yeah, I think you call the timeout. You can't save it just to try to deny the opportunity away from Coach Alex, but right now, you have to calm your players down if you're GENG. You have to stop the momentum over from PRX. You gotta go back, maybe slow things down a bit. Maybe try to figure out the default setups a bit more from PRX. Because just barreling through, it didn't work for PRX, and it's not working for you.
It's not. We'll see, though, if he can calm these players down, if he can get them focused back in. We saw it from in that first half. Severely lacking. PRX feeling right at home here on this defending side. Feels like now it's them. They're the ones who are getting all the reads, knowing exactly what the approaches are going to be from GENG. And it was from the outset. That Viper wall set up, just getting the reads, shutting it down over on that A site. The disconnect, knowing that that rush from mid was going to be coming through. Right now, it feels like PRX are making every right call.
See what the adjustment is. I have to imagine the PRX, they might look for another stack push out on one part of the map. For now, it looks like it might be just a reaction setup over by ramps.
Stay safe.
A lot of members stacked over there for PRX and GENG. They're gonna wait to see what the initiative is. Oh, the paranoia out of B main as well to make it seem like that's the initial push out. A lot of space already taken by PRX and GENG. They have to start to re-clear this nice and early.
They're going to be inching forward. Lone member now on this A site. Karan just backing away. His Mindfreak as well. A lot of forward space. Meteor in the meantime, though, able to find one. Snappy from Mindfreak. Comes up with a kill.
Holy!
Looks for another one, but can't quite make it happen. Meteor updrafting, but a bit too over-aggressive. Ends up getting punished. Forsaken puts him down. HP bars right now very low. Something here on the wraparound, just listening for information, paying attention to where the Seekers are chasing. Sabai just rushes out. Is able to find Karan, and Texture barely makes his way back over into the sewer before getting picked off. And that exit, it's taken. Something is there. He's waiting. He's ready.
And they know that they were split. One in sewers, one in Robin, and that's just a spray down from Defy.
Poison's off.
Locky with a creep up in the garage is able to recover that Vandal, but at 45 HP in this 1v3 with 30 seconds left to go. The spike strand on the opposite side of mid. Basically hopeless. Not going to be able to find it. Forsaken will put him down, and PRX will take one step closer to becoming the champions once again here in Pacific. 2 more rounds left to go. GENG, can they turn it around? So get ready to go into another bye.
Are they gonna be?
Desk was talking about it. That overtime. Is it possible? Can we get there?
Well, this round's also going to be another tough one. You've got that pit over on the side of Paper X. So if you want, dawdle on too much time. Well, no, they're not even going to give that opportunity. Use deep invents as well. Denies the entirety of mid, and they'll continue to cover male. The entry, something pushed out early. The paranoia there as well. The paranoias have been so good from Mindfreak. I praised Karen early on in this best of 5, but this time it's Mindfreak. The timing just perfect to make sure that no more trades happen. And then the immediate shift.
Holding close, but he pulls off that angle. Curious if they spotted an elbow out of place. It's Jing catching Meteor, dashing forward there in the cloudburst. Takes out Texture as well. Paint shells lobbed in. It's Jing on the hunt. Looks for a little bit more. Munchkin does manage to shut him down. But still, Paper X, it feels like the round is already theirs. It feels like the map, the series. It should already be theirs. One player left, Karan, to try to make a difference, and he cannot. Devi will shut him down. The cash is gone. The hopes dwindling. Paper X are one round away.
Let's go.
Took a long while to get here, but Paper X looking to reclaim their seat at Pacific. With the return of Jing, they've looked revitalized, and they're here to tell the rest of the world that they are undeniably at the top of VCT Pacific.
An all-in gambit here for GENG. They need 4 rounds consecutively to take this into overtime.
I mean, the reads here from Paper X, they saw that early snake bite. They're ready for it.
It's looking like another crunch, similar to Bind, and there it is. Something coming in with 2, pulls the knives, Mindfreak pushing forward, finds 1, looks for the second, can't quite make it happen. Something with 3 bullets remaining has to back away. A 2v3, however, in damage dealt. Karen and Lakia both down to the dregs of their HP bars. It seems like this should just about be it. The Trailblazer to check for presence. Karen making it known. Grabs himself a Phantom, backs away, but how do you even try to get yourself back into this round?
And the most you can hope for is exactly this. You go in as a double, you rotate, you hope that it's not a full stack from Paper X. At the best, at the worst, it's just going to be a 2v2. If you can somehow get in with only 45 HP on Lakia, sure, you have the pit, but still so much util on the side of Paper X. You've got the double snake bites, got the double cloud burst still.
35 seconds remaining. Devi, the only one on this side of the map.
They're running short, and now Garage is cleared, so Devi, he should be ready for this.
The call's being made. Forsaken rotating himself around. Something will just continue to poke and prod, relying on the rest of his team to be able to get this done. There's a swing out, and there's both kills. It all comes to
Let's
it.
go.
They lose 3-1 in kickoff to GENG.
Let's
But
go.
now they say you were pretenders to the throne. They will redon their crowns here as the Kings of Pacific.
Once again returning and telling GENG this ain't a rivalry. They already took down DRX as their old rivals, and they say, no, you still remain a challenger to GENG. Paper X will be going to Master Shanghai.
Let's go, guys.
First seed, the top of Pacific.
The bye, the opponent's selection, the championship points, all in their hands, as well as the title of Kings. They are once again back on top. Gone for a short while, but not a long while. GENG occupying the throne for a brief moment. But Paper X,
But
they are
Manfred
back at
tried.
their peak. And I think realistically, as Paper Thin joins me,
GG.
we can be proud of both of these teams fighting tooth and nail all the way into this game 5. It's a battle of perseverances, hugs, fist bumps, etc. exchanged on stage. But I think for the most part, if you're a fan of Pacific, you're feeling pretty damn good about Master Shanghai.
I mean, my heart's been racing all day. This has just been so incredible to watch. The fans here have been absolutely insane. It is so loud in here right now. What a day. I mean, so many things to talk about. Obviously a great match. Texture setting the match record. Absolutely brilliant performance from him today. I mean, he has just been wonderful, top to bottom all day. But really, Paper Rex just such tenacity here. I mean, one of the things coming into today, right, Achilles, is that they haven't been able to do so well in best of fives, other than last year against DRX in the finals of VCT Pacific. But here today, they're back, and they are back with a force. They looked incredible all day today. Both teams did.
Absolutely. And I mean, not even, going back to that old aggressive style. We hadn't seen split for them in quite some time, not since Money Up was on the team. But they opt to just go for a mirrored composition versus GENG. And while GENG, yes, they do make their own adjustments. Having Lockett go over and play that Viper for the first time, which I think was overall a solid enough performance from him. They still just come away with it. Nothing
I feel so
tricky,
happy for
nothing up their
PRX.
sleeve, just straight up gameplay, expected styles from PRX there on split to be able to close out the win.
I feel so happy for Zing. Finally.
William Trober moving down onto the stage to get ready for our awards ceremony, which is why we have Paper Thin joining in with me right now. But I mean, you're sat on the desk. Give me your thoughts overall on the series, because this, to me, felt like an incredible one.
No, this was one of the best. I mean, right up there with last year, with that reverse sweep that PRX had. I think this is just as good. Both teams looking so insane coming into Shanghai. I mean, so much pressure on the line, especially in this match. Wanting that bye going into Shanghai, wanting that ability to choose your opponent after the group stage. Such a huge victory here for PRX. It gives them so much extra time to really consider their opponents, to consider what
Akhirnya
they want
dendam
to do. Work up
final
some
kemarin
confidence
terbalaskan.
when
Iya
those
nih,
teams
dendam
will
kemarin
absolutely
terbalaskan.
do. And I think for GENG, you gotta feel great because you're coming in with great form as well. You look phenomenal here today. You looked a little ridiculously good yesterday.
Waktu itu apa ya?
And this is just a team that also is
Militer
gonna be
kan,
fearsome.
butuh
There's no
militer
doubt
kan.
this could have swung either way. Just a couple big rounds here and there kind of changed the destiny for both these teams. But I saw great adaptations on both sides. I saw great decisions, great traps. Phenomenal individual plays time and
Ternyata
time again. So this had
health
everything you could
issue,
want and more.
jadinya kan dia nggak bisa join itu. Apa tuh namanya? Nggak bisa join militer. Terus itu balik ke PRX. I feel so happy, bro. Tapi aku sedihnya itu kenapa nggak T1 yang menang sih? T1 sama Genji kan, kenapa nggak T1 yang menang? Soalnya kalau T1 menang kan berarti Susanto Derby lagi kan, kayak the fourth Susanto Derby. I wish to see it like in 5 rounds if possible. Tapi kayaknya susah sih ya. Kalau Susanto Derby, T1 selama ini masih belum mendapatkan map sama PRX sih. Jadi ujung-ujungnya nanti 3-0. Tinggal tunggu VCT masa Shanghai bisa. Mana tahu nanti di VCT masa Shanghai ya mereka terpilih hal.
Nor can I, and luckily we don't have to wait very long. But for now, congratulations to PRX. That'll do it for myself as we pass this over to the stage where William is standing by for our award ceremony.
Absolutely intense grand final. We have our stage 1 grand finalist champions. It is PRX.
Ngadain nobar lagi gak Kak Grand? Gak, lama banget ini, udah jam berapa? Udah jam 5.30. Masa iya aja gue harus pakai back sound Victory FF7. Gak tahu sih.
I mean, I'm definitely really happy and like really excited, and also we have more time to practice for Shanghai because we are seeded into playoffs. So yeah, very happy and proud of the team.
일단 너무나 기쁘고요. 무엇보다도 또 상하이로 준비하는 과정에서 이제는 저희가 첫 번째 시드이기 때문에 시간이 더 준비할 수 있는 시간이 더 많기 때문에 그런 부분에서도 너무나
Nanti pas VCT Shanghai, nggak, no.
I want to hear from Forsaken. We'll just go down the road. Going into Masters Madrid, you talked about, we were like a 6 out of 10, maybe a 7 out of 10, a little bit of improvement step by step. But where do you rate yourselves now? And let me just translate this for the Korean audience real quick. I'll let you think about it. 그러면 마드리드에서는 사실 포세이큰 선수가 저희 PRX는 지금 뭐 10점 만점에 6점, 뭐 8점 정도 될까 말까 하는 그런 기분입니다. 이렇게 말씀해 주셨는데 지금은 그럼 점수를 어떻게 주실까요?
Aku mau grinding point lagi loh. Gak mau.
And I said that we're gonna catch up soon. But for now, I will rate ourselves 9
GG.
because
GG. No GG easy ya, GG. Karena capek kan, 5 map soalnya.
일단 그 전에도 뭐 제가 저희 자신한테 준 적이 있지만 지금은 일단 10점 만점에서 9점으로 한번 점수를 매겨보겠습니다. 근데 만약에 10점 만점에서 10점을 하기 위해서는 저희가 올해 말에
Dari 4K jadi 11K. Yang nonton juga capek. Nah itu dia. Gue yang nonton juga capek.
만나보겠습니다. Alright, Divide. Next up. Some people were looking at this matchup between you guys and GENG and wondering, is this a new rivalry coming up in Pacific? You guys took down PRX last year. Is this a rivalry? I want to know your thoughts. And again, let me just translate this real quick. 네, 그러면 다바이 선수께는 많은 분들이
Buy PRX bundle. W Gaming.
이런 질문을 갖고 계신데 다바이 선수 어떻게 생각하시나요?
I mean, GENG is a very tough opponent, I would say. And every time we meet them in the finals, there's always counter strikes going on. So you kind of like have to outsmart them and also kind of think about your gameplay, you know. So I would say it's a very hard game. Like it's either
Aku lihat sih kayaknya Davai tadi di belakang habis nge-snack ya. Mulutnya nggak dilap dengan bersih.
Skirted around my question of whether they're a rival or not. Would you consider them a rival?
I mean, definitely. Okay. I mean, it used to be DRX, I would say, but now I would say it's GENG.
일단 젠지를 상대할 때는 경기가 항상
Habis ini jangan lupa mandi Kak Gren. Ya mandi. Tapi kan aku punya kutek belum selesai ya. Sabar, kutekku selesain dulu. Aku baru selesai satu tangan masalahnya. Gue kasih lihat deh. Gue baru selesai satu tangan guys. Gue baru selesai satu tangan. Gue satu tangannya lagi belum. Gue baru selesai satu tangan.
You get to choose your opponent in the playoffs, and I'm wondering if you already have a team in mind that you'd like to play. 그럼 썸띵 선수에게는 이번 마스터즈 상하이에서는 첫 번째 시드 팀이 플레이오프에서
Stinky lah.
팀을 지정할 수 있는
Kan gue doang yang nyium gue ya. Apa-apa.
I mean, yeah, of course, I was thinking about who I gonna choose, but NA in Europe not qualify yet, so we don't know the first seed yet. But I wanna choose if I can 100 Thieves, not because like I hate them or something like that, just because like they have Boostio. It's really fun to play versus him, I think.
Oh, his blue eyes is so pretty. Kalau bisa jangan mandi deh. Kenapa? Mandi dong. Gue mandi sih nanti. Cuman sekarang mau selesain kutek dulu. Nanti kangtip kamu nonton. Apa itu kangtip? Apa itu kangtip? Apa itu cangtip?
A lot of people have been looking at your play throughout the entire stage and saying this might be the new peak for Mind Freak. I know you might be.
Apa itu cantik? Makanan. Enak nggak?
But overall, not just yourself, but looking back, how would you rate the growth of PRX here in stage 1? 그럼 마지막으로 Mind Freak 선수께는 이번 시즌에서 이번 스테이지 1에서 PRX와 또 Mind Freak 선수가 얼만큼을 성장했다고 생각하시는지 들어보고 싶습니다.
I think to be honest, we improved like really fast this stage 1 because after the loss against Team Secret, we actually like trying to empty the backpack towards each other, and I think it's really hard. And I think it's the same stuff like last year. We lost against PRX or Secret. PRX, then after that we keep winning like 10 games in a row or whatever stuff. So I think props to Team Secret that made us lose, I guess. So I don't know.
Alright. 일단 저희가 정말 성장을 빨리 하고 있다고 생각을 합니다. 거기에서 제일 큰 이유는
Apa itu cantik bang? Makanan kah?
그때부터 저희가 성장을 많이 하지 않았나 생각이 드는데 작년에도 마찬가지였거든요. DRX 상대로 패배한 이후에 거의 10연승을 저희가 연속으로 했었기 때문에 어떻게 보면 팀 시크릿한테 감사의 인사를 한번 전해드리면서 패배를 안겨줬기 때문에 저희가 더 성장할 수 있는 계기가 되었습니다. 자, 그리고 저희 감독님께서도 한 말씀 해주셔야겠죠.
Cantik itu pretty. Pretty itu apa?
We had a couple delays thanks to you. So I know it must not have been an easy game to watch. But just overall, what were your thoughts today in this matchup against GENG? 그러면 오늘 알렉스 감독님이 조금 다이나믹한 모습을 많이 보여주셨는데 오늘의 경기를 어떻게 보셨는지 궁금합니다.
Yeah, I mean, I think they prepared incredibly well for us. You know, like there's some stuff that we've never seen before, like totally like stopping us in our tracks at the entrances. I think it was very difficult for us. I think it was a game that I'm glad happened. You know, I think we can learn a lot from it, and I think we will be stronger after this game. We had a lot of of fun. I think it wasn't fun for some maps, but by and large, I think the boys have fun.
일단 뭐 선수들이 말해 준 것처럼 젠지가 정말 준비를 많이 해왔다고 느꼈습니다. 뭐 여러 가지로 저희를 정말 상대하는 데 있어서 정말 저격하는 플레이가 많이 나왔고 그래서 어떻게 보면 너무나 좋은 경험이었고 저희가 배울 수 있는 점이 많았습니다. 전체적으로는 좀 재밌는 결승이지 않았나.
I'm gonna finish my another nails and then get back to you guys. Okay. I mean, not get back to you guys. Like I'm gonna move you guys to someone else if you guys plan to. Is there anyone here? 14. Oh shit, so much. Okay. We hear the. We hear the things already and everything's already, so I'm gonna move you guys to someone else, and then I'm gonna do my nails.
It's going to be the MVP of the grand finals of stage 1 of VCT Pacific. We've got our fans sharing their ideas, but today's MVP will be GENG.
Whoa!
결승 MVP는 바로 징 선수입니다. First of all, just tell me, how do you feel being the MVP?
I mean, definitely.
Otsu, yeah, mau Otsu dong.
Myself, I guess, because I mean, honestly, I haven't played like tournaments in pretty long, like maybe half a year or something. So I'm like slowly still getting used to playing on stage. But yeah, I think I'm slowly getting my feel back.
일단 뭐 너무나 제 자신이 좀 대견스럽네요. 사실 오랫동안 경기를 치르지 못했기 때문에 좀 걱정도 있었지만 이렇게 결승전에서 MVP를 가져갈 수 있어서 굉장히 자랑스럽고 좀 다행이라고 생각합니다. 사실 찡 선수라면 지금 찡 선수가 말씀해 주신 것처럼 경기를 한동안 안 치르다가 복귀를 한 상태인데 그런 부분에 있어서 부담은 없었는지 그리고 이제는 그런 부담을 모두 내려놓을 수 있는지도 물어보겠습니다. So obviously, like you said, you made a return coming in, and a lot of people looked forward to it. Sure, we talked about maybe the pressure before, but do you feel now that you're really back ingrained in the system, no pressure about returning, from a break?
I mean, wait, sorry, what's the question again?
Do you feel no pressure anymore about having taken a break before? Do you feel that it's just back to old times where you've been playing nonstop?
I mean, I don't really think I feel pressure because most of the fans are really nice and like they don't really like hate or anything. So I mean that definitely helps. And also the fact that I was playing a lot, so I'm confident in my own.
Cepet banget, ya dong, cepet banget udah 5 jaman nih. Jadi kita harus
that's why I was able to perform like this.
kita harus
일단 부담은 없는 것 같습니다.
istirahat.
팬분들이 너무나 또 사랑도 많이 보내주시고 응원을 잘해주셨기 때문에 그런 부분에 있어서 부담은 안 느꼈고 또 그래도 개인적으로는 게임을 계속 해오고 있었기 때문에 개인적인 실력에 있어서는
Jadi
한 번도
saatnya
의심한 적이
kita
없기
nge-rate
때문에
orang ya,
이제는 팀과
nge-rate
계속 경기를
manusia.
치르면서
Tapi manusia
부담
yang
없이
mana
계속 앞으로
satu nggak
나아갈 수
tahu.
있을 것 같습니다. 마지막으로 그러면 오늘 너무나 잘 경기를 치러줬지만 만약에 내가 팀원한테도 MVP를 주고 싶다면 어느 선수가 될지 궁금합니다. Last but not least, of course, we voted for you as the MVP. But if you had to select someone on PRX today in the grand finals as an MVP, who would you pick?
Dia lupa pertanyaan lucu banget sih.
Because I think everyone did their role, everyone did their part, and I mean, yeah, I guess everyone. I don't think there's a specific person.
Okay, I mean this is classic PRX friendship, I think, coming through as well. 한 명만 고르긴 어려운 것 같습니다. 사실 5명 모두 본인이 해야 되는 그 롤을 잘해줬기 때문에 MVP를 저보고 고르라고 하면 못 고를 것 같습니다. 여기까지 저희 MVP 인터뷰를 했고요. 저희 MVP 이번에 스테이지 1에서는 저희 VCT 퍼시픽의 파트너인 에이서의 프레데터 랩톱이 수여됩니다. 축하드립니다. So to our MVP of stage 1, you receive an Acer Predator laptop from our VCT Pacific.
What the fuck?
Just so everyone knows, we gave it to him. Here it is in the flesh. Once again, congratulations to Jing for that MVP. And of course, once again,
He got a laptop!
PRX as your stage 1 championship champions. Coach Alex, did you want to say something? Alex, did you want to say
He got a laptop, bro! He got a laptop!
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your champions for stage 1 of VCT Pacific. Please continue to cheer on not just PRX, but all 3 teams going to Master Shanghai to represent VCT Pacific. Oh, you want to say a couple more words? Okay, one more second. 제가 마무리하려고 했는데 다바이 선수가 한마디 더 나누고 싶다고 하네요. 잠깐 한번 들어보겠습니다.
So today I would like to dedicate this win to my mom because it's Mother's Day, right? So yeah, happy Mother's Day.
Oh, happy Mother's Day! Gila laptop cuy, ya Allah.
선수의 어머님께 바치고 싶다고 합니다. 또 해외에서는 오늘이 어머니 날이기 때문에 꼭 어머님께 이 승리를 바치고 싶다고 하고 알렉스 감독님이 약간 그러면 나는 뭐가 되나 약간 이런 표정을 보이셨던 것 같은데 Coach Alex, do you also wanna Okay, all of you guys. 저희 다 같이 저희 어머님께 오늘의 승리를 바치겠습니다. 그럼 이렇게 다시 한번 VCT 퍼시픽 스테이지 1의 챔피언 우승팀 페이퍼렉스를 소개합니다.
소개합니다.
스테이지 1 챔피언스 페이퍼렉스.
PRX 감사합니다. Jing is acting like a little kids around like a mind freak and for seconds and stuff. It is so cute. And Auntie Pearl is so pretty. Like she's pretty and yay! Mind freak got scared. Holy! Imagine if Mind freak play like horror games. That would be so cute. I wonder if they can actually bring back the trophy. I think Mind freak is so not Mind freak. I think Forsaken is so okay. We finish now. We gonna rate someone or we not gonna rate someone. Otu kak koala ya otu. Let's not rate someone. Let's finish for now. Okay. Bye bye guys. Thank you everyone. Otu. Good night. Please rest. Eat dinner. Take bath. Sleep. Okay. Bye bye.